shit, what you want me to prove?
Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on.
Shout out to the early No Cap crew. Shout out to everybody that's already in the building. Shout out to everybody who's ready to have the discussion. If you're watching the replay, you can always support the channel by sending a super thanks. That's the heart shape with the $sign in it. Let's go. Appreciate you. If your life didn't go the way you wanted it to, and if you had bad parents, is it your bad parents' fault or is it yours? We're gonna get down to the bottom of this because people have been having this discussion for a long time, and we need answers. Let's go.
With your boy Freezy. Join in tonight. No captivity. Only the boss motherfucking bitches fuck with motherfucking Freezy. It's no captivity. Get into it.
Make sure y'all hit that like button, man. Make sure you hit the like button. Shout out to the sponsor already of this show. Shout out to the sponsor. The Drip Show, $45 already. The Drip Show is the official sponsor so far of the No Cap crew. Let's go, man. We got questions to answer.
Shit, what you want me to prove?
Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on.
Thank you, Phoenix. We appreciate all of the contributions. We appreciate all of the super caps, all of the cash caps. If you want your comments highlighted, you know what to do. Super caps, cash caps. Shout out to the No Cap crew.
Sauce boy shit, what you want me to prove?
Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on.
Activity with your boy Freezy. Join in tonight. No captivity. Only the boss motherfucking bitches fuck with motherfucking Freezy. No captivity. Get into it.
Sauce boy shit, what you want me to prove?
Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on.
Times in our life,
You got time to sing on it. You sing.
we all have pain.
So then you gonna sing.
We all have sorrow. Then I look at Wayne and I know that he will be ugly tomorrow. Lean on me when you're my cousin and I'll be your friend. I help you carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need my cousin to care.
No captivity. Freezy.
What up? You are officially locked in to No Captivity with Freezy, where we tackle issues that sometimes have us trapped in this thing that we call life. But if you know me, you know my motto. To free yourself, you must heal yourself. And if you're rock with your dog, please hit that like and subscribe button hard right now. And also comment and share this video. That is, if you rock with your boy Freezy.
No captivity.
Yo, let's get it. What's going on, No Cap crew? What's going on, everybody? How you feeling? Are you feeling good? Huh?
This one here for the thug.
This one here might be for the thugs tonight. I don't know. No, this for everybody. This ain't just for the thug. This for everybody. This for the whole No Cap crew. Let me put my logos up here, man. This for the whole No Cap crew, man. Oh, they already up there. Oh, my bad. I'm already on point. So, today we're going to have an interesting discussion. All right? We're going to talk about why your life didn't go the way you wanted it to go.
No captivity.
Who's to blame? Huh? Who is to blame? And I know a lot of times we always, you ain't gonna admit it, but I'm guilty of it. Sometimes I've caught myself, looking at other people's life and like, dang, my life ain't up to par like such and such life, right? We all done done it sometime. We all have fell victim to comparing ourselves to other people's life. You know you done did it. You ain't got to admit it tonight. But you listen, my goal is by the time the end of this live stream is over with, we can all just be candid and we can all just be real. You feel what I'm saying?
No captivity.
I'm gonna be real. Y'all know I'm gonna keep it real with you, right? And not that I'm just purposely trying to expose our insecurities, but we all got them. We all got insecurities. But is it our fault? Is it your fault the way you ended up in life? Not saying that you're not successful, but listen, let's just be honest. Making a lot of money isn't the total definition of success. Come on.
No captivity.
We're gonna dispel that myth too. Cause I know how y'all lives in this space. Oh, I make 6 figures. Everybody makes 6 figures all of a sudden. Right? Well, making 6 figures does not signify that your life is a success. We gon'
This one here for the thug.
we gonna talk about that. You feel what I'm saying? It's time for the roll call. It's time for roll call. I don't give a damn. That's what we do over here. Shout out to my dog, Mandrell, man. Shout out to Mandrell. Mandrell just coming back from a secret mission. He just took that black suit off. Shout out to my dog, Mandrell. Shalom to you, bro.
No captivity.
Shout out to Justin Wade in the building, always watching from work. Justin Wade, always good to see you, bro. Shalom.
No captivity.
Shout out to Joseph A. Gomez. Joseph A. Gomez all the way, always represent from New Mexico. He always reminding us, Liz, we got family. The No Cap crew got family in New Mexico. Shalom.
No captivity.
Shout out to my sister, Phoenix in the building, always holding her brother down. On and off the court. Shalom to my sister Phoenix.
No captivity.
Shout out to Emperor Kojak 313. Emperor Kojak 313 in the building. How you doing, bro? I always got to check on my brother. Shalom to you, bro.
No captivity.
Shalom to my brother Ark. To my Ark, my brother, your car in the building, holding it down. And y'all see what he wrote? This how we keep the lights on in this thing.
No captivity.
Shout out to your car. Shalom, bro. Let me see. Shout out to Free Zone Lou. He said, what's up to the No Cap crew and Freeze and the whole chat. Shalom to Free Zone Lou. How you doing, bro? God bless.
No captivity.
Shout out to It Is What It Is, my dog. Her son, what's going on? Cooking up a storm over there, boy. I see you, boy. I'm always looking at you. I'm always looking at you, even if I ain't in the chat. I'm looking at you from the clouds. If I'm not there physically, you can best believe that I'm looking at you. Shalom.
No captivity.
Shout out to Prime. Listen, man. You done drunk some water? Huh? You done drunk some water? Well, come on in, boy. And join me on this panel, man, because it's going to be an interesting discussion. Shalom to you, bro.
No captivity.
Shout out to my sis. Are You Amused, a.k.a. Just J. She's originally from Florida, but if I'm not mistaken, I think she over there in New Mexico, too. If I'm not mistaken. Shout out to my sis. Shalom to your sis. Just J in the building.
No captivity.
Make sure y'all subscribe to Just J's channel as well. Shout out to Big Bad Bull in the building.
No captivity.
Shalom to my dog, my brother. He said no captivity with Freezer. Salute to my brother Freezer. Shalom to you, bro.
No captivity.
Shalom to my sis, Angela Reddick. Angela Reddick, how you feeling this evening? You doing okay? Are you doing okay? Okay, as long as you're doing okay. Shalom to my sis.
No captivity.
Let's see. Is that it? Nope, that ain't it. Uh-oh. Dun, 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 dun. It's the girl right here. Trapping Slay in the building. Shalom, sis.
No captivity.
Shout out to Rizzy. Rizzy the Esther in the building. Always good to see you. Always brightening up the room. Shout out to Rizzy and she home team. Shout out to Rizzy. Shalom, Rizzy.
No captivity.
Shout out to Dr. Frizzle, all the way from the muck. Represent. Frizzle, you doing all right, dog? All the way from the muck. You know he real. Shalom.
No captivity.
Let's see here. Who else we got? Let's see. Uh-oh, next level. Next level always showering us with those no cap emojis, man. He said shout out to the no cap crew. Next level MF in the building. Next level, how you doing, bro? Shalom to you.
No captivity.
Let's see. My sister, Cassandra B. Cassandra B, how you feeling? You doing okay, Cassandra? She said, hello, Freezer. Hello, Cassandra. Shalom to you, sis.
No captivity.
Let's see. And
no captivity.
Shout out to Joseph A. Gomez. He is a member of the No Cap-tivity with Freezy show, and he is a top tier member, which is the No Cap Crown. Shout out to Joseph A. Gomez in the building. A top tier member, No Cap Crown in the building. Thank you, Joseph A. Gomez. Thank you, bro.
No captivity.
Thank you so much, Joseph. I really appreciate you. Thank you, bro. Let's see. Uh-oh, my dog Tommy B in the building. Tommy B, I know it's real now. Tommy B in the building. What up, Cole? What up, Cole?
No captivity.
Shalom to my arc, Tommy B. Let's see. Is that it? Uh-oh. Link Jack. I know that one. Link Jack, what's going on with you, dog? Link Jack, man, always cooling.
This one here for the third.
Always cooling. Link Jack, what's going on? Shalom with you, bro.
No captivity.
Shalom to you. Shalom to Marcus. Marcus Boss in the building. What, Marcus, how you feeling, man? It's good to see he got the freezer emoji. Hey, y'all done made those blue faces the official freezer. I guess those official freezer emoji. I got some membership freezer, but listen, shout out to the blue face freezers in the building, man. Shalom to
No
Marcus.
captivity.
Shout out to my sis, Jet. What's going on, Jet? How you feeling, Jet? Jet, I ain't gonna tell your business, Jet. That's your business, Jet. I'm just saying, Jet got them racing stripes in the building. Shout out, shalom to Jet.
No captivity.
All right. Yeah, we in the building. That's it. Is that it? Yep, we it. That's it. Let me see. Yo,
No captivity.
it's time to have a discussion, man. It's time to talk about life. Huh? It's time to talk about the subject matter that y'all been waiting to talk about all your life, which is why my life ain't perfect. Why my life ain't exactly how I envisioned it when I was a child. Why isn't it like that? Huh? What could I have done to change the course of my life? What could I have done to change the trajectory of my life? What could I have done? Is there anything you could have done? Have you ever thought about that? Is there anything you could have done? Well, we always say, you know, the Africans always come over here and the Asians always come over here and say, you need to pull yourself up by your own bootstraps. Ain't that what they say? You need to pull yourself up by your own bootstraps. Ain't that what they say? Well, is it as easy as pulling yourself up by your own bootstraps? An old man told me one time ago, what if you ain't got no goddamn boots, huh?
I'm at the club.
Ain't that what he said? What if your parents ain't leave you with no boots or no goddamn scraps? Not straps, scraps, huh? What if your parents ain't leave you with shit? Is it your fault how you ended up? I'm just saying. We're going to talk about this. We're going to discuss the dynamics of why Freezer life ended up the way it did, why Freezer went through the ups and downs that he went through, why y'all in the No Cap crew life went the way it did, and why it might be still going unsatisfactory now that you might not even want to, share with us, which is understandable. We're not telling y'all to put all your business out there, right? That's if you want to, right? Shout out to my brother, the world class in the building, Shalom.
No Cap-tivity.
World class said, scraps. That's what they left us with, world class. Could we control it? Huh? What can we do now to change the trajectory of our life? I know y'all thought this was going to be a boring topic, but guess what? This might be one of the most important topics we discuss in 2024. I ain't lying. But before we do that, right? If you haven't hit the like button yet, please do so at this time. Please hit the like button, right? Which is very simple. It's that little thing that look like this. And if you don't like what I said so far, if you don't even like that we are about to reflect on your life and Freezer life, this live stream, right? If you don't like that, hit the dislike button. But don't go nowhere. Even after you hit the dislike button, don't go nowhere. Stay. Kick up your feet. Party on down to the freezy beat. Just kick it. Just kick it. Just kick it.
No Cap-tivity.
Listen. Shout out to Miss Randy B in the building. I ain't gonna miss
No
y'all.
Cap-tivity.
Shalom to Miss Randy B in the building. So, I know we grown. I know all of us is grown folks, and it might be some kids watching from the crowd. That's why I'm trying to cut down on the cussing. But it ain't my fault. It might was my daddy's fault or my mama's fault. Y'all gonna blame Freezer for cussing? Who is it to blame for Freezer having such a foul mouth? Huh? Who we gonna blame? Whose fault is it? Is it Freezer's fault? Should I have stopped cussing at this age I'm at right now? Should I be able to stop cussing? Huh? Is it my fault? Am I a pussy nigga?
Oh, pussy ass nigga, I hate a fuck nigga.
Then I got to for the long time. Hey, give him 2 months of the Mark 10. Blood clot.
Is it my fault? Huh? Cause my daddy used to cuss like a sailor, and my mama made up new cuss words that I never heard before. I'm just saying. Listen, so we gonna get into it. Shout out to my dog, Big Pressure in the building. Big Pressure.
No Cap-tivity.
Shalom to Big Pressure. So listen, I got some current events I want to go over, but it's gonna tie into, is it your fault or is it the parents' fault for how you ended up? All of this gonna tie in. Most of it's gonna tie in, right? And I got some breaking news as well. Actually, I'm a little late. I'm a day or so late, but it's very important news that some of you guys might need to, be aware of, and let me know if you even care or not, right? We're going to discuss some serious things this evening. Also, to support this platform, just like Joseph A. Gomez just did by becoming a top-tier member of No Cap-tivity with Freezy, right?
No Cap-tivity.
A No Cap Crown member. To support stories of this magnitude and to support this platform, you could either leave a super cap, aka super chat, or you can leave a cash cap, aka cash app to $Freezy 1976. $Freezy 1976.
No Cap-tivity.
Let me see. Okay, so let me open my folder and see what we got for the No Cap crew this evening. Y'all want to talk about how the state of Florida, the University of Florida, eliminated diversity, equity, and inclusion? The university, y'all want to talk about that first? Y'all want to talk about, is it creeping for old men to date young girls? Well, y'all want to talk about that? Or y'all want to talk about Natalie Nunn just got caught cheating, huh? That's what y'all want to talk. Y'all want to talk about Natalie Nunn just got caught cheating and how that shit might affect her family? Do y'all want to talk about that? Shout out to my dog JT. He said breaking news: Lionel Richie is not dead. Super chat. Oh, I hit the wrong damn button.
No Cap-tivity.
Shalom to JT. That's good news. That's good breaking news. What y'all want to talk about? Huh? Umar Johnson. I'm gonna tell y'all something. Umar Johnson said, hold on, did I label that picture? No, I didn't label the picture. Hold on, let me label these pictures right quick, y'all. Boom, boom, boom. And is that a C? Boom. Okay. Yeah. Umar Johnson said he said it's the parents' fault. Umar Johnson said whatever results the kids got, in so many words, this is what he said. It's the parents' fault. Whatever results that the kids got, it's the parents' fault. Do y'all agree with Umar Johnson? Does anybody agree with Umar Johnson? Well, guess what? We're going to play Umar Johnson in a little bit. But before we play that, we're also going to talk about Natalie Nunn and how she got caught sucking dick. Oh, my bad. Goddamn. I said goddamn too. Damn, I said damn. You see what I mean? See how fucked up I am? See, I said fucked up.
No Cap-tivity.
It might be kids watching this. Whose fault is it? Also, that's Natalie Nunn again. Yo. But listen, this is what we're gonna do. Shout out to Emperor already ready with the failure, always on time. Shout out to the Drip Show.
No Cap-tivity.
I got to give Drip Show the bomb.
No Cap-tivity.
The Drip Show is the official sponsor of tonight's show. He started out as the official sponsor with $45, which he actually ended the last show, but it was right there towards the end. I told him he was going to be the sponsor of today's show. Right? He was going to be the sponsor of today's show with $45. And also Drip Show reached out to me. I just want to give Drip Show a special shout out because the Drip Show reached out to me in private, and this dude actually helped me out with some editing software that he had privy to, that he had to hook up with, and he reached out to me and thought about me. And I'm gonna tell you something, Drip Show, I just want to highlight that and give you your props, bro. I really appreciate it, bro. I want to show my appreciation live. Thank you, Drip Show. Thank you. I appreciate you.
No Cap-tivity.
And greetings to you too, Travel One.
No Cap-tivity.
Travel One of my favorites. Oh, listen, I know some of y'all don't like Travel One, but I like Travel. Travel One, she always holding your boy Freezer down. Travel One gonna always be here for your boy. Ain't that right? Shout out to Travel One, man. Let's see. They already. Shout out to the Drip Show with another $5 a $5 super cap. He said, Freezy, what's in your cup? No cap sponsor.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to the sponsor of tonight's show, the Drip Show. So, Drip Show is $50. It's $50. He's a sponsor for $50. Matter of fact, let me change it right now. Drip Show, $50 sponsor. Let me see. And there we go. Just that fast. Did it change? Yep, $50 sponsor. Drip Show in the building. Drip Show.
No Cap-tivity.
Let me see. Let me see. And so what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna cut. Since he technically gave his sponsorship last show, I'm gonna cut his sponsorship off at $50. And if anybody gives more than $50, even if the Drip Show gives more money, it's gonna be separate. So we're gonna cap this sponsorship off at $50 because technically he did give it last show, but I just wanted to show him some love. He gave it at the end of last show, but anytime somebody gives a large amount at the end of the show, I like to show them love towards the beginning of the next show. But I'm gonna cap this sponsorship off at $50. If anybody gives more than $50, or if the Drip Show gives any amount, if the Drip Show gives $51 or more, he will still be the sponsor. But if anybody gives $51 or more, they'll be the new sponsor. Shout out to the Drip Show.
No Cap-tivity.
Let's see. Shout out to Jordan. Jordan, what's up, Jordan? She said, what's up, Freezy?
No Cap-tivity.
Shalom to you, Jordan. RJ, my nephew in the building. What's going on? RJ getting strong too, man. Shout out to RJ, my nephew.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to DJ and Jacora too.
No Cap-tivity.
All my nephews in the building, man. Let's see. Okay. So yeah, let's talk about it. So, let's get serious. How about we get serious, y'all? Did y'all know we in trouble? You know what? I'm not gonna say we in trouble yet because some of y'all might agree with this decision that was just made at the University of Florida. But guess who has something to say about it? Governor Ron DeSantis. But just in case some of y'all don't know, right? Matter of fact, I'm not gonna play Governor Ron DeSantis first. I'm gonna play the news report concerning the University of Florida, which I'm gonna tell y'all why the University of Florida is so significant. They just got rid of their DEI. Do y'all know what DEI means? That college just got rid of their diversity, equity, and inclusion program. That means y'all can't be, you're not going to get a pass. You're not going to be accepted just because of your race or your gender or if you got one leg cut off. Hey, the University of Florida don't give a damn. Listen, if you're missing a top lip, oh well, tough luck. You got to get it how you live, earn your stripes just like everybody else. If you're disabled, listen, they don't mean you're gonna get included in a special program or get rewarded for anything at the University of Florida. You got to earn your keep and earn your stripes just like everybody else. They not including nobody. Everybody's gonna be included. Everybody's gonna be treated equal. Do y'all think that's fair, or do you think that's unfair? Do you think that the University of Florida should be ashamed of themselves? I need to know. Let me know. Super chat. Shout out to the Drip Show again with the $2 super cap. He said, "This no cap Freezy. I can't be capped."
No Cap-tivity.
Okay, so he started $2. He got shout out to the $2 super cap. I appreciate the Drip. Thank you, bro. Drip Show said he can't be stopped. Listen, I got a I'm gonna show this news report, right? What is it? It's off of TikTok. But I forget what news channel it is, but it's concerning the University of Florida and how they just axed the DEI program, the diversity, equity, and inclusion program. Now, like I said, the University of Florida axing this program is just the beginning. y'all do know that this is going to spread all across the nation, right? Ron DeSantis is asking all of the red states, especially the Republican states, to do away with diversity, equity, and inclusion programs for you niggas, huh? For the minorities, huh? For the women, huh? For the LGBTQIA element of P, huh? For the people with stank breath, huh? For the people who can't cook fried chicken, huh? But y'all get the drift, right? Listen. I'm going to play this video. Let me set the video up. And I need to know if y'all think this is fair. Should I play it on this screen or should I go to the chat room? I think I'll go to the chat room. Let me see. Yeah, I think I'll go to the chat room. I'm going to come down here with y'all. Here we go. Oh, no. That's not it. Okay, now we're looking good. I want y'all to listen to what this young lady has to say about the University of Florida and how they saying, we don't give a damn. Get it how you live, bitch.
University of Florida becoming the latest school to eliminate all diversity, equity, and inclusion program positions due to new state rules. ABC's Jay O'Brien joins us with the details on that. Good morning, Jay.
Janae, good morning. Florida now at the center of the latest firestorm over diversity policies in schools, this time at the state's flagship university. This morning, the fallout after the University of Florida eliminated all diversity, equity, and inclusion positions, getting rid of more than a dozen full-time jobs, including the campus's chief diversity officer, ending 15 administrative roles, and canceling all DEI-focused contracts with vendors. The university, now led by former Republican Senator Ben Sasse, saying it's complying with new Florida education restrictions after the state legislature passed a law last year banning public funding of diversity, equity, and inclusion, or DEI, programs. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis celebrating UF's move, posting, "DEI is toxic and has no place in our public universities." Republican State Representative Bernie Jacques co-sponsored the legislation.
To make sure that we have education in our higher education system here in the state of Florida instead of indoctrination.
Critics, however, warning that eliminating...
So I think that was a black guy. That was a black guy that actually agreed with doing away with the program. So it ain't just white people or Latino Republicans. No, it's black people that actually agree with doing away with DEI as well.
All DEI policies and staff roles at a leading public university will have ripple effects nationwide.
Our young people, our students, our educational institutions are the ones who become the collateral damage of everything that we're seeing right now. This is so far.
Okay, so obviously he disagreed with it, right? See, I'm gonna tell y'all where I'm torn at this. I've heard very similar discussions surrounding this type of shit, right? I've heard black people say, listen, you need to get it how you live. You need to earn your way through society. Nobody's gonna help you. You don't need, a lot of black people don't believe in reparations. A lot of black people don't believe in assistance, right? They believe that you should work and earn your keep. Well, this guy right here, there's other black people like this guy believes that, listen, because of the disadvantage that some people have in society, we do need special programs to help people out to push them through the gauntlet, right? What's your position on this whole subject matter, especially just with assistance altogether?
More than just politics. This is what's going to start happening all across this country.
How can you be certain that this doesn't inspire fear in academics and
Drip Show said, what's in my cup? That's that black tea, man.
In a way, make them fearful of teaching any kind of diversity?
Well, it doesn't do that, right? If there's a student-led group that wants to engage in diversity discussions or gender or what have you. If it's student led, they can do that. What we don't want it to happen is we don't want it to be institutionally led and taxpayer funded.
Now, 8 other states in it.
So there you go. See, I've heard that argument as well. All of these extra programs is costing the taxpayers. Do y'all agree with that? Do y'all agree with that, or do you feel as though there are some people that are less fortunate that do need assistance? Right? We're going to talk about some serious things this evening, man. We are. No matter how difficult the discussion is. You feel what I'm saying?
In addition to Florida, have passed legislation aimed at dismantling DEI programs on college campuses, and at least a dozen states are now considering similar legislation. Gio?
And it appears this debate is far from over. All right, Jay, thank you so much for that.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC.
Shout out. Super chat. Shout out to my sister, man, Lucky Marie, always holding it down. Lucky Marie got Sunday nights on lock. I'm just letting y'all know, if y'all want to see an excellent show, make sure y'all tune in to Lucky Marie on Sunday night. Lucky Marie got that thing on lock. Shout out to Lucky Marie in the building. I appreciate you for the $5 super cap as well, and the 4-leaf clovers for the look.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Lucky Marie, got that light jumping, always helping us keep the lights on. Thank you, Luck. I appreciate that. Thank you. So, how do y'all feel, man? Should I put the link in the chat right now? How do y'all feel, man? How do y'all feel about that? Do you feel like that the government owes us? Do you feel like, let's just stick with black people. Do you feel like the government owes us assistance, right? We already haven't gotten reparations, even though some black people don't believe that we should get reparations. They believe that we should, work by the sweat of our brow and get whatever we earn. Do you guys believe that it is a good thing to include diversity, equity, and inclusion programs and the jobs, the employment that comes with it? As y'all can see, the University of Florida, which is predominantly, we know it's a PWI, it's predominantly white university. They didn't even give a damn about the people that they employed in this program. You feel what I'm saying? They got rid of everybody. They got rid of the program. They got rid of the employers. They got rid of every goddamn body. They don't give a damn about your diversity, equity, and inclusion program. They don't care. What they telling you is, listen, if you can't earn it, if you can't earn whatever your accolades are, just like everybody else, if you can't earn your way through just like everybody else, listen, you just ain't gonna make it. This is not the place for you. The Florida Gators is not the place for you. I'm gonna tell y'all, I used to be a Florida Gator. I don't think I'm a Florida Gator more. Fuck the Florida Gators. I'm just saying, man, I might go to Miami University. I don't know. I'm just playing. I don't really watch football no more anyway. But I'm saying is this. How do y'all feel about that? Huh? How do you feel? Matter of fact, let me put the link in the chat. Should I put the link in the chat now? Should I put the link in the chat now? Well, no, before I put the link in the chat, let me show y'all what Governor DeSantis, the guy that's running for Republican president of 2024 election, Governor DeSantis had something to say about the University of Florida getting rid of the DEI program, diversity, equity, and inclusion program. And I keep repeating what DEI stands for, because some of y'all might not know what DEI stands for. We're gonna be educated. If we don't know, we gonna know. If you don't know, now you know, nigga.
No Cap-tivity.
Okay, hold on. Let me see. Let's listen to what Ron DeSantis got to say about this here.
DEI is better viewed as standing for discrimination, exclusion, and indoctrination.
So Ron DeSantis is already saying, man, fuck you niggas. That's what he's saying. That's what Ron DeSantis is saying.
No Cap-tivity.
He already saying, fuck you niggas. Yep, that's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. Let me play it.
And that has no place in our public institutions. Some of these niche subjects like critical race theory, other types of DEI-infused courses and majors, Florida's getting out of that game. If you want to do things like gender ideology, go to Berkeley, go to some of these other places. That's fine.
Governor DeSantis say, listen, if y'all want special treatment, get the hell out of Florida. That's what Governor DeSantis is telling y'all. If you want special treatment, if you want to cry and say you need special treatment and you need a hand up for your success, get the hell out of Florida. Take your ass to Berkeley, bitch.
This one here for the thug.
That's what Ron DeSantis just told all of us. Let me put the link in the chat to see if anybody wants to comment on that real fast. Let me see. Because we're going to talk about some other stuff too, but I'm going to see if somebody got something to say about what University of Florida, what the trend that they are going to start, if you get my drift, because I know a lot of y'all going to get caught off guard with them getting rid of the DEI program at the University of Florida. Now, I don't even know if this has already happened at other universities and other jobs and other employment agencies and career agencies, right? I don't even listen. I'm pretty sure they have, but this made major news because this is a huge university. The University of Gators. I mean, the University of Florida Gators is a very big university. Especially football team. They usually be ranked at least in the top 25. Even though in the past couple of years they've been sorry as hell. But I'm just saying. Let me see. Join the show. Who's going to be an affiliate? Who's going to be a correspondent and wants to just give a comment on what they feel about this decision that was made by the University of Florida? Let me go ahead and pin this to the top. Okay, I pinned that to the top. Anybody can call in. Yeah, what do you think? So, Governor DeSantis said he totally agrees with the decision. A lot of people, a lot of minorities feel as though Governor DeSantis is a well-known racist, right? But we know there are a lot of black people that are Republicans that agree with Ron DeSantis, right? There are a lot of people that don't think he's a racist. There are a lot of people that think this just wants you to earn your keep. Let me bring Marcus up. Hold on, let me bring Marcus up. Let me bring I got my first caller, y'all. Let me see. There we go. I got my first correspondent of tonight's show. Mark, how you doing, bro?
Freezy.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Marcus Post, just joined me as a correspondent on this subject matter. Mark, so the University of Florida said, fuck everybody that has a disadvantage, everybody of minority, anybody that's a part of the LGBT group, anybody that got one leg, anybody who dick can't get hard. They don't give a damn about nobody. They got rid of the DEI program, diversity, equity, and inclusion program. They nixed everybody that was working in that program, all the employers. They said, F everybody. Do you agree with the decision that was made by the University of Florida? And do you also agree with Ron DeSantis, because he actually agrees with the decision that was made by the University of Florida? What do you think, Marcus?
So honestly, I feel like it's a two-part answer. Or let me rephrase it. I feel like it's a two-sided coin. On one side, I feel like just as a man, as a hard worker, I ain't got no bootstraps. I'm gonna go find somewhere. I'm gonna make me some bootstraps. So that ain't no thing. Okay. But then on the other side of the coin is the whole reason for the DEI to be in place as a whole anyway, which is the discrimination in the past. And so trying to view it from those two lenses is an interesting thing. Because my initial reaction is like, all right, cool, you got a missing leg, but you want a free ride? Nah, kick rocks with that one leg. Or if you for the thug enough to have them grades right, you know what I mean? Get the scholarship.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
So you kind of leaning along the lines of listen, earn your own keep. Whatever you earn, you know, stop looking for handouts. Are you kind of saying that? Is that what you're saying?
I'm gonna say I'm leaning more that way, but when you put Ron DeSantis old, I ain't gonna cuss because I ain't gonna do that.
No
But when you put Ron
Cap-tivity.
DeSantis old punk, and this the thing, I'm an Air Force vet. He an Air Force veteran. He was a JAG in the Air Force.
Okay.
So that stings a little bit because I know it ain't coming from no place of I know where it's coming, which is the racist side of him, and that's anybody who's seeing and listening, they gonna gather that. So it's tough because I'm leaning toward if you able to go do that, then you need to do it. And if you were put in a bad predicament via your parents, it ain't the society's fault. It's your parents for making that bad choice. And then it's your fault at the same time. If you old enough to be aware, it also fall on you as far as accountability. So I'm sitting more on the. I'm right down the middle. Hey, no cap. I can't even.
No Cap-tivity.
Well, I mean, what you're saying, a lot of people agree with you, right? And let's just face it. I think what Ron DeSantis is trying to communicate to, especially the young adults that have plans on going to college or have plans on being successful and stamping their place in the real world. I think what Ron DeSantis is telling people is, hey, this is the real world. Nobody's going to give you anything in the real world, and you got to earn your keep, right? I partly agree with that. What I'm saying is that the only discrepancy some people would have with that decision that of Xing out or getting rid of the diversity, equity, and inclusion program is that some people, some demographics of people, in particular black people, right, have had a disadvantage since slavery. Now, a lot of people are going to say, we don't live in slavery no more. Why y'all keep talking about that? This is why I'm having this discussion to see what people are leaning towards, what kind of mindset people are having nowadays. You know what I'm saying? Because some people don't give a damn. As we see, there was a black guy on the news report that said, he felt like it was a good idea to get rid of it because it was costing taxpayers too much money. Do you agree with that too? Do you agree with the taxpayer side?
As far as the taxpayer side, I would have to see some evidence for that because I'm not aware of any taxpayer money that's put into place. Well, okay, all right. So let me take that back. I think businesses and different jobs do get money if they are participating in that. Like they'll get different kind of like not grants, but like just money from the federal government. So, to a certain point, I'm gonna have to agree that it is costing the taxpayers in some kind of way.
Okay, well, see, there we go. Our first correspondent, Marcus Post, said he kind of is. It seems like you're leaning more towards the decision that was made.
No Cap-tivity.
And I ain't mad at you, bro, because I wanted everybody's perspective. Whether you agree with the decision or you don't agree, all viewpoints are respected up here. I just wanted to see what my No Cap crew and how y'all really thinking out there. You feel what I'm saying? Hey, bro, listen, man, I appreciate you coming up, speaking on this matter, man. I'm going to bring up another subject, and I'm going to put the link in the chat later on, bro. Mark, thank you, man. Thank you, man. Hey, man, listen, man, shout out Mark, man. Y'all give a round of applause to Mark, man. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
No Cap-tivity.
Let's get it. Listen. So, that was our first No Cap correspondent. That's what I'm going to call y'all. That was the first No Cap correspondent. Mark said he agreed. He kind of more so agrees with the decision that was made by the University of Florida, getting rid of the DEI program, diversity, equity, and inclusion program. Do you guys agree that should have happened as well? That, hey, black kids, young women, anybody of minority, anybody that's considered or deemed to be at a disadvantage in society should just suck it up and earn their own keep. Do you agree as well? Well, our first correspondent, which was Marcus Post, he agrees. He agrees with the decision that was made. Well, more so, he's along the lines of agreeing with the decision that was made by the University of Florida. Now, with all due fairness, he said he's kind of torn in between, but he's leaning more towards the decision that was made. Shout out to Marcus for coming up and giving his opinion. Nah, nobody else called in because I like to keep the show going. Nobody else actually hit the link on this. So we're going to keep the show going. So now, hold on, let me see. I got another subject matter I want to discuss with y'all. Listen, do y'all think it's creepy for a person that's a parent? Let's just say a person that's a 45-year-old parent to be dating a person that could be their child's age. Do you think that is a no-no? Do you think that does that make you feel uncomfortable to even fathom the notion? Well, I ran across this on social media and I wanted to share it with y'all. There's two parts to this video. There's two parts to this video and I want y'all to pay attention. Where's Emperor's okay. Fair use, y'all. Fair use. Y'all pay attention to this. Let me know if this makes y'all feel uncomfortable.
We're in an age gap relationship. Of course, everybody thinks we're father and daughter. Put your seatbelt on.
We're in an age gap relationship. Of course, everyone thinks I'm with him because I got daddy issues. Ooh, babe, can we get these?
Put that down. You always ask for stuff. Come on.
Huh.
We're in an age gap relationship. And of course, some people think I can't get a woman my own age.
Come on, baby, we'll show you this time tonight.
And I'm just tore up about it.
We're in an age gap relationship. Of course, my mom and my man are the same age.
Hey, babe, does your mom still have some of that icy hot?
Do y'all think that's unacceptable?
Of course, people think I'm with him for his money.
Hey, baby, you got $1? I know I can get this thing. I got one more.
Do y'all think that's unacceptable? That she's dating a man her mother's age or possibly her father's age? We talk about it a lot of times in this space, and let's just go ahead and put it out there. It's not illegal. We know it's not illegal. But is it acceptable? Because we know illegal and acceptable is two different things. On both sides of the spectrum, is it unacceptable for an older woman to be having sex or possibly dating or possibly having sex with a boy that could be his age? I mean, could be her son's age. I'm sorry, her son's age. Does that make you guys cringe a little bit? Okay, here's the second half to this video that I'm going to show y'all. Y'all check this out.
No.
We're in an age gap relationship. Of course, we've got plenty in common. For instance, there's
What are these nails?
fingernails. We both got fingernails. Those are nice, babe.
We're in an age gap relationship. Of course, younger dudes tell me my man's too old for me.
What? When are you talking to younger dudes?
You know, in my DM.
Turn the camera off.
So, how does that make y'all feel? I know that was like a funny spiff, right? But how does that make... Are some of y'all like, hey, to each his own, as long as she's over 18? How do you feel about that? If she's over 18, should nobody have anything to say about that? Is there any immoral feeling to that whole scenario? Or y'all just gonna leave that alone? Y'all don't want to touch that, right? Y'all don't want to touch that right there, right? I just wanted to show that to y'all because it has something to do with the subject matter, like parenting. You know, what if your dad brought home a girl your age? What if your mom brought home a guy your age? Would you feel uncomfortable? The reason why I'm showing this video is because the more and more I surf social media for stories and stuff, I'm seeing more and more larger age gaps when it comes to dating. Right? I've heard a lot of guys in this space say, listen, we don't want women our age, we want the younger women. Right? Do y'all remember Morgan Freeman? I think Morgan Freeman was having sex with his goddaughter or something like that. I forgot. I think it was his goddaughter or god stepdaughter or whatever, grand stepdaughter or something. I don't know. But as long as they are of age, should nobody have anything to say about something like that? The link is at the top of the chat. Do you guys, anybody want to speak on that, you can. Anybody wants to be a correspondent, I'm going to put you right here, right next to me. Huh? When I seen it, I was like, he's having sex with that girl. When I seen it, I was like, that girl's parents failed her. Right? Or then I was like, maybe that's what she liked. Did her parents fail her? If your daughter is 19 and she ends up dating a 45-year-old, did you fail your daughter as a parent? Or are you okay with her? If your daughter is 19, would you be okay with your daughter dating a 45-year-old, especially if he's well off in his career? Huh? Does it make a difference if the 45-year-old guy is rich and your daughter is 18 years old? If the guy is 45 years old and your daughter is 18 and he's rich, does that make a difference? Would you be okay with it then? I like to explore different mindsets, right? Because some people say, oh, no, he needs to be ashamed of himself. But what if he was rich? Will you give him a pass then? Is it okay then? Huh? What do you say? We've had to discuss, people have had this discussion plenty of times in these spaces. Huh? You know what I'm noticing about some of y'all? Money makes a difference. You know what I'm noticing? Money makes a difference, doesn't it? I'm gonna tell you the truth. It's my, just speaking from a man's point of view, when we were young boys, I don't know if this is gonna sound nasty, but young boys dreamed about having intimate moments with they teacher, a female teacher that's 30-some years old, 40-some years old. Even though it's inappropriate now, but that's how most young boys, especially in the hood, that's how we're raised, to think like that. Right? We thought we get brownie points for something like that. So when women do it, it's not as shunned upon. But when a man does it, right, a man is more likely to be shamed dating, especially a 45-year-old man. Right? I'm just using 45 as a bullet point age, right? 45 years old, especially if a 45-year-old man is caught dating a 20-year-old girl, 19-year-old girl, right? The 45-year-old man versus the 45-year-old woman would be more likely shunned before the 45-year-old woman. Why is that, huh? I'm gonna just tell y'all the truth. Listen, if a 45-year-old man was dating my 19-year-old daughter, that would make me feel uncomfortable. It would make me feel, even though she's legal and I can't stop it, I can't really stop it from happening, right? But just because it makes me feel uncomfortable, does that make it not right? Huh? I just wanted to show y'all. I just wanted to give y'all something to think about. Okay, y'all ain't calling in on that. Y'all scared to call in on that one now. I see y'all. I see what y'all scared to touch on. Let's talk about Natalie Nunn. Let's talk about Natalie Nunn. Let's talk about Natalie Nunn. Natalie Nunn. No Cap-tivity. Natalie Nunn has been denying that she's been cheating on her husband for months now. Well, guess what? She finally got caught up in her scandal and was forced to come out and admit that she been cheating on her husband. Right? But come on now, we had to put some money on it. We been know that this slut been cheating on her damn husband. We're talking about the queen of, what is it called? The Bad Girls Club. The queen of baddies East, the queen of baddies West, the queen of baddies South. Is there a baddies North too? I don't know.
This one here for the thug.
But she just got caught. But I'm gonna tell y'all something. Now that she got caught and now that she was forced to actually admit it and come out and make a public statement, guess what? She's telling y'all she don't give a damn. Well, she gave a damn a few months ago because she didn't want to admit it. She was denying it. She was running away from the allegations. But not only is she admitted it now, well, she was forced to admit it, but not only is she admitting it now, she said some very disturbing and peculiar things amidst her admittance. And I'm going to show the video to y'all of what she's saying. Because maybe it was just me that got caught off guard by this ignorant ass shit that Natalie Nunn was saying. But I'm gonna get the No Cap crew's opinion on what Natalie Nunn had to say. Let me get this up out of here. Here we go. Is this okay, that's one.
2022, right? I, Natalie Nunn, was working tremendously. Jacob and I, we both were in a great agreement that we were gonna take a little break. That's when those videos that surfaced today, those little videos from 2020, so cute. I love those videos. Matter of fact, let's fast forward to January this year. You've been trying to extort me since January. You have been telling me that I need to send you a Rollie since Jacob posted his new Rolex watch that I bought him. We don't go together. We don't go together. You were a thing. Okay? How I make sure that you got a motherfucking bed to sleep?
Now she up here sticking her chest out. One thing I can give Natalie Nunn some credit for, she's sticking her damn chest out and she's making it seem like she don't give a damn what y'all think. She said, yeah, I was fucking that dude. Yeah, I was fucking him. But guess what? He was trying to extort me. If you think you're going to get a watch out of me, if you think you're going to get a Rolex out of me, think again. I'm not giving you nothing. Yeah, we was fucking, I'm admitting it. That's what Natalie Nunn is saying, right? Now, mind you, she is somebody's mother, which we're going to get into a little later.
And a motherfucker want to extort you and expose. It's not expose. Let's talk about it. Jacob's in the house.
Okay, that's the first video. Here's the second video. So she's basically like, expose me. Expose? Try again. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn if the whole world know I was giving fellatio. Expose Natalie Nunn? I don't care. Okay, y'all pay attention to this next video, cause this next video, this one I was kind of taken back. Here we go.
I like niggas that say less. Don't be being weird. There shouldn't be no NDAs and extortion. Nigga, I don't give a fuck, bro. What are we talking about? What? You're over there broke still, and I'm sitting on millions. The only person that matters is Jacob and Journey. They already know.
Did y'all see that? Did y'all hear that? She said the only people that matter is Jacob, her husband, and Journey, her daughter. And guess what? She said her daughter already knows that she fucking another dude, that she was fucking another dude and cheating on her daddy.
No Cap-tivity.
Are parents the reason why your life fucked up? Is the reason why your life fucked up because of your parents? We're gonna have a deep discussion. I told y'all I'm gonna tie in this shit. I told y'all I'm gonna do an excellent job tying in these videos to the topic of the evening. She just admitted that who gives a damn? I don't care if I got caught cheating. Listen, my husband knows and my daughter knows I was cheating. But she don't care because she's actually substantiating it by saying she's rich. She's validating her actions because she say she's worth millions. Right? Let me back it up a little bit.
What? You're over there broke still, and I'm sitting on millions. The only person that matters is Jacob and Journey. They already know. And they don't give a fuck about you. They don't care. Weird ass nigga. Go run and tell it all. I'm telling it first. Ha! I'm telling it first.
I'm telling it first. I'm telling it first before you. So obviously we know that the guy that she was cheating on her husband with, what is his name? Curtis. I think his name is Curtis. Yeah, Curtis. Curtis obviously was about to release some alleged proof that they was fucking, right? Obviously, he was about to release it. Let me see. And guess what? He did. And here's the proof that he released. Oh, he might have released it before she said what she had to say. She just trying to play it off. But whether he released it before or after, it don't matter. I'm about to show it to y'all anyway. Here we go. This is the guy Curtis, y'all. This is Curtis. This is who she was messing around with on her husband. This is who her daughter knows about, you know. And I'm going to tell y'all something.
You don't own no fucking baddies. I own that shit. You're a fucking liar. You lie all the fucking time. You lie to your own fucking husband and your family. What are you doing? If you want to risk it all by doing irresponsible things with Curtis in public, go ahead. I'm falling all the way back.
That's the CEO. I think he's the CEO of the Zeus network of that show, I think. This is CEO. Wait, no, her husband is named Curtis. The guy she was cheating on Curtis with is Jacob. I had it mixed up. My bad, y'all. We're going to get it right. Who is this? This is okay, so the guy that's talking is her boss and said he don't want no parts of it.
I told you before, I don't like him coming to our shit. I don't like him coming to the Bad Boys premiere. I don't like him coming to the Baddies premiere. He already at the Baddies West premiere, just taking pictures on the carpet. I don't want this nigga around my shit. You think you're just gonna keep getting away with the dumb shit you're doing? Then have a real ass conversation with your husband. Hey.
So let me tell y'all something. Not usually do you see entertainment CEOs and bosses actually talking with some sense and having some type of moral standard. Do y'all see that a lot? No Cap-tivity. Kudos to her boss of the Zeus network who employs her. Cause usually they be too busy snorting cocaine and having orgies and not giving a fuck. You feel what I'm saying? Finally, we got somebody in the entertainment industry that got some type of morals. But obviously.
No, I'm fucking Curtis. We together, and that's what it is. I don't give a fuck about. I already fucked.
So obviously, Natalie Nunn doesn't care. But the big question of the evening is, if her daughter ends up with these same characteristics, these whole tendencies, these whole characteristics, if her daughter ends up thinking that the only thing that matters is material things and money and being rich, right? And having different type of dudes, fucking different type of dudes. If her daughter ends up being like that, whose fault is it? Should we blame Natalie Nunn for raising her daughter like that? Or should we blame Natalie Nunn's daughter for, listen, and tell her, just like everybody tells, you know, somebody when they actually grows up and becomes an adult. Listen, you're an adult now. You should know better. Okay, it's too late to be blaming your parents. Ultimately, who's to blame? I want to have a discussion. Because there's a lot of elements to this topic, right? Some people aren't even here today because they've deleted themselves. They didn't even have a chance to even have this discussion because of the climate they was raised under their parents. Have y'all heard of generational curses? I have. I've heard of generational curses, right? Are generational curses real? Your parents used to be a child too. Before at one time, before you became a parent, you used to be a child, right? It's a cycle, right? But who's to blame? How do you break generational curses? How do you do that? Do you do that by still blaming your parents? How do you, is it even possible to break a generational curse? I bet y'all haven't had that discussion as well yet either. Are generational curses inevitable? Are generational curses just that? A curse that you really can't get rid of? Is that the case? Can they be broke? I don't know. Whose fault is it for why my Freezer life was fucked up? Whose fault is it? Is it Freezer parents' fault or is it Freezer's fault? Whose fault is it? Listen, let's see what your boy what's his name? Trucker, yeah, what this dude name? I forgot. Umar Johnson. We want to see what Umar Johnson got to say. But Trucker, yeah, man, welcome to the show, Trucker, yeah, man. How you feeling, bro?
You know what I'm saying? You know how I do, man. I'm feeling great right now.
That's awesome, man. You been listening to the show?
I just tapped in because I didn't even know. Man, I don't know what's going on with YouTube. I finally caught your show, and I read the title, and I was like, "Ooh, this should be a good one." So I just tapped in. Just tapped in, though.
Okay, so I just played a couple of clips of Natalie Nunn. Have you heard of Natalie Nunn? Natalie Nunn. Let me bring her up.
Who was that?
Natalie Nunn. She's like the biggest star on the. You heard of this reality show called The Bad Girls Club?
Oh Lord, Jesus Christ!
What they be fighting all the time? The women be fighting all the time on the show.
Bro, that shit been going on before I was in high school, my nigga. They still doing that shit.
Yeah. They changed the name from the Bad Girls Club to Baddies now. The Baddies East, Baddies West, Baddies South, all that kind of bullshit. Well, Natalie Nunn, I think Natalie Nunn is the biggest star of the show. She's like the figurehead of the franchise, the Baddies Girl franchise. But she just got caught cheating, and she's been denying it for months. But the guy that she was cheating with came out with some proof and some video footage that, you know, they had been messing around for a while. So Natalie Nunn, who we see on the screen here with her husband, she was forced to come out and admit, yeah, I was cheating on my husband, but guess what? I don't care. I'm admitting it. Guess what? My husband knows and my daughter knows. So she was bragging that that the guy she was cheating with can't really catch her up in anything because her daughter knows that she was fucking around anyway. So it's not like she's being put on blast. So I'm tying in that story plus what Umar Johnson is about to say with the topic of the show. If Natalie Nunn's daughter grows up to be a hoe as well, are we able to tell Natalie Nunn's daughter, listen, yeah, your mother was a hoe, but ultimately you have to take accountability for being a hoe. It's your fault for being a hoe. I want to explore this whole situation on whose fault it really is. If a person grows up and their life does not end up the way they would have liked it to. Are you following me, Trucker? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely following you.
Okay, so I'm gonna play Umar Johnson. The video that I got for Umar Johnson, and then we can have an open discussion. Let me see.
Dr. Opportunity. Yeah, we know about Opportunity.
So right here, Umar Johnson, he's talking about he don't even know why parents send a lot of their kids to college. Because shout out to Tommy B, man.
No Cap-tivity.
Tommy, what's going on with you, bro?
Tommy in the building.
What's happening, Trucker Yale?
What's going on, Tommy?
So Trucker Yale on this video, I mean not Trucker Yale, I said Trucker Yale. Umar Johnson. What Umar Johnson is going to be talking about is parents always wasting money sending their kids to college. Because what he's saying is you can't blame your child for failing out of college if you raised a lazy child or irresponsible child, or if you was irresponsible yourself. If you was irresponsible yourself and your child mimics your characteristics, and then you send your child to college and your child ends up failing out of college, it's not the child's fault, it's the parent's fault. So actually this discussion that Umar Johnson is having with, I think he's on Lil Yachty's show, shout out to Lil Yachty, it actually sparked my interest to make a live stream out of it. Let me play what Umar Johnson had to say, and then I'm gonna get all my fellas take on this whole thing. I'm gonna bring y'all up. Here we go. Let me see. Here we go.
See, here's the problem I got with the parent who say my child gonna go to college to be a doctor, lawyer, engineer. I got 3 questions for you. You gonna send that boy right there who smoked weed all day with his pants sagging with 50 tattoos on his body to Morehouse and Spelman, $40,000-$50,000 a year? Let me ask you 3 questions before you pay that tuition. Number 1, did you raise him with the discipline he needs to be successful? Because I'm sick and tired of black parents cursing their kids out when they get kicked out of college for academic failure when you know you raised a lazy ass black child. Number 1, if your child ain't got the discipline to go to college and succeed, why are you sending them? Number 2, Is your child about to major in something relevant? It's not just going to college. Are you majoring in a career that actually makes sense? If you go and get you a PhD in grasshopper reproduction, what career are you going to have being an expert in grasshopper reproduction? Nothing. You got to make sure your children major in something that is relevant. But if they ain't got the discipline to finish the degree, why did you send them? Most black children don't finish college, not because they don't know the work, Yachty. They were not raised in a house where they were taught discipline. And let me give you Dr. Umar's definition of discipline. It's the ability to do what you don't want to do, but it has to be done.
Taking off your belt.
Whether you like it or not. How many of our kids have that?
What, a whooping?
No, discipline.
So I'm gonna play it one more time and then I'm gonna bring y'all up just for the people in the back.
See, here's the problem I got with the parent who say my child gonna go to college to be a doctor, lawyer, engineer. I got 3 questions for you. You gonna send that boy right there who smoked weed all day with his pants sagging with 50 tattoos on his body to Morehouse and Spelman, $50,000 a year? Let me ask you 3 questions before you pay that tuition. Number 1, did you raise him with the discipline he needs to be successful? Because I'm sick and tired of black parents cursing their kids out when they get kicked out of college for academic failure when you know you raised a lazy ass black child. Number 1, if your child ain't got the discipline to go to college and succeed, why are you sending them? Number 2, is your child about to major in something relevant? It's not just going to college. Are you majoring in a career that actually makes sense? If you go and get you a PhD in grasshopper reproduction, what career are you gonna have being an expert in grasshopper reproduction? Nothing. You gotta make sure your children major in something that is relevant. But if they ain't got the discipline to finish the degree, why did you send them? Most black children don't finish college, not because they don't know the work, Yachty. They were not raised in a house where they were taught discipline. And let me give you Dr. Umar's definition of discipline. It's the ability to do what you don't want to do, but it has to be done.
Taking off your belt.
Whether you like it or not. How many of our kids have that?
What, a whooping?
No, discipline.
Okay, so I'm gonna bring my fellas up so we can have this discussion because this one here was a little tricky for me. I don't know which way listen. This one here was a little tricky for me, I ain't gonna lie. Let me see.
I agree.
It's a little tricky.
I was with him at first. Yeah, it is a little tricky. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, it's
That's
tricky.
true.
Hold on, here we go. Let me go. Okay. I'm setting up the screen for all of us.
Wait, is my camera on? Cause it's pitch black. I'm in the dark right now driving.
It's pitch black. So I if you want me to, I can just leave you down there, unless you're gonna cut your camera on.
All right, that's why I'm wondering, cause I don't like, I don't want to mess your show up just being pitch black in the corner. But that's
no,
cool,
no. I'm saying if you're going to stay like that, I can just leave your audio on in the back.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm cool with that.
Okay.
That's cool.
Here we go. There we go. Let me change the name. Tommy Marcus, man, how y'all feeling, man?
What's on it, big dog?
Let me see.
Man, this is hitting home because I got to jump in on this one, man. I had to call in again. So he's saying you shouldn't send your kids to college unprepared because the drawbacks are too great. If your kids are prepared, then yeah, go ahead and send them. You know what I mean? But personally, me going through high school, I wasn't studious. I was, you know what I'm saying? I was like a C student, C, B, depending on if I was interested in the subject or not. C's, B's. Then I went to college, HBCU at that, which was a 33 chicks to 1 dude ratio. So you already know what, you know what I mean? I just say I went.
You went to a black college?
Yeah, I went to North Carolina Central University in Durham.
Okay.
Which, it was cool, but again, I wasn't prepared mindset-wise. I wasn't being a student in high school or middle school. So when I got there and I'm seeing the chicks running around and I'm studying jazz studies, upright bass players, bass, you know what I'm saying, jazz, stuff like that, which he spoke to, it depends on what you're going into. If you studying grasshopper reproduction, what you going to get with that? Not to say you can't get none with music, but that's how not being focused and going to school for something like that didn't land well for me. It didn't do me good, and so basically I failed out of college. Luckily, I came from a military background, so I already had seen that route, and that's the route that I took to kind of finish my college degree as well as kind of set other areas of my life up. But to go back to what Dr. Umar is saying, that's I don't see how anybody can really disagree with that, honestly.
Well, a lot of people would say, once you leave your parents' house, you're an adult now.
For sure, but then going back to the my bad.
Well, I'm pretty sure a lot of us have heard that. Once you leave your parents, listen, I heard that. You know what I'm saying? It's on me now. It's on you. Once you leave your parents' house, once you get up here on this college campus, I dropped out of college. So obviously I ain't had a discipline because I went to FAMU. I went to black college, and it was just a whole new world. You feel what I'm saying? I wasn't mentally prepared. You know what I'm saying? Now, at the time when I dropped out and I ended up going to the street, you feel what I'm saying? My dad was like looking at me, shaking his head like, you no good for that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
No cap.
But at the same time, I'm like, God damn. I'm like, oh yeah, I felt like I was a failure. You feel what I'm saying? I felt like I was a failure because I was the one who failed out of college. You understand what I'm saying? They didn't have my daddy name on my transcript. They had Freeze's name on the transcript. You know what I'm saying? But as I gotten older, especially listening to Dr. Umar right now, but I've thought about this before. I'm like, yeah, I don't want to sound like I'm giving excuses. Like, I don't want to sound like I'm giving excuses, but even you just said Dr. Umar Johnson had a point, right? I'm gonna get Tommy in, I'm gonna get Trucker Yell in too. What y'all take on when a child leaves the house and basically is considered an adult? If their life doesn't turn out the way the parents expected it to, or even the child expected it to, like, we always use this word accountability. What do y'all think? I'm gonna let Tommy go, and then I'm gonna let Trucker go. Go ahead, Tommy.
You aren't an adult, but that doesn't mean you stop being a parent. Like, I'm literally fresh out the car with my pops, literally like 5 minutes ago, from chopping it up with him about life shit. So this thing that people think that shit stops at 18, that parenting thing is forever. Any major decision that I have to go through, that goes through my pops first. Like, period. Relationship shit, go through my pops. So, yes, you're an adult, but you're also, but that parent is still a parent. So, yeah, and I didn't get on with the Umar thing. Is I agree with Umar. My only problem with the Umar thing is, I don't necessarily think I would classify it as lazy, because me, I wasn't a school person, but I get up every day and go to work. So you can't qualify as that being lazy if, again, I'm literally doing what he's saying. I'm getting up and I'm doing what I don't want to do because it has to be done. So I think a better way of saying what he was saying is just identify your kid for their strengths and weaknesses. And if you see that you have a kid that's not a school type kid, don't waste money on college on that kid. So for me, I was just like Marcus. Like, I was C's, D's through high school. So it would have been dumb as fuck to send me to college and spend $50,000 a year, and more than likely you knew what the outcome was going to be. But my dad was a construction worker, so that's lightweight what he kind of instilled in me as far as that the blue collar shit, and that's what I've always rocked with. And so I just didn't like the word lazy because you didn't have the quote unquote discipline to go to college. And I'm sure he didn't mean it that way. I'm just kind of pointing that out.
Well, I'm gonna tell you the truth. Like, when I was in high school, bro, all throughout my, adolescent years, man, I pretty much made good grades. I wasn't no dumbass dude. I made decent grades. So when I graduated high school, my parents felt like, okay, it was always expected for me to go to college. You know what I'm saying? I was in at honors classes and all. I was a smart nigga. You feel what I'm saying? But when I got, what they didn't know was my parents wasn't really in tune with my emotional state. They really wasn't in tune with what I was actually experiencing psychologically, cause it we was in the hood. And like my daddy wasn't the type of dude that's gonna pay attention to me every day and say, "Hey son, I noticed something different about you. Are you okay?" My dad wasn't like that. You feel what I'm saying? So when I went to college, I was pretty much winging it. And I didn't have the discipline. Like high school, middle school, well, I think some of y'all call it junior high, and elementary, that shit kind of was coming. It came easy to me. But when you in college, you responsible for you. It's like it's a different world. Just like the show, it's just a different world. Like they tell you before you go to college, man. It's not like high school. You gotta turn your work in on time. You're not gonna have nobody policing you, And so when
you up in the morning.
yeah, all that stuff. Ain't nobody finna be waking you up in the morning and all that kind of stuff. So I wasn't prepared for that, dog. You know what I'm saying? I was just FAMU. If y'all know anything about FAMU in the 90s, that shit was like. Let me go to Trucker Yell, man. Let me go to Trucker Yell. Trucker Yell, Trucker, what's your take on the whole thing, bro? I mean, just for starters, just opening up.
I agree with him. I don't think it was like the situation.
Hold on, Trucker Yell. Hey, Mark, could you on your phone?
Yes, sir.
Could you turn it sideways so I can get the wide view? Okay, good. Go ahead, Trucker Yell.
Yeah. I don't think it. I agree with him 100%. I don't think he was talking about like how you wasn't. You had C's and D's like in school or whatever, but you wasn't lazy. I think he was more talking about the situation of the parents that do a half-ass job. They son smoke weed on a regular basis with their parent, right? You let this kid don't do no sports. He don't do no jobs. He doesn't do any of them. He ain't even trying to hustle. He ain't trying to do none of that. He just a lazy ass dude that's just sitting outside, smoking with his homeboys and then coming back in, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's more of that. And the sad part is, a lot of them parents that know their kids is like that for real, that set them up to be that way. Yo, they willing to lose that $200,000-$300,000. You know what I'm saying? I think that's more what he was talking about.
I don't know what you say about that. That's crazy.
Yeah, you gotta explain that. You say they willing to lose that shit?
Hell yeah, they willing. Bruh, you see it all the time. You said it earlier. Some parents be like, yo, my kid is gonna be a doctor or a lawyer, and in reality, that kid is lazy as shit. The kid sit there and play PS.
Trucker, we lost you for a second there, Trucker. Let me bring Tommy back. We lost you for a second, Trucker. I think we lost Trucker. But I don't think parents are sending their kids to college just willing to lose 200 stacks. I don't agree with that. But
I think what he's saying is, if you got a kid that's consistently cutting class, barely making it through high school,
yeah,
then essentially you are willing to lose that money if you send them to college. Because
if you know they were displaying that behavior in high school, that's what you're saying.
Exactly. So like y'all explained, it's way looser in college. They don't give a fuck if you come to class. In high school, if you don't come to class, they at least call the house. Hey, he ain't in class. In college, they don't care. If you don't come, you don't come. It don't matter. And so if they can't, in an environment where the teachers are going to snitch on them for missing class and they still don't care enough to come, and you send them to an environment where the teachers don't care, then yeah, you're basically saying, F this money, essentially. And I mean, you might not be, physically saying it, but I had, like, when my parents, they had us in private school from kindergarten, and I got kicked out in ninth. They didn't look at my ass and go, let's go find you another private school to get in. The motherfucker said, you going to public school now. We ain't about to waste this money on you no more. My sister went all the way and graduated through high school in it because she was in there and she was performing and doing what she was supposed to do. So I think that's more what he's saying is if they're showing you through their actions that they not about to put in what they need to, and you still send them, yeah, you're essentially signing up to lose your money.
But even if parents send you to school willing to, just say, okay, listen, I got it. I got $100,000. I got $200,000. I'm gonna put you through school, even though I knew you was skipping class. Isn't that negligence?
I think so. Financially, yeah.
Yeah, that's like financial negligence. That's psychological negligence. That's emotional negligence. Like, this is why I wanted to talk about it because, okay, a lot of people are adults now. I'm talking about even people that's well into their 40s and stuff like that. And listen, we know people in this space that still have issues even in their 40s. You feel what I'm saying? Like, why are these issues so deeply rooted? Like, okay, we can say, bro, you're 45 years old, bro. When you gonna change, dog? I mean, bro, listen, man. Bro, you can only blame your parents for so long. You can only blame your parents for so long. This is my thing. It's a reason why we have a such thing as generational curses. Like, how can you break that curse?
So personally, I feel like I broke a few.
But hold on, how can you break it if you don't even know? If you think that the world you living in and what you've been used to seeing from your parents and your uncles, it's a norm.
Well, shoot.
And
think about it.
Bad right there. Seeing, because if you're around some bullshit, you ain't gonna know nothing else but the bullshit. So it take seeing something else to even be aware. I would believe, just kind of because I grew up as a military kid, and then
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you, Chuck.
Okay, my bad. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mark.
So yeah, I grew up as a military kid, so that lent me seeing a whole bunch of different cultures. You know, Chinese, Japanese, Hispanic cultures, of course, white and black. And so from that point of view, I saw different routes as far as speaking on different options in life. But then you got the generational curse thing where your mama might have been a hoe. Now she having daughters. Now her daughter hoe, or your daddy was a hoe, and now the son. Speaking about myself, I went to college and was tagged, but I was knocking them down, and not knowing what the future is as far as finances and the loans that I took out, or the time that I wasted, or what I would have to do joining the military to get back on that track that I saw. You know what I mean? So I broke some generational curses, but it took me 10, 15 years and a whole nother couple routes to get to this point. Whereas had I had the mindset, which goes back to the generational curse thing, had I had the mindset and had my parents had the mindset to be more studious, which that's it would have transferred. But then that's a whole nother thing with desegregation and the DEI, just wrapping it back around. They desegregated things, and that took a lot of black people motivation in school because they were sending people to the slow classes when they shouldn't have been and all that kind of stuff. And so that generation, which my parents are 60, my pop 65-ish, my mom 62. So they went through they went through desegregation and was very aware when it happened. And so I think that curse specifically kind of passed down as far as academics. And like you said, it took awareness to even break up out of that and me seeing something else and actually wanting it to even break out of it. Because if not, I'd have been wrapped up in the same cycles.
So let's look at, we talk about women all the time in these spaces, and we talk about the Pookies and Ray Rays and stuff. They always talk about Pookies and Ray Rays in these spaces and stuff, right? Let's look at Natalie Nunn. Let's pretend that, let's say if Natalie Nunn's daughter ended up becoming a hoe. Right? We see the beginning stages. We see who her mama is right now. We see who Natalie Nunn. She is admitting that she was fucking another dude, and even her daughter know, and she's saying it with pride. Her daughter and whoever, I don't give her husband no pass. He a dumbass dude. But anyway, obviously he's in it for the money. She says she worth millions of dollars. So, okay, that makes sense if he's staying in it for the money. Women do it all the time. But if Natalie Nunn's daughter end up being a hoe growing up, now we talk about women like this all the time in these spaces. You know, we always say, man, dudes is dumb for even wasting time with women like that. Does that mean we should show women like that grace, being that they had a mama like Natalie Nunn and they got it honest?
I think with people in general, I think sometimes you have to. And the reason why I say that is because, like, one thing I hate what people do is, I was in that situation and I made it through. And it's a situation where literally, if you took 10 people, 9 of them would have failed, and you're the one that made it out. And now all of a sudden, everybody could have made it out. No, the numbers say if you're put in this set of quote unquote situation, or if you raised in this quote unquote environment, you're probably going to go that way. Now, congratulations if you're the 1 or the 2 that got out of that, but the numbers literally tell you, if you look at the numbers of humans put in your exact same situation, it's a way higher failure rate than it is a success rate. But what people will do is, because they made it out of that, everybody can. It's not the case. People are built differently, mentally, all kind of stuff. So this stuff affects them differently. So it's a lot of stuff that I kind of had to double back and look on, because I lightweight kind of had that mindset of, wait a minute, I came from the same shit, but I didn't end up doing this and this. But then I had to also double back and go, okay, but I had this as an advantage, I had this as an advantage, and that's what we never look at when we look at these situations, is the stuff that's our norm to some other people. That's a plus. So like me having a 2-parent household, that's a plus to a lot of my homeboys. Me having a stable household, not having a police at my house every other day, that's a plus to a lot of people.
No
You know what I'm saying?
captivity.
I can't sit here and be like, oh dog, I'm from the hood, I made it out, da da da, and then not incorporate, oh, but I also came from this and also had this and also had this. And I think that's what a lot of people do. So will she, should she have grace? Kinda. The thing about it is, though, no matter how you're raised, no matter the problems that you have, the world don't give a fuck. The world just gonna judge off of the results. So yeah, we can have grace, but once you come out to the world, they don't dig into your past to see, oh, you went through this, you went through that. They're just gonna judge you off of the presentation that you give.
Bro, what you just said was deep, right? Because what I heard from you was a break from what's normally being said in these spaces. Now we got people with big platforms that will paint a picture that, hey, it's almost like they try to categorize the successful people. Hey, all you successful people, all you responsible people, don't fuck with these fucked up people over here. You feel what I'm saying? And okay, I understand that, maybe it is smart to categorize people and to, cut off certain poisonous environments and stuff. I get that, right? What I'm saying is that I think we forget that there's a lot of nuances in childhood, child development, people growing up in different environments and all that kind of stuff, right? And I wonder how some people's lives would have been if they grew up in a less fortunate environment. Like, bro, I know generations of people that go to prison. Like, I know granddaddy that was an ex-con or convicts. Then the sons was a convict. Then they grandsons. I know people that are talking about every generation go to prison because they just think, this the life. This what we do.
Selling dope, the family business.
Right. Right. So on the outside looking in, that one individual that we're confronted with, that's like Tommy say, that's selling dope. Or that one individual that we confronted with, the woman that might be very promiscuous, and she, you know, she would be living what we would deem a whorish lifestyle. Should people have enough patience to look in, to say, to ask her, like, let's just say if you're having a casual conversation with Natalie Nunn, man, how did you grow up? Why are you like that? Or should people not care and just keep it moving because we know time is money, money is time? Trucker, yeah, man. Should we show grace to hoes? Trucker, yeah, you there? Trucker might be doing something. Marcus, what do you?
Depending on what kind of grace.
But
Huh?
yeah, I was gonna say Freezy. Let's get this understood. Showing grace don't mean dating. It's just understanding where they coming from. Cause like for me, like I'm a lightweight people watcher. So for me, when I hear stories, I do like to hear the context. And that's why, like I said, that's what kind of made me reflect on even me coming up and understanding that, oh yeah, me having a 2-parent household, like I literally went down my list of friends. And the ones that had the 2-parent households and the ones that came from the single ones.
Right.
And there literally was a huge difference in results of our outcomes. And so I had to take that into account when thinking about where I came from and where I'm at and why my brain operated the way it was. Even comments that some of my friends would make about, you know, like my pops. Like, damn, I wish I had a pops like that. I wish I had a pops. One of the comments I never understood. I wish I had a pops that cared enough to whoop my ass. I'm the ass whoopee. I'm looking at this nigga like, are you what? You know, but as an older person, I get it now because again, you looking at the context and again looking at the results and stuff. So for me, if I'm having a conversation, I would have the grace to try to get the context. But does that mean I got to date her? Fuck no.
Or
Let
even
me
give
see.
a
Y'all hear me?
handout like for a job.
Y'all hear
We
me?
hear you, Trucker. Yeah, you next. Let me get this super chat in.
Yeah, I got you.
Shout out to Angela Reddick with the $2 super chat. She said, great topics tonight. Thank you, Angela Reddick.
No Cap-tivity.
Thank you for helping us keep the lights on. Also, I want to know what y'all think about what Big Pressure said too. Big Pressure said, this is the information age. Everybody know what they doing. He say this the information age. So, damn, Trucker, yeah, he must be having difficulty. So do y'all think what Big Pressure said is true? You Trucker, yeah, go ahead. I'm gonna get you in there before you drop off again. Go ahead.
My bad, man. Everybody keep calling my phone, dog. This is yeah. Nah, I ain't giving no. Damn, man. You know what?
No, just
I will
say exactly what's on your mind. Just say exactly what's on your mind, bro.
I'm gonna say nah, I ain't giving no grace to extract. But after hearing what Tommy just broke down, which was fucking excellent, I would say a little bit of grace. A little bit of grace, I will give it. Like, oh damn, that's fucked up. I get it. You know, you was in a bad situation, but once I recognize that you continue wanting to be a part of that, you haven't really learned your lesson. You just out here for real like that. Nah, I ain't get. Nah. You know, it's one thing of making the same mistakes and learning from them, and just like you literally love making the same mistakes throughout your entire life. Like you know what I'm saying? Like you know what the problem is. You just don't want to change it. You have a choice to do it or not. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I look at it. But to Tommy's point, yeah, I have to wholeheartedly agree with that.
I'm gonna tell you the truth.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. I don't know if y'all had this experience before, but I've talked to females on the outside looking in, you would think that they women like Natalie Nunn, Sexy Red, right? But you know, cause you know, I don't discriminate. I'm friendly. I'll talk to anybody. Once I go to talking, because you know I come from different backgrounds, whatever, and I start, you know, having in-depth conversations. I found out that once you peel back the layers of these people, like they very intelligent people. Like once you and then they actually what's the word? They appreciate that you even, considered talking to them on an in-depth level, or even, like just took out the time to even, get to know something about them that nobody else know. You understand what I'm saying? Like me, I know how to talk to people. I don't. One thing my dad did tell me was not to judge a book by its cover. You lose out on opportunities like that.
That's a bar.
A lot of people in this space do judge books by their cover and by the way they talk. You feel what I'm saying? But what I notice is everybody has a story, everybody has a background. And if you actually sit down and talk to these people who we would deem thugs or pookies or hoes or something like that there, like some of these people like might have some valuable information. Like, bro, you know who put me on crypto? My homeboy who deep in the streets. This dude knew about crypto before me. You feel what I'm saying? So it's like that let me know, like, damn, why this nigga's ratchet and a thug? He's like he get the this dude I'm talking about down there get the thug award.
This one here for the thug.
But he know about Bitcoin and
Freezy. I'm gonna keep it solid with you. A lot of them knew about Bitcoin before a lot of us because
right. I feel what you're saying.
Yeah, like it was an underground way of paying for things. So
That's right.
like I literally look back now. If I knew what I knew then, y'all probably wouldn't be able to talk to me right now. I'd have so much. Literally,
Yeah.
my boy
Yeah.
was buying Bitcoin when that shit was like double digits.
A penny.
Dubai.
Yeah.
Like, and I didn't know what the fuck it was because we talking back in 2009.
And you would consider him a street dude?
Yeah, he was running plays with it.
Wow.
Yeah, that's because that was the way. Because it was unregulated currency, it was a way to run plays without it being traced. So that's been the biggest thing with the crypto thing is finding a way to be able to trace the transactions, so you can't launder and stuff like that. But I'll just put it out there like that's how the scamming thing worked back in the day. Was you paid for your information in Bitcoin, and back then nobody knew what the fuck Bitcoin was. I knew he was buying it. I had no idea what the hell it was though.
That's crazy. Yeah, because Bitcoin was used a lot on the dark web, right? Yeah. So I get what you're saying. And
yeah, they paid for stuff on the dark web with Bitcoin.
Yeah.
But we didn't know about it like we know about it now. So like I said, when he was paying for it, it literally was like double digits to buy. And now that I look back on it, I'm like, fuck, bro. If I knew what I knew back then, sheesh.
Yeah,
Nice.
bro. Imagine if you had 1 million Bitcoin.
Shout out to Elevated Mind Healer with the $2 super cap. She said, what does that say? Oh, that's a vibe. She gave a vibes emoji. Shout out to Elevated Mind Healer. Appreciate you, sweetie.
Cap-tivity.
Also,
Super chat.
2 Glock Hot with the $5 super cap. That's who told me about. That's who told me about crypto right there. Shout out to 2 Glock Hot.
No Cap-tivity.
He got the no cap crew emoji up there. Appreciate you 2 Glock Hot helping us keep the lights on. Thank you, bro.
No Cap-tivity.
Yeah, what I'm saying. I'm like, damn, dog, how you know about this shit? You feel what I'm saying? And so the point I'm trying to make is this, like, being involved in this space, it's become so, like, they've put labels on people, and it's almost like people, like you can get away with shit on YouTube because all you got to do is convince people that you're this type of person, and then it's going to add validity to who you are. But in real life, you might be a scumbag, or in real life, your life might not be peaches and cream like, you set yourself up to be, right? The point I'm trying to make is if your life didn't turn out the way you wanted it to turn out, I'm pretty sure Marcus probably wanted to be a goddamn neuroscientist, and Tommy wanted to be a damn a NASA astronaut. I don't know. I'm just guessing. And
Got that
here,
flip.
and I wanted to be the president of the United States. And Trucker Yell wanted to he wanted to have the cure for
Nah, I wanted to join the breakdancing team in Japan.
okay. See, I don't think that happened for you, but God bless you. The point I'm trying to make is that if our life didn't go the direction we wanted it to go, and we had a lot of disappointments in our life, and we know looking back, because people always ask them always ask the question, what would you change? You know, when you was younger, what would you change about your life? A lot of us would like to have been more disciplined. A lot of us would like to have a clearer direction of where we wanted to go in life, right? Like we just wish we would know about Bitcoin. Would have been rich by now, right? Should we put most of the blame on our parents for not being as thorough guiding us?
Freezy, let me tell you something, dog. And this is kind of like an epiphany I had. When I reached the age that my parents were when they was raising me, I said, God damn, I
My
don't know
parents is
shit.
right.
No. I don't know shit. So that means when they was raising me, they didn't know shit either.
Exactly.
See, what people seem to forget is when you're a kid, you think your parents know everything. Your parents got life figured out. How are you fucking up? You got it because one of the biggest reasons why is because they are the ones laying down the law. So in your heads, if you're laying down the law, you must got everything figured out. Bro, when I got to like my 30s, around the age my parents was, I was going, if I'm still searching for answers now, that means they were still searching for answers then. And it made me have so much more grace for my parents because it kind of humanized them and go, oh shit, you don't know everything at this age.
Right.
Because when you're 10, 30 is forever from then. So when your parents is, 32, 33, and you 10, you looking at them like, oh, this motherfucker, they buying cars, houses, yada, yada, yada. Like they got everything figured out. Until you reach that age and you figure out, I don't know shit.
What if you run across somebody that has depression because of their childhood? We're not talking about like I'm trying to say, I don't want to say the word essay. Y'all know what essay stand for, right?
Yep.
Okay,
Definitely.
I'm not going that deep, but I'm just saying, like, let's just say the parents was very verbally abusive. They weren't attentive. They really didn't pay attention to the kids like they should have. Now this person growed up as an adult with emotional issues, right? And go ahead.
Okay, just to even touch on your first point,
Yeah,
the essay, right?
yeah.
I don't think people understand that creates a lot of the holes that we talk about. So that's
Mm-hmm.
part of the reason why I say you kind of have a need to have grace for them because if you literally spoken to a lot of women on a deep level, it's a lot of that shit that didn't happen, bro. Like when I got out on the dating scene, around what was it like 2013, 2014ish?
Mm-hmm.
I would say if I dated 10 chicks, 7 would have a story about that. Like that shit is way more common than we fucking think. But what I will say, as far as outside of that, though, like with the lack of attention and stuff like that, we live in a society, bro, where most people don't have $500 put up for an emergency. We live in a society where, as adults, we're under an extreme amount of pressure. You got to go to work for extended hours of time. We're basically surviving. So a lot of the times when you do have kids and there's this lack of attention, A lot of the times it's not this big bad wolf that we want to paint. A lot of the times is a motherfucker just works 16 hours. They tired. They coming home and going to bed. And it's really easy for that to turn into a cycle. And 1 year turns into 2 years, turn into 18 years. And you spent 18 years of my life just going to work and coming home to bed, going to work, coming home to bed. And in your head, it's like, yeah, but I took care of you because financially we was Gucci. But that kid might have wanted that extra attention, etc., etc. Like this parenting thing ain't an exact science, and I think that's where a lot of people get it mixed up
But
when they
but
want to.
but Tommy,
Go ahead.
Trucker, Mark, isn't it unfair if I grow up and before you know it, I done got several women pregnant. Now I got 5 kids at age 28 years old, or if I'm a female and I got 5 kids and I didn't have the proper guidance, but I'm stuck with, I can't get rid of these kids because they're here now. Like society gonna blame me, but I know deep down inside I wasn't raised right. Who you gonna blame? Who you gonna blame in a situation like that? Like I'm talking about a child that you know they weren't raised right, but now they still stuck. Their life has took a turn. Like they stuck with 5 kids.
You want me to answer that truthfully?
See, I want to have this discussion because it's real life situation, and then it's like
Okay.
people done been on these spaces in these panels, right? And then like if this same person come out and say, yeah, I got 5 kids, the whole panel gonna laugh at them. Man, you a failure. They gonna treat them like they're a failure. Go ahead, Trucker Yell. Trucker Yell say, fuck. Trucker Yell, go ahead,
It depends on
Trucker
the
Yell.
circumstances, right? So if you got 5 kids at 28, but you take care of good care of your kids and stuff like that, and you with the same dude as a woman, you with the dude or whatever it is, you know, salute to that, right? But we're gonna go on like on what you talking about. Nah, I ain't giving her no grace. I think it's her fault because you know what? She knew better. She knew
Did
better,
she
even
though?
though
Did she really know better though?
yeah, she knew better.
Okay, go ahead, elaborate.
A lot of people know better. Even the dudes be knowing better too. You know what I'm saying? It's just they follow in the same footsteps. They choose. You have a choice, yo. You have like I try to hear people out, but then you know it's just like yo, hold up, you 20, trying to tell me you didn't learn from your first mistake, your second mistake. All right, so you chose to make 3 more with 3 other dudes, or you know what I'm saying, or the dude with 3 other women. Nah, you ain't gonna. Nah.
I mean, I think we need to like. I think that's what I'm saying. I think we need to find what Grace is. Like, I have a cousin, and I know how she was raised. It was pretty fucked up. She had 10 in 10 years. No bullshit. Only
Oh,
2
you
dudes.
said what?
The second dude she got married to, but she had 10 kids in 10 years.
Oh.
Now,
Oh, okay. Okay.
do I show grace? Yes, but do I give her excuses? No. You get what I'm saying? Like, cause I know her upbringing, and it was a super fucked up upbringing. So I give grace because of that, but I don't give excuses because at the end of the day, you got to handle your candle.
So as far as grace, what is grace specifically? Like, just what is that
But
specifically?
I'm looking at grace as like just I'm empathetic. So like I
All right.
understand where you came from. I get why you got here. But the world, again, like I said earlier, the world don't care. The world gonna judge off the results. They don't dig into your background. They look at your results and go yada yada yada, and that's how you'll be labeled. So I can be empathetic, which in my mind is showing grace. But at the same time, like I said, you still got to handle your candle. You made this, you made this situation, and now you got to figure it out.
I will say if a person is willing to change, like if they see they flaws, they see they did they self accountability, and they seeing where they messing up.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I feel like that would warrant more grace and even make me want to do something to help them. Not like
Right.
monetarily or anything like that, but maybe offer some information or a different path, or even just plant whatever little seed. But just somebody
Right.
that that had a rough upbringing and they continue to make the same pass and get negative results. Nah, I can't really. It's like hands off at that point. Like go on ahead, kick rocks, get on down the road. Cause
If they
that's just my.
if they continue to make the same path or go down the same road, like Tommy just mentioned, somebody who sell dope.
Mm-hmm.
Know how many guys I know that sell dope, and that's at this point in their life, that's pretty much all they know. And it's very hard to go from making
I feel that.
$10,000 a week to working at Walmart, right? How am I going to convince this dude who used to make $10,000 a week to say, "Hey, bro, I know they ain't hiring, but Walmart hiring right now."
Nah, tell him to listen, yo, take that money, just
You
do
ain't
it the
being
other way, bro. Take that money that you make at $10,000 every week and buy properties, dog. That's the easiest and the quickest way to do it. The easiest.
Yeah,
That's
that
how I
don't matter though,
normally
because if you
see.
selling dope, it's gonna get seized eventually anyway.
That
I
take
mean,
knowledge though. That take a certain level of knowledge set to do that. You know what I mean? Not to say they
but
can't
if,
do it. It's. I would say
bro, think
that's
about
just.
it. If you out here hustling that much to be making 10 bands a week, yo, you already got the knowledge. Implement that
But as
shit into
far as
something else. It could be entrepreneur. It could be anything. The trucking business. It can be
yeah, trucker.
anything else, bro.
But here's where the knowledge come in at. A lot of these guys buying $20,000 chains, foreign cars. Before you know it, they eating that money up because they trying to shine in front of everybody. They really don't know no better. They trying to live like rappers.
Then you don't get no sympathy because there's only two ways you're gonna go. It's either prison or in a body bag. One day, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. It's gonna come to an end eventually. Just when your time is up.
So
Now, if you want to
it's
keep
still
doing that shit, then that's on you. But my advice would be nah. Once you do your thing and you got that money, yo, somebody got. You trying to tell me not one person is in your ear, at least putting a whisper in your ear saying, yo, bro, stop buying these chains. Stop doing this. Like, yo, invest that money into something.
But
You
see,
ain't got one person.
okay, so it's. I have to explain this because if you haven't, I don't know your background, trucker, but if you haven't been out there, it's a different mind state out there. You're not thinking about your future when you're out there. You're thinking
Damn
about the
sure
next
ain't.
step. So that's why they spend money like that, because if I buy a property, that's for tomorrow. I might not be here tomorrow. So I could give a fuck about, appreciating this like, nah, bruh, I'm trying to enjoy this today because I might not be here tomorrow. But again, it goes back to I got a homeboy, even his grandma sold dope. I can have empathy for his situation because that's literally his lineage. Like that's what they did. They hustled to get by. But at the end of the day, when something happens to him, I understand that he put himself in that situation, and that's what comes with the game. So I'm also not gonna be sitting here acting like, oh my God, they got my boy because he put himself in that situation. You get what I'm saying? So
Absolutely.
I can have
Yeah, I
empathy
get what
because
you're
I'm
saying.
like, damn, that's all they taught this boy. You feel me? Like, and,
So
and this is coming from grandma to moms to dad to him, like
so
uncles,
I
like that's what he was surrounded by.
I get what you're saying, bro. I come from that background too. But all I'm saying is, bro, it's gonna come to a point where it's gonna be like, damn, bro, I'm tired of fucking trying to strive to figure this shit out. I don't know if I'm gonna make it the next day or not. Like, I don't want to keep going through that bullshit. Every man goes through that shit, straight up. I don't care how many family members you got that has done this. Yo, eventually it's gonna come a time where a man is gonna sit there and be like, yo, what the fuck can I do?
But
Well, I gotta watch my back every fucking 5 minutes for this shit.
But Trucker, yeah, don't you have to possess the mental fortitude even to make a decision to change and do something different, and then actually carry out that different path that you actually made a decision to go down. Like it's scary.
Absolutely.
This the thing. It's scary, right? It's scary to say, man, I'm not doing this shit no more. Like, I'm finna go down a different path. You know what I'm saying? Now, a lot of these guys don't really have self-confidence. A lot of these women don't have self-confidence. Okay, here we go. Let's go back to women who would be deemed promiscuous, right? I'm trying to be a little respectful, but they know women who would be deemed a hoe. Fuck that shit. They know how free to talk.
Thunder Rat.
Women who would be deemed whores, right? There are women that have went so far down the rabbit hole. They feel like, man, these dudes ain't no man finna be accepting me or look at me like I'm a decent woman. I might as well just keep hoeing and get this cash, get this money, cause this my life. This is how my life is set up. Cause dudes already calling me a hoe. They already calling me a hoe, so why not keep living like this? Listen, my life been doomed from the jump. My mama, she didn't pay attention to me. My daddy, he really didn't give a damn. You think I'm finna change for these niggas, especially on YouTube, just because they calling me a hoe or they feel like I'm not good enough? It's a lot of women, they probably looking at that shit like, I don't give a damn.
That's fine.
Okay, who you gonna blame more? But guess what though? Let me ask you this, Trucker, did they get it honest? That mind state that I just described, did they get it honest?
Sheesh.
You see where I'm going with it?
Nah, yeah, I see where you going with it, but yeah, they ain't getting no amount of
Chucky ain't trying to hear
Nah,
Cap-tivity.
We got the
nah,
ice in his
man,
veins.
because it's like once
ice in there.
again, bro, you got a choice, man. I don't care what situation you in. Once you get out of that situation and you know the consequences of it and you still do
But
it,
see, Freezy, that's what I'm talking about, this talk. If I present to you a situation, and if you put 10 human beings in that situation,
right,
and 8 of them are gonna fail, don't nobody give a fuck that you got a choice. We get that. But this situation is showing you that if 10 human beings is put in a situation, 8 of these motherfuckers is gonna fail. They're telling you it's a failing situation, which essentially means you have to be an exceptional person to get out of this circumstance. Everybody acts like every fucking human being is exactly the same. They ain't.
So what's the fix
That's
for that?
just real.
okay, so
Let me ask you what the
nobody's
fix
saying
is
that.
for that.
Somebody first off, nobody's saying everybody is the same or everybody's perfect. What I'm saying is again, is y'all make this shit harder than what it's supposed to be, dog. Like for real, like y'all make this shit way harder than what it's supposed to be. Like it's not that. Yo, if you want to do better, you gonna do better. That's just what it is. If you don't want to go through these situations, I don't care. You're going to stop. You're going to stop. There is no God can't help you with that. It's all on you. You're going to stop.
Mind over matter. Easy.
You're going to stop. I don't care what situation
like
it is,
easy,
bro.
But
hold on.
If you really want
I hear what you're saying.
if you,
but Trucker, I hear him too. Like it's at the end
Mark,
of the day, it's an individual choice.
Mark,
And
what
they
you're
got
saying
to
is
make the
exactly
right
right.
choice
Hold
in
on.
order to get something different.
Let me explain it to you like this, right? I don't have an addictive personality. I used to smoke cigarettes. You know how I stopped? I don't want to smoke no more. I used to smoke weed. You know how I stopped? I don't want to smoke weed no more. 99% of people can't fucking do that. I understand as an individual, I have a different mind than people. So I'd be a fucking idiot to go around and go, if you want to stop, nigga, just stop. The fuck? It's deeper than that. It just is.
It is. I think it is
To a
too.
point.
I think so.
Man,
To a point. Like if a person
Hold
wants something,
on
they gonna
because
go get it.
go ahead, Mark. Go
I
ahead,
don't look
Mark.
at it
Go
that,
ahead,
bro.
Mark.
Nope.
I feel like somebody want it bad enough, they gonna go get it. Ain't no obstacle gonna stop nothing. You know what I mean? If they got the mindset to go get something, not to discredit what you're saying. Like I definitely understand what you're saying, but it's another caveat, another side to the coin. If nigga want that shit, they gonna go get that shit. Ain't nobody saying, oh, you can't do that. Or
Exactly.
if they ain't never seen that
Like,
shit, ain't gonna matter at that point. But that's not not to
yeah.
discredit what you're saying as far as like the 2-parent household and the emotional stability and the financial. Like that's for sure a real thing. I get that for sure.
Because I'm looking at it
even
like
with that,
I'm
that's a brain thing. That's not even coming from a 2-parent. That's just me. I don't
bro.
have an addictive personality. So because I don't have an addictive personality, if I do things, I tend not to get addicted to them. So that's a caveat that if I didn't think that deep into it, I'd be looking at people who struggle to stop smoking cigarettes and be like, just stop. Why you can't just stop?
Yeah,
You
I
get
was
what I'm
addicted to
saying?
weed. Hey,
Oh,
I put
okay.
it
So
like
let me
this. I was
get
addicted to
this.
weed, and I was in a down place, 18, 19, 20, about 20. I ain't had shit going, no momentum, just failed out of college. I ain't had shit going. I had to stop smoking weed to join the Air Force. It wasn't, no weed was gonna fucking stop me from making my life better or getting a GI Bill so I can go back to school. Like, fuck that weed. Nigga, like, and ain't
I
nobody
can,
So
make
I
me
can
let
do
tell
it in
you,
school.
Mark,
so
I got a niece
bro.
who had straight
I'm
A's through
gonna
high
get
school.
world class and JT in there too. Go ahead,
Okay,
Tommy.
I had a niece who had straight A's through high school, got to college, literally started smoking weed, straight downhill from there. It affects everybody differently.
I feel that.
Man, all right, listen. All
Go
I'm
ahead,
saying is
trucker.
this. Hey, because I'm looking at it like this, bro. If niggas can get out here and fucking sell dope and all this other bullshit and sell your motherfucking Gucci and all this other shit for money, nigga, well, gotta get it out of here. I gotta get it how I live to get this motherfucking chain and all this other shit to put on a persona. You trying to tell me you can't do the same thing when it come to putting in work to do something to change your life? You are now all of a sudden you crippled because of that shit. Now all of a sudden, like, no, I ain't trying to hear that. I get everybody can't. I think it's more people that can do right and do better. They just choose not to do it. I don't think it's just a mentality thing. I think it's just a lot of fucked up individuals out here. A lot of fucked
So,
up parents
But
who,
but
who
hold on.
choose this,
Let me
that
say
do
this.
this
Let me
shit,
say this,
bro.
Tommy. I think. See, that's why I said it's a lot of nuances to this shit because, man, fear is a real thing. Like, okay, so me, I was always told that therapy, counseling, that shit was for weak people. My daddy say that's for crazy people, weak people, right? Dog, I'm in my late 40s. I just considered therapy. Listen, I went through a gruesome loss with my mom. I had described it before what I ran up on with my mom. A gruesome. But the way I grew up and the environment I grew up in, I was thinking, man, I don't need no damn therapy. You know what I'm saying? But life broke me down, dog. I'm telling you, like, and then once I started going, I realized I needed that shit a long fucking time ago.
This one here for the thug.
Like, somebody should have been told me that shit. You feel what I'm saying? But I didn't know because in my mind, I'm like, that's how I was raised. Some things ain't that simple. All I'm saying is, like, in your world, like in somebody else's world, looking in your world, they might think, oh, that shit's simple, just change that shit. But in your world, I don't know. I don't know if somebody understand what I'm trying to say.
No,
But
you hitting it right on the head, Freezy, and that's kind of
You
my
are hitting
point.
it right on the head, bro.
Even just listening to you talk is making me think, like, are you really from that world? Because if you're from that world and you've talked to some of these people, they're intelligent people, but they will literally explain to you how they, like, fuck talking to them. I've watched how people got into them situations. I've watched the family dynamics. You said anybody can anybody knows better. It's the reason why you see the majority of people in them situations coming from fucked up backgrounds. There's a reason for that.
Agreed.
Freezy, can I hop in real quick?
Yo, go ahead, hot sauce. Go ahead, man. You can quiet, bro.
Yo, salute to the
Hot sauce in the
channel.
building.
Yeah, hot
salute
sauce
to
in the
the
building.
panel. Yo, what's going on? So I got two answers for you. So from a Hebrew perspective, I would say Romans chapter 9:21. So have not the potter have power over clay of the lump to make one vessel unto honor and another unto dishonor, right? So if I'm looking at that, God creates some of us for destruction, God creates some of us for dishonor, right? So that is my spiritual answer. My academic answer would be that probably 70% your parents' fault for your fuck up, and 30% you, because you're an adult, so at some point you got to kind of take responsibility for your life. But at the end of the day, there's a reason why we can forecast shit based on your background, right? We can forecast shit, right? I can look at a community and I can say, because like prison and pipeline system, right? That's how we got privatized prisons, right? We would look at a community, look at how many people, how many young black boys are there, and we knew how many prisons to build and how much money to invest in, right? And then we would say, okay, you'll get your return on investment in X amount of years, and we'll build it this amount of time. Because so if a population of 30,000 black boys living in Chicago, okay, we know that 60% are going to end up in jail. So then we do all the things accordingly, right? And it never failed, right? Your foundation is who you are. When you build a house, you need to build a foundation. Nothing in this world kind of supersedes its foundation. So at the end of the day, I understand that, yeah, you are an adult, so that's why I can say 20-30% you are who you are, because at some point you do have to take accountability. You can't be 50 years old and be like my mom and dad, right? I get that. But however, most things in the world, right, operates according to its foundation. And that is fact, bro. That's how I know I can look at a population and know how much money I need to invest in prisons.
But hot sauce, are there 50-year-old kids walking around here right now?
What do you know? What do you
Hell
what?
yeah.
You understand what I'm saying right now?
Yeah, it's a lot of grown ass kids out here, dog.
Are there a lot of grown ass kids walking around out here in
Yeah,
society? Right?
I hear what you're saying. So, but bro, at some point you gotta take responsibility. But at the end of the, I mean, that's why pedigree matters, man. That's why I said, right, I will never let my daughter marry a man who doesn't come from a two-parent household, regardless of who they are, because odds are I can probably get a better product from a two-parent household. Foundation matters, pedigree matters, man. And I know that's
to
very
go for what you're saying,
controversial.
Hot Sauce,
Say again?
if you supersede your foundation, you're called what? The exception. And what do we
Yeah,
say?
you're the
The
exception. Yeah.
exception is not the rule.
Yeah, so I mean, at the end of the day, bro, foundation matters, man. And if you look at how, I mean, basically, look how things work. Look how things work. Everything is based on, we know the future from the past, right? And we can look at where you come from and kind of estimate what's going to happen. That's how things work.
I think that's why they ask if your parents, if you're the first generation college or not. You know what I'm saying? Just kind of on that
Yeah.
same.
No,
So
that's
yeah,
why
I
where
get
we
that.
come from. That's why where we come from, you can look at certain people and go, "Yeah, he probably ain't gonna be shit." Why? Because
Bro.
we see the circumstances that they come from.
And their
Bro,
character on
perfect
top of that.
example.
But yeah.
Perfect example is this. Perfect example is this. Medical. When you go to the doctor, they ask for your family history. Who has high blood pressure? Who has diabetes? Right? Diabetes is not genetic. High blood pressure is not genetic. But if you come from that environment, they tell you up front, you're gonna have 50% higher chances. What black people have 50%, 40%, or 40% more likely to have high blood pressure and diabetes. Why? Not because you're predisposed to it, but we know that you live in food deserts. We know that the black American diet is 60% ultra processed food, where the suburban diet is more 50-50 or 60-40 whole foods versus processed foods. We know that ultra processed food gives you diabetes and high blood pressure. And we know you niggas live 5 miles away from a supermarket. So where you eating at? The gas station and shit. The bodega, right? We know that. And you
That's in New
start
York,
eating
not
that shit.
California.
You start eating that shit at 5 years old.
Tacos
That's how
out there,
things
huh?
work. And
So
I'll land my plane. I'll land my plane.
So you mentioned the prison. I forgot what you said. The
Private
school.
prisons. Private prisons.
Yeah, yeah.
Prison industrial
Private
complex.
prisons.
Right. So you mentioned that, right? And that was a great point you made, because if that's the case, that means that systems are actually predestining kids to end up in a certain
Yes.
situation.
Yes. That's what white supremacy is.
So you
It's
just
a
acknowledged
system.
that, though.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
Okay. So if that's the case,
Mm-hmm.
we know that there are huge think tanks that had to be set in place to even finagle these plans together.
Yes.
I'm talking about all the way down to, even if a child has a bright idea.
Mm-hmm.
No, we need to make this. We need to make these programs so effective to where they just can't see their way out of it.
I mean, yeah. I mean, does America?
The only
put
thing that's
black
going to
people-
save this particular child is if they have responsible parents at home. And
Yes.
sometimes that don't even work.
Yeah, I mean, yes, yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, but I mean, but that goes to me and Tommy's point, because if I can fuck up your foundation, you need to be the exception to the rule, and most people are not exceptional because the definition of the exceptional means the few. So that also goes to me and Tommy's point, because I know foundation matters so much, so I'm gonna fuck up your foundation.
Okay, so go ahead, World Claire. Go ahead, bro. I wanted you to come in too and ask. I see you soaking up. You and JT. What's your thoughts on the whole thing, bro?
You on mute.
Hey, yo, Mike is
You on mute,
talking,
World
though?
Claire.
What's up? Peace to the channel. Peace to the panel. To the chat.
Peace.
Freezy, what it is. JT, Tommy.
What's going on, bro?
What was the last thing?
Well, we were talking about prisoner. Hot Sauce acknowledged that there is a school to prison pipeline. But at the same time, Hot Sauce was saying that ultimately, once you leave your parents' house and you become an adult, it's on you, right? What's the fine line between all that? Like, think tanks have purposely put these systems in place to make to make you think a certain way, right? To get used to a certain type of system in life, whatever. Right. And we got homeboys, homegirls that, they ain't even make it out of high school. They ain't even graduate. They went, they go straight from school to juvenile.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? And we know a lot of people that just can't get right. Why they can't get right? A lot of people be saying, man, just change, man. Listen, you have the choice on how you want your life to be. You're an adult. Is it that easy though? Is it really that easy?
Yeah.
Okay. Explain. Go ahead.
I mean, because you asking, the question is it that easy? The answer is yes.
Okay.
Is it that easy for somebody that doesn't want to do the work? No. Is it that easy for somebody that will never come across the concept? No. Is it that easy for people that are still susceptible to peer pressure? No. It is that easy to make a decision to go do it. It's not hard to make that decision. You don't have to. It weighs 0 pounds. You have to try. You got to travel 0 miles, 0 engines to make that decision. So it is that easy, but it still requires a person that wants to be aware of it and wants to be a part of that result. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, it could be. I don't like this answer because we use it too much, but it depends on the person. It in itself is that easy to just make that decision. Like what Tommy was saying. Tommy would technically be weird. Tommy and Poppy didn't convince me we the weirdos in this space. When I don't want to do something, I just say I'm not doing it no more, and I don't do it. I got tired of having titties and rolls as a male when I was in my early 20s, and I said I don't want this no more, and I got rid of them. You know what I'm saying? And it's just that simple. But a lot of guys not that. So to make a decision is easy.
So okay, so you're saying to make the decision is easy. What if there's a lot of fear just to even make that decision, just to say I'm gonna. You understand what I'm saying? Let's put the fear factor in there.
You want to be afraid or you want to be worthy? Which one you want to do?
Bars.
It's up to you.
Thank you.
You want to be? You said say it again. You want to be afraid or you want to be what? Say it again.
You want to be afraid or you want to be worthy? Which one you want to do?
Worthy.
It's a decision.
Okay.
It's a decision you're gonna have to make.
Man, like respectfully, it's just not that easy. I'll give you another example. Robert Smith, the richest black man in America, right? He went to Morehouse, gave everybody. He said, "I'm going to pay everybody's debt." Next day, the people that matter had this motherfucker up on tax evasion charges, investigating. Why? Because the financial system is that as soon as you get on the debt tick, you never come off, right? If I can get students who are going to be economically viable once they graduate, they're going to be paying me, the banks, right, for at least 20 years.
I'm not understanding what that has to do with what I was talking. Freezy asked me about the decision to make, right? So I'm not talking about.
I'm getting to that. I'm getting to that right now. Okay. So even when we make a decision to change, right, you still need a couple things. You still need authority and resources to make that change, to execute that change, right? You need authority and resources.
Authority over yourself or what?
Cap.
Like, whatever the change may be, you need authority and resources.
It started with self, so you got to have authority with self. Otherwise, authority over what? Because I was broke when I made my move. I ain't had shit.
That's cap.
I just had a vision. You know what I mean? So, I had authority over my mind.
That's an excuse.
Why you think that's an excuse, Slimmy?
I'm gonna tell you right now, bro. If you moving based on fear, you ain't gonna never go no fucking where. That's just me personally. It's exactly what he was talking about. It's either you want it or you don't. If you want to succeed, bro, go get it. You gonna have to face your fear one way or another. That's why it's called a fucking trial for men.
But hold on, Trucker, listen. Let's go back to the parents. Some kids are thoroughly equipped with the tools of life, right? Let's just say if they do want to make a decision to change the trajectory of their life, they have some kids have the foundation. Some people who actually became adults have that foundation and tools in order to change the trajectory of their life and say, hey, you know what? I don't want to work this career path anymore. I want to go more so down the entrepreneur path, right? I want to do that. That's a huge change in somebody's life, because you could face poverty and all kind of stuff if you don't make the right decisions, right? But there are some kids who never had that type of guidance where the parents dropped the ball.
Let me give you.
And you guys talking about? Hold on, you guys talk. I'm gonna let you know, Tommy. You guys talking about if you don't face your fear at one point in life, you just gonna be. Well, guess what? It might be easier for me to just stay where I'm at because I don't know what the fuck I want. Like I don't know. Like I wouldn't know where to begin to change this trajectory in my life. Go ahead, Tommy. I'm gonna let Tommy go and anybody else.
I'm sorry, my bad. Go ahead.
This right here literally proves what me and Hot Sauce are saying. If you look at the stats of a kid with two parents that went to high school graduates and the chances of them graduating high school, then you knock it down to one parent and you look at the stats. Then you say both parents didn't graduate and you look at the stats. It's literally relative to that. Then you go to college. It's literally the exact same pattern. If you end up on the other end of that stat, you are the exception because that stat shows you human beings. It ain't even a race thing. Human beings put in this situation fail more times than succeed. So if you succeed, you are the exception. The exception is not the rule.
So can I
Go
gotta
ahead,
stop doing
Slimmy. Go ahead, Slimmy. Hold on,
I
Slimmy.
gotta
Hold on 1 second, Slimmy. Let me do this right quick first. Cause I held off too long. Let me see.
Check the cash out, bitch. You so damn dumb. Check the cash out.
Shout out to Next Level with the $5 cash cap. He said, great topic. I appreciate that, Next Level. Appreciate that, bro.
No Cap-tivity.
Go ahead, Slimmy.
What's up, everybody? I ain't even say nothing to nobody. I was just about to go in.
Go in here. Go in.
What's up, big dog?
Going on?
What's going on, big
But
dog?
no, the only thing I don't like is like we gotta stop talking about the stats, because in all reality, like I worked for the Census Bureau, like a couple summers or years. So when you do these things, anybody who knows about the Census Bureau that is done individually by a person. So if you go, you're supposed to go door to door. Now, sometimes people aren't at those houses. Now, unless it is a perfect person doing these census stats, most of the time, sometimes they just filling shit in, man. They not even talking to nobody. So I can tell you that for a fact, all that shit is not always accurate, 100% accurate. So I can tell you that just knowing from working for the Census Bureau from a few years. Like, sometimes you just gotta fill in the blanks and you just gotta make an assumption. Just being real with you. So all those stats, like, who do you think they're going to talk to all the time? Who do you think they really talking to? Like, I've never had anybody come up to my door and ask me and give me a survey. So who are they talking to? Where are they getting these statistics from? Who do you think
Well, you can
answers?
look up who graduated high school and college, or attended college or
No.
graduated.
But it's a lot of other stats though too. All I'm talking about overall. Like, who are they really talking to? Where you get these stats from? I'm just throwing that out there. But the thing is, more important than that is you have free will, no matter what. So no matter what your circumstances are, you have free will to live your life and do what you want to do. Do exactly what you want to do with it. Everybody has the same 24 hours in a day. We can all make excuses about why we ain't this, why we ain't that. You don't have the option to rely on what your parents did for you at the end of your life. You don't have that option as a human being to worry about what your parents did for you at the end of your life. You
Hey, is
have to
God
live.
gonna look at that and ask us what our parents did for us? Like, matter of fact, now that you're saying that, like, is God gonna say, "Oh, that's your parents' fault. Don't worry about it."
So
Yeah,
let me say this real quick if I can. So I want to make 2 points. So the God thing, you can find the answer to that in Romans 9 verse 21. Second point, when we're talking about the stats, when we're talking about prison stats, college graduation stats, high school stats, that doesn't require any interviews. It's in the education system and it's in the criminal justice system, right? You just can go to your criminal justice office and they can print out the data, right? It doesn't require any type of interview.
yeah, all stats aren't like that though. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
Is all
but I mean, but to discredit what we're saying, you have to talk about that the information we're gathering for high school graduates in prisons is incorrect, and for high
no.
school prisons,
Credit
you
anything.
don't need us to talk to anyone. It's in the system.
I didn't do anything. I just said all stats aren't going to be 1,000% accurate, because sometimes in certain situations, when it comes to this, like the Census Bureau, which I worked at, there's nobody there for you to gather information from. That's all I said. So we
Right,
can
right,
take
but
certain.
you're saying that to say that the stats that we're
No,
referring to are
listen,
not accurate.
stuck on one thing. I also said after that, you have free will. So moving on, like, don't get stuck on the
Okay.
stats. Like, the most important thing I'm talking about is free will. I was just throwing that out there. That all those stats, and I'm talking about stats overall. I wasn't talking about the prison system. Yeah, you can look that up. High school, diploma, all that.
Right, it doesn't require a
But
survey.
bro, you are
I'll
muddying up the
be
conversation though, bro, when you say that. You are
You said,
muddying up the
Yeah,
conversation when you say that
yeah.
shit. Yeah.
okay,
I
that's
mean,
my bad. Well, I apologize.
The thing is about stats is that it's not about accuracy. It's about a balance of probabilities. That's what it's about. It's for us to be able to, first and foremost, have the ability to break the stats down. And it's on a balance of probabilities. It's not to say that it's 100% correct. That's not what it is. It's like what's more when we're talking about population. It's the rule and the exception. And that's what it's for, is to make that balance, for us to be able to say, okay, now we can have at least as close to a genuine conversation now, because we do know what these stats hold. It doesn't mean that everything is 100%. That's the thing. And so when you put that out there, it's kind of like putting everybody back in the middle and saying, well, them stats ain't real. It's kind of muddying up the conversation when somebody does throw the stats, because you're telling people you can't don't depend on the stats, but then you got free will, and it's kind of muddying up the conversation. That's all I'm saying.
I didn't say that. All I said was they can be misleading. You know what I'm saying? Because like, all right, so for instance, if you base everything on, like, let's say you base everything on what Hot Sauce is saying, you only want your kids to date out of a 2-parent family household. Okay, so one parent, which they could be very wealthy, they could be very well off. So this is the problem with that. Both those parents don't necessarily have good spirits. They might not necessarily exercise good character. So then where are the stats leading you?
No, see, that's what I'm trying to tell you. What he's doing is he's making a balance of probabilities. It's about the probabilities.
Hold on.
It's just like insurance.
Let me ask you this, okay? Real talk. Let me ask you this, right? Because yes, there are bad people in 2-parent homes. Okay, I will agree to that. Yes, there are bad people in 2-parent homes. So I have 2 questions for you. Number one, I'm assuming it's obviously yes. Don't you want your children to have a better future than you? I mean, obviously that would be yes, right?
I don't have kids, but
I mean, let's say if.
But if I did, yes, to answer your question, yes.
Okay, so great. Now, where am I going to find a more balanced human being? Where am I more likely? And again, I agree with you. Yes, there are fucked up 2-parent homes. There are abusive situations. There are people that should have done. I agree with you outright. But where am I most likely going to find a balanced young man that's going to value marriage and commitment? Where am I more likely going to find that? 2-parent home or a single-parent home?
There ain't no telling
probability.
They're raised. There's no telling how they're raised.
This is why this is a great conversation. This is why I wanted to have this conversation.
What's up, panel?
That's why we have to base it off of a balance of probability, Slimmy. That's what we're saying.
That's what I'm saying. Where am I more likely? I just agreed to the point where they were raised. I agreed to that. I said yes.
Right.
There's some. I agree with that.
How they're raised? How are they being?
All right. Okay. All right. I'm okay. Okay.
Mic check. What's up, gang?
What up, Drip?
What's up, gang? My boy JT Slimmy.
Going on, boy?
Hot Sauce. What's going down?
Hey, what's up, man? What's up? I hope you budgeting your bitches, brother.
I saw you for shit.
I hope you budgeting your bitches, brother.
Yes, sir. I'm talking about. I got a whole goddamn paperwork. I'm talking about a whole sheet full of just budgeting. Just okay. Which bitch I'm gonna put in Louboutins? Which bitch I'm gonna put in Fashion Nova? What bitch I'm gonna put in Sheen Fashion Nova? Oh yeah. We good. Freeze it.
So y'all ever heard this before? The game is to be sold, not told, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's true.
Why do they say that? It's because most of the time information ain't free. So when Slimmy say we got free will, do we really?
No.
Do we really got free? See, that's why I like to have this conversation.
No, we don't.
And whoever said no, we don't. Whoever said no, we don't. I want you to expound. I want you to expound on that. Go ahead.
Most people, when they make decisions, is based off of outcomes. It's based off of what they can hope the outcome will be. Again, this is what we're talking about, balance of probabilities. Everybody wants pleasure, right? Everybody wants their life to be a pleasurable life, and we know that that can't happen. So what's the opposite of pleasure? Pain. So you got the majority of people running from pain to pleasure. And guess what happens when they go through there along the lines? They smoke, they drink, they do something to make themselves feel better. Motherfuckers can't even deal with shit on the top of their head in their brain. They be sitting there talking about I gotta do something. I gotta get something to stimulate me. You know what I'm saying? So that's not free will. Very few people can even exercise free will. Very few people can even do that. I don't even know if they're even doing it. You can come close to it, but free will, you can't have free will when you already can look at things from a biological and a chemical standpoint. There's a lot of things that get us to a point where we are already conditioned to be who we are. Why? We got parents. What do? They put all they bullshit on us by parenting us with their flaws, right? Then we have aunties and uncles. Then we got our peers in school, the teachers. Everybody is putting all this shit in here. Ain't nobody doing shit off of free will. Motherfuckers are doing shit off of stimulation and outcomes.
Can I say something? Because drip smoke. So JT, are you saying that you got a problem with drip smoking? Is that
I
what
don't
you're
have a
saying?
problem. No. I don't have a problem with none of it because drip. Guess what, boy? I got some 1738 in the back there. You dig what I'm saying? I'm not talking about the people like I ain't one of them. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You dig what I'm saying? I'm talking about us.
I got you. I'm just fucking with you, bro.
I'm also going to say no, we don't have free will, right? But I'm going to have to go from a godly perspective, and I know not everybody believes in God, but that's kind of like my foundation. So, like in the Bible, it says, right? He created some for righteousness, and he created some for wickedness, right? And he used the wicked to chastise the righteous. So ultimately, I mean, do you have a free will to like walk here, walk there? Yeah, you do. But ultimately, do you have free will who you are? I would say no, because you're already created, right? To be who you're going to be. And I think God created people to be wicked. God created people to be sick and die, whatever. I don't think we have free will over that, right? Some are designed to be wicked, some are designed to be righteous, and that's just my opinion.
I think you're taking
And I'll
that out.
pass it back.
Shit, I need to go get these bricks then.
For real.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
No
Go ahead,
bullshit.
Slimmy wanted to respond.
I think Hostile taking that out of context. That's just my personal thoughts, but
Me
I
too.
don't think everyone is created to be a certain way. We're created in God's image, and we're created to live our lives the way we choose to. We either gonna live righteous or we're going to live wicked. Now, I want to ask JT what his definition of free will is, just out of curiosity, because he said we're not moving based on free will. Just out of curiosity, I'm not challenging you. It ain't nothing like that. I just want to know what your thoughts are on what free will is overall.
No, free will is basically when you can do whatever it is that you want to do. You have the ability to make every decision that you want to make, not dependent on any outcomes, any stimulations, or anything. There's nothing that's going to be that's going to control your narrative. You're doing it. That's just it. It's not going to be hard for you if you was smoking weed. It is not going to be hard for you to stop. You can just stop right off the rip. If you wanted to have how can you have that if you don't have something that you're trying to get an outcome? Nobody's looking for outcomes if they got free will. You're not looking for an outcome, bro.
So
we all are looking for an outcome, and we move as such.
I think you lost me with the outcome part.
Okay, I'll put it to you like this. Why do you not want to go to prison?
Shit. Cause man,
So what do you do in your life?
Ain't no
What do you do in your life to keep from going to prison?
So you saying that? Okay, give me another one then.
Okay. Why do men sit back and lie to women?
Ooh.
When they can just tell them the fucking truth.
Boy, you a bad nigga for that one. Ooh, you bad.
Hey, I can't speak to that, but I get what you're saying. Okay, I got
JT
you.
ain't
Okay,
coming playing tonight.
Ooh. Talk
I
your
think
shit,
I feel you.
JT.
I don't know. Maybe I just don't want to go with what you said, but I think I feel
Oh,
you.
I don't
Okay.
agree that free will is. Free will is
God damn.
you can do what you
That
want to
boy
do.
shook the whole panel with that one. He shook
And
Go
everybody.
ahead,
Yeah,
Slimmy. Go
I
ahead.
think JT is saying making decisions that's not influenced by anything else.
Oh man.
but that's not free will. That's just that's actually going back to being able to do things based on probability. Free will has nothing to do with probability. Free
And
will is just
probability of what?
wait.
Probability of what?
I
The
said
best
probability.
outcome.
No, okay, probability of outcome. Yeah, okay, but I don't think
Ish.
that's what free will is. I think that's more so that's decision making. You know what I'm saying? Free will is
What
the
is the
ability.
decision, bro?
Wait,
Bro,
wait,
free
wait,
will.
wait. Free will is just the ability to make decisions to do whatever you want to do. You don't have anything stopping you.
Give
You
me
can do
one
So is
what
it
thing
you
safe
that
want
to
you
to
say
just
our free
do.
will can
Give
be
me one
influenced
thing that you
then?
do
do.
where it's nothing that
Wait,
you
wait, wait, wait,
you want
wait.
an outcome of. Then you tell me that. Then
You gotta let me land. You gotta let me land. So free will, like when you have the option to do like there's nothing holding you back. There's nothing in your way saying like, hey, you can't do this, you can't do that. Like technically, everyone has the option to do what they want to do. You have that option. You can defy your parents. You don't have to listen to what your parents say. Like you have the choices to be able to do whatever you want to do. There's
Yeah, I
nothing to
see me.
stop you. Like now, if you
Yeah,
want to do things,
no, hold on. I just want to. That's not the definition of free will, my brother. That's just not the definition, my brother.
Hot sauce went to Harvard.
what is it?
God damn, boy.
You can
I'm
look at
glad
it,
I
but
was.
that's
I'm
not the
glad I'm on the
definition.
panel tonight. Shit.
That's just
Oh
not the
shit.
definition, my friend.
Well, see,
No,
this is.
no disrespect.
Go
No
ahead, hot
disrespect.
sauce. After hot sauce,
Huh?
I wanted to say something. Go ahead,
Bro,
hot
you
sauce.
man, look, man. I am not your teacher, bro. You can just do a quick Google search. What does free
What do
will
you mean?
mean?
A
Come
quick
on.
Google. You're challenging what I'm saying, but you're not saying nothing.
I
That's a
just
fair
told you it ain't
point.
the definition.
No,
Whoa,
bro. Say
whoa, whoa.
what you
Hold on.
think it is.
Pause.
I'm saying,
Whoa,
what you
whoa.
think it is?
Instigating shit.
Pause.
What do you think it is?
Pause. Pause.
Freezy
Hold
instigating.
on.
No, he
Whoa.
right. Slimmy got a
Hold on.
point.
No. Time
no,
out.
he don't. No, he don't.
When
Freezy. No, he don't. Because I'm looking at the definition right now, bro. Don't.
bro. Hold on.
Let me about to get this work. Go ahead, hot
Hold on.
sauce.
Let me get this. Hold on, Freezy. Let me get this motherfucking shit right.
Go
Don't
ahead.
take off hot
When
sauce.
I'm talking and bringing up stats, y'all niggas can just say me and Tommy is wrong with no motherfucking evidence. Then
Oh
when I
shit.
said, well, that's not the definition, niggas were like, you gotta bring out and you can't Google search? Get the fuck out of here.
Bro.
Get the fuck out of here.
You still have yet to. You still avoiding it. You still haven't said what you thought free will was. That's all.
Oh shit.
I just like I asked JT, what do you think free will is? So tell me where I'm wrong about my definition of what free will is. You just went to the scripture. Free will is being able to do what you want to do. You have the free
I didn't
will
say
to
that.
do what you want to do. You're not a slave. You don't have to. You're not. There's nothing holding you back from accomplishing your goal from day to day. What is stopping you from whatever you want to do? There's nothing shackling you. There's nothing holding you down. What is free will if you don't agree with that? What is free will?
It's called Google, my brother. It's called
Oh
Google.
shit.
Exactly.
Oh shit.
You
Yeah,
just want to be.
I'm standing on that. I'm standing on that. 'Cause if y'all motherfuckers don't have to bring up counter evidence, it'll be a cold day in hell. It'll be a cold motherfucking day in hell when I do that shit.
Hey,
Crazy, what you got for us?
I hate to tell you. I hate to tell you this. Hot sauce. But he's right. I'm reading the definition right now.
No,
He
no,
ain't
trucker,
got you on
no,
that,
trucker,
sir.
no.
He ain't got you on that.
No,
He ain't even had to use the Google shit, but I'm reading it right now. I'm like,
Trucker, you are absolutely
Told y'all
wrong.
hot sauce went to
Level the
Harvard.
playing field, trucker.
No,
choices.
I told y'all hot
Yeah,
sauce went to
that sounds
Harvard.
about what he's talking about right now.
no, you are wrong, trucker. You are fucking wrong, my guy. You are
Oh,
wrong.
Lord
I
have
Let me
told you
read
hot
it.
sauce
Let me
went to
read it
Harvard.
for you. It says the power of acting without constraints of necessity or fate, the ability to act at one's own discretion, right? That means that anything that we do, that there can't be any outcomes. Let me ask you, Slimmy. Give me one thing. Hold on, bro. Hold on. Because I'm about to put you in this motherfucker. I'm about to put you here.
Put him in the headlock.
That's not what that says.
Listen.
Hold on. Let me.
It does say it. I just read the shit, man. What the fuck you talking about?
Hold on.
I'm reading it too. I just read.
What are you talking about, my guy?
Here's
Hold on.
Hold on. Here's my wait. No. Wait.
Somebody faking their
Slimmy,
bouts.
here is my contention.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Here's my contention when you asked me this, right? And I tried to just let shit slide, but hey, you won't let it slide, so here it go.
Go ahead.
Okay. The power of acting without constraint. Now let's stop there. When JT was asking you, how do you make when you making decisions with outcomes, and then you're going all around the world, and you never explain that you're making a decision showing without constraint.
Yep.
Or you also never showed making a decision without previous information or other influence. You didn't. And that's why I just say, bro, that's just not free will. That's all I said.
Listen. A decision without constraint. Decision without constraint.
You did not say that.
That means you can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want.
You're saying everything and nothing at the same time, Slimmy.
You have the power of your own on your own.
Oh, Lord.
What are you talking about, bro?
Give me one thing that you did on your own without constraints.
What do you mean?
To be fair,
give me one thing in this world that you did without constraints, bro.
I got up this morning. I put on my shoes. I went outside. I went out the door. I tied my shoes. I took out my trash. I washed my dish. What are you talking about?
No, stop right there. Why did you put on fucking shoes?
No. That is constraint. You took
That's
out the
constraint,
trash
nigga. We keep telling you. You woke up and I bet you took your ass to work, didn't you?
How was that constraint?
What you mean? How was that constraint?
How was that constraint?
When you don't go to work, what happens? When you don't go to work, what happens?
Going out and taking out the trash.
Hold on. Let me.
Because if you have trash in your fucking house, it's just a bunch of fucking trash in there. The constraint is you'll have a dirty ass fucking house.
Yes.
You don't want a house, so you take the trash out.
Are you serious right now?
Yes.
Wait.
Yes,
y'all
nigga.
got two different definitions of constraints.
Bro,
that is
bro, it ain't no two different definitions because what we're talking about. Do you know what constraints are? Do we know what constraints are?
Serious?
What is constraints, bro?
You serious? Saying that
you can keep repeating, "Are you serious?" But I'm just asking you a question.
No, are you seriously saying taking out the trash is a constraint?
You better believe it.
Yes. Unless you're trifling, yes. If you're trifling, no. If you're not trifling, yes.
So, Slimmy, what's your definition of constraint? Because clearly, like I say, y'all got to be on a different page. Bro, you very smart.
I got two joints on the
constraint means something that's holding you back.
Okay, JT, do you feel the same way?
That's one part of the definition. Something holding you back. It's one part of the definition.
That's not definition of constraint.
Okay, Harvard Law. Come on.
Limitation or restriction.
Harvard Law. I wish it was Harvard Law.
Now fuck that nigga. You the token smart nigga on the panel. Fuck that.
Hold on. One mic at a time. Go ahead. What you saying, Slimmy?
What is constraining about taking out the trash? It is a limitation or a restriction. What is constraining about taking out the trash?
We're talking about it on a free will type of thing. When I told you, hold on, I'm gonna keep it in context, bro, so we can end this motherfucking shit.
You just told me that it was constraining to take out the trash.
Bro, you just asked a question. All I want to do is just give you an answer.
Gentlemen. Hold on. Here we go. A constraint is something that limits or controls, and taking out the trash in this case will fall under control. What you can do. If you do not take out the trash, your apartment will smell like trash. So in order for your apartment to not smell like trash, thus you have to take out the trash. It's simple logic.
So it's a formula.
Stop playing games.
Yes, it's the formula.
That's not a constraint.
It is a constraint.
Not a constraint.
That is a constraint.
Okay. What is policies? What is policies? What is laws?
God,
What is all of these? These are constraint. This is not free will. Motherfuckers that act like they got free will, let me tell you what they end up being: whores, hoarders, fat motherfuckers, 600 pounds, 1,000 fucking pounds, and shit like that. Those are the motherfuckers that have free will. The fuck out of here with that shit.
Hold up
The
now.
rest
Don't
of
be
us
hating on the big
the
niggas
rest of
now.
us have
Don't be
constraints.
hating on big niggas now. Hold up, nigga.
Hold on, listen, wait,
Don't be
listen.
hating on big niggas now. We old nigga. Hold up now.
Hold on, Trucker. Yeah, I'm about to play. Listen, I want y'all to comment on this. I'm about to play this video. I played it earlier, but I want to revisit it, and I want to know what y'all think. Hold on, let me cut up the volume. Okay, here we go. I want to know what y'all think about this, because it's tying into the conversation.
University of Florida becoming the latest school to eliminate all diversity, equity, and inclusion program positions due to new state rules. ABC's Jay O'Brien joins us with the details on that. Good morning, Jay.
Janae, good morning. Florida now at the center of the latest firestorm over diversity policies in schools, this time at the state's flagship university.
So the Florida Gators got rid of their DEI program, the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion program.
This morning, the fallout after the University of Florida eliminated all diversity, equity, and inclusion positions, getting rid of more than a dozen full-time jobs, including the campus's chief diversity officer, ending 15 administrative roles, and canceling all DEI-focused contracts with vendors. The university, now led by former Republican Senator Ben Sasse, saying it's complying with new Florida education restrictions after the state legislature passed a law last year banning public funding of diversity, equity, and inclusion, or DEI, programs. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis celebrating UF's move, posting, "DEI is toxic and has no place in our public universities." Republican State Representative Bernie Jacques co-sponsored the legislation.
To make sure that we have education in our...
So here's a black guy that's actually in favor
of
No,
he's an immigrant. He is not ADOS. Let's clarify. That motherfucker
Okay. I stand the clarification, but he's in favor of getting rid of diversity and inclusion and equity program.
Higher education system here in the state of Florida instead of indoctrination.
Critics, however, warning that eliminating all DEI policies and staff roles at a leading public university will have ripple effects nationwide.
Our young people, our students, our educational institutions are the ones who become the collateral damage of everything that we're seeing right now. This is so far more than just politics. This is what's going to start happening all across this country.
How can you be certain that this doesn't inspire fear in academics and in a way make them fearful of teaching any kind of diversity?
Well, it doesn't do that, right? If there's a student-led group that wants to engage in diversity discussions or gender or what have you, if it's student-led, they can do that. What we don't want it to happen is we don't want it to be institutionally led and taxpayer-funded.
Now, 8 other states, in addition to Florida, have passed legislation aimed at dismantling DEI programs on college campuses, and at least a dozen states.
Okay, I'm gonna play what
similar legislation.
Ron DeSantis said too. Hold on. Here's what Ron DeSantis said.
DEI is better viewed as standing for discrimination, exclusion, and indoctrination.
So he was being sarcastic.
And that has no place in our public institutions. Some of these niche subjects like critical race theory, other types of DEI-infused courses and majors, Florida's getting out of that game. If you want to do things like gender ideology, go to Berkeley, go to some of these other places. That's fine.
Go to Harvard. Go to Harvard.
Oh shit.
So we're done with that. So I want to get y'all, since we talking about free will and hold on, let me put Umar back up here with us. Umar was having a conversation with us.
This nigga, Umar, man.
Yeah, okay. So they got rid of at the University of Florida. They got rid of their DEI program. They nixed the whole program. They fired everybody, all the employees that was involved, and they're saying there's going to be a ripple effect across the nation, getting rid of all these inclusion programs. basically including people of minority status, gender status, and all that kind of stuff. Now, Ron DeSantis is saying, and I'm gonna take Hot Sauce's word for it that black dude was an immigrant. He looked like a FBA to me. I don't know, but I'm gonna take your word for
that
it.
nigga from Wakanda. Like, can we start taking accountability for who they put on these interviews?
That dude is from the Caribbean. Because we gotta the reason why I make a difference there is because when it comes to stuff of public policy, we gotta understand that Black immigrants have definitely eaten off the back of ADOS from the civil rights. This is fact. And the second point we got to recognize is that once the Supreme Court shot down affirmative action, which majority beneficiaries are white women, now you're going to see the trickle down effect with DEI and other programs. So that's why we need to differentiate, right?
Okay.
So
I'm gonna go with you on that, but the point I'm trying to make right here is, the question I want to ask: do you guys agree that everybody should be treated equally across the board when it comes to being accepted into certain programs, accepted into certain programs in college, accepted into certain colleges, accepted into career path jobs and all that kind of stuff? Do you guys agree that these DEI programs should be terminated?
They lied to us in school, Freezy. There's no Columbus. They lied
My
to us,
problem,
bro.
Freezy, is before the programs came and you had the free will to do that, you didn't do that. That's why the fucking programs were implemented. Like, this has always been my thing with people.
Hold on.
I remember they used to make the argument, if a firefighter gets hired, it should be the best firefighter. It shouldn't be because of his race. Well, we have numbers that they were literally hiring underqualified motherfuckers because of their race, and you wasn't out there saying shit then. But for some reason, when it flipped to the other side, now all of a sudden it's this huge problem. So again, when they had the freedom to do it the right way, you shown that you didn't have the propensity to do that.
Now, if anybody, this is an open conversation, and I want to encourage anybody that actually agrees with the DEI program being eliminated. Please speak up, right? Because I'm trying to understand both sides. Go ahead.
I'm gonna disagree. I'm kind of happy DEI is going away for a couple reasons.
Okay, go ahead.
Number one, ADOS people don't benefit from it really. When you're looking at the people who are really getting the scholarships and getting accepted, especially to top name schools, more African immigrants are getting accepted than ADOS, which is I think is not right, because the Freeman Act is literally for the descendants of slaves. When we look at DUI, gender has ruled the day as far as LGBTQI, right? A lot of things that we have fought for, we're not really benefiting from. And then that's one part. And the second part, if this is true, again, if black people best years of coming together as a people was the Jim Crow era, and that's kind of how we respond to outside threats, then this would be a good thing for the fact that it will kind of revigorate or re-trigger or re-stimulate that kind of thing of unity amongst us again. Again, that's if people say that how black people work together during Jim Crow was like the heyday, right? We were the most married of all races. We were the most business owners of all races. If those things are all true, then DEI becoming discriminatory against African Americans again, or FBAs, then that would be a good thing in the long run, because we have proven that we are self-sufficient. And integration has not been great for us. So that's why I disagree and look at it as a good thing.
So you think DEI was pretty much a crutch?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, because you got to be self-sufficient, man. So no, I mean, don't misconstrue my words. I'm not saying blowing up Oklahoma City, or the racism and the lynching part was good. I'm not talking about that part.
No, we're not talking about that part.
Right, I'm just talking about the reaction to it, the black unity, building black businesses, getting married, being the most married, right? That part of reaction to oppression, that part is good.
So I want to know, I want to get somebody else opinion that actually does anybody agree with Hot Sauce that hey, they needed to do away with the DEI programs, the diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. Black people need to earn their keep, just like everybody else. Anybody else agree with that?
I mean, that's true, bro. We need to stand on business. I think black people should be standing on business. We're always talking cash shit. We want to be seen by everybody. We want to be stepping in the hottest, do everything. God damn it, stand on business in school too.
Anybody else agree?
Yeah, I don't think any of that stuff ever helps us. Like I think it kind of hinders us in ways because they become reliant on that. Like, and then they get upset. Like say for instance, affirmative action. A lot of people they still get they get upset because they haven't gotten a job in a certain field, and man, like this shit is just a fucked up place we living in, man. Like technically, people are gonna say we don't belong here, but I believe that this land was filled with more black people than anything before anybody else. But neither here nor there. But
go ahead, Sammy.
I kind of feel like this shit it kind of fuels us in the wrong direction. Like it makes us feel like we are supposed to be. It kind of gives us some type of entitlement. I guess that's what you could say. It kind of gives us a false sense of entitlement. Like we're supposed to have this. We're supposed to have that. Let's earn it. You know what I'm saying? Let's work towards it. It hasn't always worked for us in the past. I'm very cognizant of that. It hasn't been always in our favor to just work and work and work and get our just due. But now I think it's more of the time where we need to strap up our boots, stop worrying about whatever the else fuck going on, and just do shit for ourselves. I think that's the way. Like that's just my personal opinion.
A lot of black socialites would argue that black people have been put at a disadvantage socially in United States of America since we arrived here, right? And so the theory is that we're still at a disadvantage, and that when we apply for certain programs, certain jobs, the discrimination is still there. The majority of people that's hiring is of either Caucasian persuasion or another descent that is not even close to being of African descent, right? So if that's the case, do you think we are at a disadvantage, Slimmy? Hot Sauce, or anybody else want to answer that question?
Repeat the question, please. Repeat the question.
Do you think that black Americans are still somewhat at a disadvantage racially and socially, just like we were back in the day, back in slavery time? I'm not saying just like slavery time, but do you think black people are still heavily discriminated against when it comes to opportunities?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, for you.
Okay, so if that's the case, why are you in favor of still getting rid of the DEI program?
Because I think now Freezer, salute to everybody on the panel. Salute to you, Freezer.
Shout out to Big Pressure. How you doing, Big Pressure?
No Cap-tivity. Yeah, salute to you.
My dog.
Salute to everything. I love the conversations. I love the movement. But we got to keep it 100. We it's no captivity, right? So let's go. All right, let's go. So at this point now, at one point, the history, yes, they was at a disadvantage by force. But now
we are putting ourselves at a disadvantage by choice. And that's the reason why I kept saying information age. Everybody know what comes with the life. The internet is here now. You can see how stuff lead to how the end comes. So the results and the stats and all of them do matter. All of them matter because they matter on the psyche of a person. But we here now, and the best thing to try to quit bickering about all of that old stuff. Yes, we do need to change the narrative in the school system. The curriculum do need to change. They need to teach credit responsibility. They need to teach laws of the land. They need to teach you about investments. They need to teach you about stocks, and they need
But
to
that's the
teach you
thing,
about
bro.
self
We can't
defense.
rely on them. But they
That's
ain't
what
did
they
that
need to
shit
be
yet. They ain't finna do
teaching
that
us
shit
about.
now.
If they ain't teaching my kids that, then yes, they are not teaching them.
So
I ain't used trigonometry since I graduated high
so
school.
But y'all
I
so
ain't
do
used
real
none of
y'all
it.
y'all
wait,
do
but so
realize that
Freezy.
the inclusion part of the DEI is critical race theory as well, right?
But
Actually,
they lied to us.
what I'm just saying, actually making sure students understand their history, right? Governor Ron DeSantis is saying, man, damn that shit. We ain't finna be teaching no black history, in schools and all that kind of stuff.
That's because they're giving us the bullshit part of they giving us the
Yeah,
bull. This is the bullshit part, dog. It's
right,
like
right,
it's the
right.
same shit we've been hearing since fucking
That's gonna give
second
us
grade.
excuses. They give us
Right? So
excuses
that's the
now.
part
Now they
I
give us
don't like about
excuses.
that shit, right? But I'm gonna keep it a buck. So I'm kind of 50-50 on this, right? Because we know like a lot of people got
Freeze, I'll be right back, bro.
got
All right,
shot
bro.
down, right? But then at the same time, I think it's more detrimental to us. I'm gonna be honest with you because, there's a lot of positions right now that we're in that that person did not deserve that shit. They actually garbage, straight trash. They didn't put in the work. They didn't even they lazy putting in the work and all the other bullshit because they know society. If they get fired, society's gonna have their back.
So you saying
Off top.
we
Wait,
should
freeze,
Off
hold on.
top.
How
go
many
go ahead.
people do you actually know got their position because of fucking affirmative action? Let's be real. Like, what are we talking about?
Nah,
Come
for
on now.
real, for
You
real.
talking about you talking about black positions?
How many niggas do you know that's literally in their position, literally because of affirmative action, nothing else?
I don't know none.
Exactly. Like, what are we
Hold on.
talking about?
What is, bro? So you hold on, wait.
I think we all in agreement though, for real, for real.
So
nah,
For the most
so
part.
we go hold on. So we gonna act like we gonna act like right now that motherfuckers shouldn't have been in that position when there was a motherfucker, not because
Yeah.
another
Do you
motherfucker
not
outside of
understand the reason why that law was made was because there was lazy white people getting picked over qualified black people and nobody had a fucking problem with it. There's always gonna be lazy people.
this one here for the thugs.
Okay, so what's the
There's
excuse
always gonna
now?
be lazy
That
people
was
on the
back,
jobs.
nigga.
You
That
can't
was
help
back in the
that.
day, yo. What about now? Yo, we got
Nigga, I
people right
seen
now. We
listen.
got people right now that didn't deserve that shit.
Hey,
Like
Where? How
yo,
many
y'all,
seriously,
where?
I know
Please
we
tell
gonna
me
act like
where.
this shit
Please
don't
tell me where.
exist.
Hey, can I
Where,
keep it?
nigga?
Can I keep it
hold
100
on, we're
with you though?
missing the point. Hold on, let me just add my two
Lord
cents
have
real quick.
mercy.
I think we're missing the point. When we're looking at
Jesus Christ.
and I know I'm going to get picked on for saying this, but when we're looking at government subsidies and government programs that quote unquote supposed to help the black race, there's a couple problems with that. Number one, it creates an economic brain drain, right? Because so many black people go for these different economic programs, it is turned away from maybe people who wanted to start their own businesses, because it's job creation is always going to be better than job placement, right? Second thing, when we're looking at programs, right? When we're looking at programs, uh they're overinflated, especially when it comes to these academic programs, right? They're overinflated, and the person who gets discriminated the most are black boys from these black ADOS boys from these academic programs. So they
Exactly.
really haven't helped us.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, bro. Like, I don't think that shit ever helped
Exactly.
nobody.
Yeah.
I just I just don't see it, man. Like, I'm gonna be honest. I done went to college twice. I never got no funding for college. I had to pay out my own pocket every fucking time. Like, and my mom was middle class. You know what I'm saying?
So
Middle class.
Slimmy, if that's the
whole,
case,
so what was the
that's what I'm
program?
asking Trucker. Who is these niggas getting these jobs because of these programs and just lazy as fuck? See, you can't say these programs didn't help us, but then on the other hand say, oh no, it be giving niggas jobs and they be lazy as fuck and unqualified. What?
I do make a little sense though. This one for the thugs.
Yeah, I agree with.
Hold on.
I agree with him.
So he just out here saying, hold up. Then I just heard somebody say, boys is being discriminated. Correct?
Yeah. Indios boys are being discriminated when it comes to college programs.
Due to the programs.
Yeah, due to college programs. This is yeah.
Programs, bro. Not just because due to the program.
There you go.
So when he's saying discriminating against, he's saying that they're basically boxing the black boys out, meaning they aren't taking advantage of the programs, meaning they can't be in that very position you saying niggas is in.
But I think the one thing people gonna glaze over that Hassel said is that most of that inclusion part is gonna be the Rainbow Coalition. You know what I'm saying? They the ones
and white coalition. Absolutely, I 100%.
That's basically what it's about, y'all. Y'all do understand? It's about the rainbow.
It disappeared.
And the money. And the money.
Came back on their ass, didn't I?
You
like that? You like that?
It was the white.
Came up on their ass, boy. That's that magic shit.
You said before the rainbow. What you said, Tommy? Before the rainbow, what now?
I said before the rainbow, it was for white women because white women qualified as a minority. That's why they always put it as minority. They don't put it as African American. So white women qualified as minority. That's why a lot of people don't understand. Them the motherfuckers that was taking advantage of the shit.
Right.
We shouldn't be talking. We shouldn't be really talking shit about that, bro.
When Clarence Thomas said no because it doesn't protect the free man, which it was designed for, and people called him Uncle Tom, but actually Clarence Thomas was right. He was right to vote against that.
And this is another thing that you a lot of us don't even understand this, bro. I don't know how many of y'all got kids of college age or that you help to get into college and shit like that. But this is the craziest fucking thing about that. What they're talking about has very little to do with black folks. If you ever had to have your kids apply now, and I got girls, and this shit was crazy as fuck. Dog, it's billions of dollars sitting there waiting on somebody to get it for education for people that's in urban and disadvantaged neighborhoods. I'm talking about billions, probably more than billions. And it's just sitting there. And people we're not looking to go get it. One of the things I can tell you right now. Now, this is what I love about women. This is what I love, and especially black women. Black women, I know when it comes down to that college shit, them women that actually about it, it's more than just going to college for them. It's about finding the money to pay for the majority of your college. And a lot of people don't even realize there's money out there, so much money out there waiting. All the money that most of these folks that went to college have paid, they didn't even have to pay it if they were actually in tune with getting that money.
We lazy.
Yeah, it goes to a point where it's like
too, though.
It's not lazy. They don't make
see,
it's not lazy. They don't
Marcus,
make the
what you just said,
readily available.
That too,
Marcus
Tommy.
just said.
That too for
Marcus
sure,
just said. But what Marcus just said, it's what the currency is. Knowledge. Knowledge is the real currency. Understanding is the real currency. I'm telling you, when we're talking about this shit about college, man, how expensive college is, I've seen, and my oldest daughter, when she was in high school, man, all of the high school that she went to was a high school of arts. I don't know if y'all ever seen Fame, but it was that type of with the arts and stuff like that. So that was what they specialize in. It's looking for all the money because almost every kid in that graduated ended up getting some type of college scholarship. And I'm talking about the least I heard somebody getting a scholarship for, bro, was about $40,000. That was the least I was hearing.
Damn.
You had 100,000.
Yeah,
Someone's getting.
But JT, I agree with you, right? The money is out there, But I think the part we're missing is the acceptance rate, right? The acceptance rate. And when it comes to accepting, right now, when it comes to accepting African Americans, FBAs, the acceptance rate to get into college is very low. Matter of fact, when they're talking about black women are the most college educated, they're actually Nigerian women. They're actually Nigerian, first generation Nigerian
But
women.
why they getting
But the
turned away
good in
though?
this, it will force us to go back to teach our own. That's the good
Wait,
part of it, and a lot
yeah,
of it.
but
We need to get
hold
back to
on.
teaching our own. We
Hot
letting these
sauce.
institutions teaching our kids some of these studies that probably is
But we have to
misleading.
be a
It's a
part of
money
that. We
grab.
gotta be a part of that. We have to be a part of that community, bro. We gotta be a part of that for real. But hot sauce, what you saying is absolutely not 100% correct, bro. If you go to these high schools where these black high schools is, bro, they have high schools where they have an acceptance rate. Most of the high school kids are going to college. They're going where my daughter was. 100% of them graduated, and 95% of them that wanted to go to college, they ended up getting accepted. Now, what college? What college is of course that's what we're talking about. But they all ended up getting to college. Then you have
First
Votech,
of all,
then you have military, then you have. So when we're talking about this money, about what Freezy had brought up about that story, that shit, I don't believe that has a whole lot to do with black Americans. I think that has something to do with minorities. Again,
this is
what Tommy brought up, white
no. I'm
women,
sorry. This is
women
wrong.
with children. It's going to be
This is
mostly
wrong.
with women.
No, this is
And
wrong
then you
because
have the black
this is
women. But when
actually
it comes down to the black man, of course, that's why we have to be able to be have a little more vigor in college. I mean, high school. We have to be a little more in tune and look at, damn, how do I want, by the time we get to be 16 years old, how do I want my life to go? What do I want to do? We should already know by the time we're in 11th grade exactly where we want to
no.
go.
When you're planning
That's
for
true.
college,
That's a
it should
fact.
be in grade. Whoa, when you're planning, because I have a company doing this, right? This is what I do every single day. So when you're looking at the data, first and foremost, majority of people don't have college degrees, right? I think in America it's like 38% of the whole population only have college degrees. Now, when you're talking about ADOS FBAs, they're not getting the acceptances that you think. And matter of fact, when you're looking at the top 100 name brand schools, the acceptance rates are even lower because they're counting first generation or second generation African immigrants as African American because it says black, not African American. When you look at the numbers and you look at the data of ADOS getting into school first and then completing school second, the numbers are insane. They are insanely low. And when they're talking about the black woman is the most educated and she's the most in college, that is not ADOS women. That is Nigerian and Kenyan women. Right?
This the first time
but
I
when you
heard
say
that.
graduate, I
My
understand it. Again,
hold on. My point is, yes, you are absolutely correct. The money is there, but before we get to the money, we have to get to to get kids into college, right?
absolutely.
And ADOS boys, and for the most part, ADOS women are not getting into college like we really think they are.
But why is that though? What's the root cause of that? Because I would
That's what we
say the
about to get
parents
to.
ain't preparing their kids to be
That's what we
students.
about to get. Yes,
So
that's what
even
we
get
about
to
to get
college,
to.
that shit's a far fetched
I
ass
mean,
idea anyway.
because
You know what I mean?
the point blank answer is that during civil rights, when we fought for equality, everybody jumped on board. Between Title IX and Title 11, civil
Yes,
rights went from an African American thing to a minority thing. It went from
yes.
an African American thing to a gender thing.
But that's not what I'm
It went
asking
from
though. I'm talking about
African
why kids ain't getting accepted. Like it go back to the household. You can't
because
say
that's the point. That's
you
the
can't
point
blame the
because
system if the kids ain't prepared for
Right.
school. Like personally, I wasn't prepared. So when I got to college, I failed. It ain't had nothing to do with getting accepted or not. I mean, if I had
Right.
applied to Duke, yeah, I'm gonna get denied. But NCCU, they gonna take me. Now what I'm
And
gonna
that
do
was
when I
to
get
hot
there,
sauce's point
that's on me,
also
and that's on my
as far as
upbringing, on my
graduation.
foundation. You know what I mean?
Right.
And
Right,
they
right.
won't hear
But
it.
I
So
made 2
then,
points.
boom.
I made 2 points. I made one getting into a top 100 because
Okay.
that matters, right? Getting
Yeah.
into a
Yeah,
top 100
I feel that.
that matters. And then number 2 was completion, right?
Yeah.
So
Graduation.
we
Right.
can't look at our individual. We have to look at the majority. So you made it to college. I made it to college, right? But that's
But I
not the
said something
majority
before
of
that
us.
though. It start at the elementary level. It don't start in high school.
Well,
You
yeah,
ain't
Right.
I
prepared for
agree. I
college
agree.
in
It
high
start
school.
like if you want to get into a college, it really starts your in grade 8 or grade 9. That's when you should
Shit.
Right.
start preparing for college.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
it
you're
start
right.
earlier because you got to have those
Yeah.
habits before then. You know
No,
what I
no,
mean?
no,
You
no,
got to
no,
have
no.
a
Bro, this is my job. I get like I work in China and I have an education college consulting company, and we help parents get into top 25 universities. It starts at grade 9. We start working with students at grade 9 to grade 12 to get them into schools, to elite schools. So it starts grade 9.
I think if kids in the hood, you got to catch them younger than that. By the
that's all
time
I'm
they hit
saying.
grade 9, they already lost.
Exactly.
And that's
So
what I'm trying to
if
tell
you
you.
The
really want to
earlier,
go
the
deeper
better.
and go to the
Elementary.
root of a lot of the problem, you got to catch these kids young. You got to give them the game early now.
The
Nine to
Let me
12th
early,
let me
grade,
let
but
they
it
me
should
let
already
have,
me
in the
but it
field
should have always been like that though. Let's
for
keep it
sure.
a buck.
let me ask
Now
y'all this.
niggas don't even do that. They wait till they fucking grown to give them to tell them some real shit. So
Let,
it is what it
let,
is.
let me this is the last question of the night. We about to wrap up the show. I want to ask everybody this, and I'm gonna give everybody a chance to respond. Should we stop talking about slavery?
No.
Is slavery talk holding
Fuck
us
no.
back? Is slavery talk holding us back? Because there are a lot of people that say we need to stop talking about slavery. It's not like we're in slavery and we're living the same life as our great grandparents did. Should we stop talking about? Should we stop talking about slavery and focus on the future?
Can I
I'm gonna
ask a
say
Who?
question?
Anybody else
Have
wants
you
to go
ever
first? Go ahead.
have
Go
you
ahead.
ever heard a small head say we should stop talking about their tragedy? I have
Facts.
never once in life heard one of them say that shit.
Bars.
Hey,
That's
hey,
true.
they don't tell
Never, nigga.
hey, Tommy,
Oh
Tommy,
shit.
I agree with you 1,000%. But the problem with it is they don't tell the truth about that shit.
That's what it
Just like
is.
it's just like they don't tell the truth about black people being enslaved. I don't think they ever tell the truth. To me, the way they tell it is so far fetched. It's hard to believe. Like, man, it's so crazy to say that people came over here on a boat from Africa on a sea that we can barely traverse now with the technology we have now. They were doing it back then with no technology. It's so far fetched to believe that. I believe that the story of slavery is told a certain way to keep us disenfranchised on this land. We didn't come from a majority of our ancestors did not come from Africa. We were all here. The land was stolen from black people. If you think about it, the indigenous folk, the people who they called the indigenous folks, the Indians, they look like Alaskans. They came over here on the land bridge from India. It's just my personal belief. It's certain books and certain things that can back that, but we never know the truth because we weren't alive. So, no, we
Well,
shouldn't overlook slavery, but we should start questioning the whole reason that they tell us this story the way that they do because it doesn't make sense. Coming from Africa does not logically make sense.
and
Should we look
logistically, it
at that?
don't make sense.
That's what
Like if
we should
you've
be.
already conquered the people here, why would you go all the way across the ocean to get more people when you've already conquered the people that are already here?
Well,
Exactly.
it wasn't. That's the thing. That's why we. This is the truth. We have to stop talking about it the way we talk about it, man. There's too
exactly.
much fucking doctrine out here. There are too
Plenty
many
on it.
fucking.
And
We
we
got
don't
too many
know.
historians, man, that really can tell you from all different avenues of it. Slavery was not an American thing. It was a world thing. It is right now slavery, indigenous what they call them indigenous not indigenous but shit, it's when you got a credit card. It's when you got a fucking credit card, they call you somebody gonna get it. Indentured servitude, right? That's basically what it was. And so you had the strong. Wait, hold on. Let me explain. You have the strong set of people that enslave the weak people. That's just basically what it is. Strong
Dr.
people.
Zulu was a
you
Power
have a
Ranger.
strong set of people that did it up. Then you have to go. Then you have to take it a little bit further. But first and foremost, we have to understand that slavery was what they considered to be. Slavery was really important. At the end of the day, it was definitely important to the world. To this day, is important. If it wasn't important, then you wouldn't have motherfuckers at this time right now in other countries being indentured. You would not have motherfuckers that's being in slavery right now as we speak. It's always been. And what slavery actually is to steal someone's skill for nothing and pay them nothing. That's basically what it is.
You're shortchanging what happened over here. Literally, what you're saying is that pimping and gorilla pimping is the same thing, and they're not. What they did was guerrilla slavery.
It's still slavery, right?
It was an extreme of what they did.
No, I'm saying it's still slavery, right? That's all I'm saying. I'm not delineating what I'm not delineating the torture and all of that shit that they had. I understand that.
Because what they do in other countries isn't what these people did.
I'm saying that and slavery was the most important thing, bro. It was very important.
No, JT, bro. What happened here on American land with quote unquote, the correct term is chattel slavery, the world has never seen before. You didn't have fucking breeding farms. We had one dude running through 50 women and then selling their babies.
Listen to what I'm saying, though. I get that. What I'm saying, hot sauce, is this. We have to stop talking about it the way that we talk about it. We have to have we have to be more intelligent on the way we're doing, because let me tell you what we're doing. We're being bonded to this goddamn thing of, remember slavery? Remember being in slavery. None of us. But we will use slavery in everything. We would talk about relationships between women and men. And what would be the root of that shit?
Oh, I see.
Slavery.
What's the root of it now?
Nigga, we could be talking about rap. We could be talking about rap. And then the next thing we got is slavery. The reason being is because hold on, bro. I'm not finished my point, bro.
How we treat one another does come from slavery.
I didn't say that it doesn't come from slavery. I'm saying the way that we talk about it, we have to change that way of how we talk about it, because it has done nothing. For 100 years, talking about slavery has done nothing for us.
He ain't done nothing. We ain't got no reparations. We ain't got no law passed. We ain't got nothing for us.
It made it worse.
What you just said was, dog, I was partially raised by my great grandmother. Her parents were slaves. So when you say the shit that you say, it makes it seem like this shit was a million fucking years ago.
No, I'm not saying not to talk about it. I just said, listen to what I just said, Tommy. We have too much doctrine. We have entirely too many people that are still living here that are our color that actually can give us the real game of it, so we can move the fuck past it.
But if you say don't dwell on it, I would agree with you. If you say don't dwell on it, I 100%. I'm not going to dwell on the shit. But I'm also not going to do what my guy here going to do and act like that shit ain't got no effect on us any way, shape, or form.
Well, I'm gonna tell you just like this.
It bonds us mentally. It bonds us, and we ain't never been through slavery. It bonds us mentally, where we always have to throw that up, and we know nothing about it. We got goddamn Gen Zs out here. They're using those same fucking talking points that's been used in the 60s. And they know nothing about slavery. They don't even know nothing about segregation. But they're still using the same shit, and they're borrowing the same fucking talking points, and they know nothing about it. What I'm saying is we have to actually have some type of knowledge when we're talking about it. It happened, right? It did happen. So now how do we talk about it? How do we talk about it?
Wait.
Has anybody picked a fucking book up? Has anybody actually said, I'm going to teach my kids instead of waiting on somebody else to do it, and I'm going to teach my kids actually what it is?
Gen Z absolutely experience segregation just like back in the 60s. Matter of fact, America is as segregated as it was in the 60s when it comes to your living environment and your education. It is still segregated.
Man,
He's just
Man,
as
I don't
segregated.
believe
The
that shit.
only,
I don't
the
believe that
only
shit,
thing,
dog. I'm out here in
you
this
don't
world,
see, the
and
only
it
thing you
ain't the
don't see,
same. It ain't
the
the
only thing
same.
you don't see is that okay, no colors when you go to the supermarket, but they don't put supermarkets in your fucking neighborhood.
Nigga, we
I got
ain't
like
even
other
on that. We ain't even on that type of time no more,
nobody.
bro. We out
I
here
just,
bonding ourselves with our ignorance.
I
So
was
the
just gonna
real,
say this.
so the
Hey,
real
hey,
question
look,
really
Let me say
is,
this real
what
quick.
has slavery taught us to this day?
Bro,
one
Hold on,
thing,
guys.
Eat it, man.
I
Eat it,
got
man.
you.
What's poppin', yo?
one thing that is
What
true
has
is
slavery
that
taught us
everybody
today?
agreeing with each other, but we just saying it in different ways. First off, we definitely don't need to be holding on to slavery in a way where we looking at it to as some kind of scapegoat as to why we are in the way, why we are in the position that we're in all the time. Like
That's what people
we
do.
gotta have some kind of form of accountability, about the things that we're doing now. We gotta stop embracing motherfucking celebrities. Stop listening to what the fuck they say, and stop following behind them and thinking that their word is true. We gotta start teaching our kids that at home, literally molding them at home for what we want them to be and what we want them in great character. Like, and then we got to start doing things that's right within the spirit. Do things that aim to have your spirit be in a better place. I think talking about slavery is just not gonna help you with that shit, bro. It's gonna hold you back, and then it's gonna open up a whole can of worms as to who you really are. You know what I'm saying? So talking about slavery really is not gonna help you. Like, should we ignore the fact that people were slaves? Fuck no. Hell no. That shit took place and it was very fucked up. But at some point, you gotta move on and you gotta live your life, and you can't be worried about what happened to them folks because what they gonna do for you back then? Like, talking about that shit, what is it gonna do for you now? It's not gonna really
I'm
help
gonna
you.
say, I'm gonna say this: talking about slavery don't need to stop because, from my perspective, I had great grandparents that were slaves as well. Am I in that same position? No, I'm not looking at it like it's a crutch. I'm looking at it like look at what my family overcame. Look at look at where we at now. Look at where the next generation gonna be. Looking to the future. Like, I'm not gonna focus on the past. I'm gonna examine it, learn from it, take what I can from it,
And then move
and I'm gonna
on,
keep it
right?
pushing. And that's all I got to say about it. Short, sweet, concise.
I'm gonna let
So,
We
Edie,
can't
I'm gonna
speak
let
on
Edie
the
man
next
get in that.
generation because them
Edie,
niggas
Edie
fucked
man,
up.
I'll go
what you got to
last.
say, Edie man?
I'll go after Eat it, man.
I just think that y'all are crazy.
Eat a million.
I truthfully not know that I'm going to create that my kids talk about me after I die. Let's
Fuck
talk
that
about
shit.
either ways.
Man,
Like,
fuck
why do
no.
we have to keep going back? No, I know that sounds crazy.
Why?
That I
How does
think
that
I'm fucking
help
with
us?
you.
How does that help
I'm
them?
fucking,
hold on, I got you. Listen, I
I'm
think
fucking
it's
with
so
you.
crazy that every race have walked this earth have been enslaved, and only African Americans feel like we got to keep talking about it. And I get it. Y'all can say all the slavery was worse than this, but everybody done been enslaved. If you go through Asian culture, if you see what happened to the Chinese, if you see what like the type of slavery that they had in Asia, you would be blown. Your mind would be blown away. But you know what? I don't see Asian Americans say, let me tell you about when we were slaves. No, they talk about getting themselves into school and being better and being able to make an impact on this earth while they're on this earth. Cool. I get it. A lot of people want to talk about slavery because they typically don't have nothing else going on in their life. You talk about the past when you ain't got to look forward to your future. This
Edie
is something that
man,
I know.
Edie
You can
man.
call it crazy.
Don't most
Wait.
Asian don't
Go.
most Asian people know their real fucking last name? Don't most Asian people can go through they fucking like fuck is we talking about, dog?
You can't. No, they can't. Like, so when you really
What? Yes, they can.
we're talking about you think Asian Americans can go through their history and they know
Yes,
their history for where they come from.
yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean
bro.
y'all
What?
A lot
with
more than we. A lot more than we do.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was
Okay.
I was with you until this. This
I
ain't even.
said, look, you know the
This ain't
crazy
even
part about it? How many Asians do y'all know?
a
How
lot.
I
many?
nigga, I live
I
in
know a
I
lot.
know
California.
a
Like,
lot of
what are you
them.
talking
I know a
about?
lot.
Hold
I
on.
lived
We
in
grew
And
up
look
on
California
at
that
for a
shit.
while.
China.
No, that's
I
the
live
point.
in China. I know a lot,
Hold on,
motherfucker.
wait
I live in
one
China.
second. We're
Hey, my
not
weed
talking
man
about.
Asian.
We're not talking about Asians in
We're
China.
goddamn.
We're not talking about
You
Asians in
just talked
China.
about
We're
slavery in
talking about.
China.
Hey, my weed
You
man
just
Asian.
talked about it.
But you didn't delineate, bro. I
I
mean, they
did.
they
No,
they
I did.
Asians
I
too, brother.
literally said when we're talking about Asian Americans, you
About
can't
Weed man
ask.
Asian.
Marcus said that we can call up one of his friends, and his friends in America can tell him about their great, great, great ancestors and where they came from. That's Asian.
Yes.
My weed man Asian.
Let me ask a question.
That's
Let me
what
ask a
I'm
question.
saying. Yeah, what?
Let me ask this question right here. Let me ask this
Hold
question right here.
on. Freezy. No, hold on. Let me clarify something.
Go ahead.
So first of all, yes, Asian Americans can contact their family from back home. Matter of fact, even we know that majority of them come from Guangdong. So when they go back to their family's home during Spring Festival or Tomb Sweeping Day, right? They go to Fujian, they go to Guangzhou, and they go to fucking Hong Kong to see their relatives. What are we talking about? They have a direct line to their lineage. They still have their last names.
Bro, you don't even have to like minimize it to just Asians. The majority of people that come from other places, they can literally talk about their ancestors. Like
No,
they
they
could.
cannot.
You
I'm
could.
telling you, son, you're wrong. If I go up to the average white person and ask him about his
They can tell you
ancestors
about
and
Ireland.
his last
I
name,
got my
Hey,
best
hold on,
friends are
man.
Irish.
Hold on. That's what I'm saying. That's why I said what I said. We need to talk about, if we're going to talk about slavery, we need to talk about it in a better way, because this is the reason why I said it. I look up my family, and there's a part of my family that after the late 1800s, that's as far as I can get, because all of their records are gone. There's no census records. There's no slavery records. Now, on another side of my family, we got slave papers and all kind of shit. We also have, I seen where we had a census where they still have the home, a part of my family. So the problem is we do have lineage we need to get in touch with. But just to talk about, well, slavery just happened, I don't condone that. It's a way that we should be talking about it, because this is how you would know if you are actually from the slaves, or if your ancestors are from Africa. We got to do our own research. There's a way that we can do our own research now. We don't have to depend on somebody else to tell us each and every fucking thing about us. But we do got to research it. We do have to research it.
Can I answer now? Can I answer now?
Cap.
Okay. So I think if you're not gonna be honest with the slavery and the knowledge shit, you might as well just stop talking about it. Blank. I'm just gonna keep it a buck. Like on some real shit, nigga. If you're not gonna be honest about it, take the time and actually sit there and do the research and all that shit. Stop wasting your time.
So, but hold on. I just got a real question.
Go ahead.
Wait, hold on. So when the Asians came
Y'all
over
just
to
chime
America,
in. Just chime in. Go ahead. Shit.
I got you. So when the Asians came over to America, y'all think white folks received the Asian coming into this country?
No, nobody's arguing that. Nobody's arguing the 1570 bill of Discrimination Act in San Francisco. Nobody's discriminating.
Okay, hold on. I got you. So when we talk about segregation, do you believe that other races outside of whites had to worry about segregation?
I just told you,
What? Absolutely. Absolutely, they
white
did.
to the 1900s.
What?
Yes. Okay.
Irish wasn't white to the 1900s. So hell yeah.
Hold on now. So I'm building the case. So the whole point that I'm making is every other race found the way to be able to make it, and not only make it, become great in America. Why? Hold on. The question that we gotta ask is, what is that one thing, or what is the things that's holding us back where we can't get ahead as Black people?
Okay, so here's my answer. Here's my answer.
Hold on, before you go, hot sauce. Mark, Slimmy, if y'all can you turn your phone sideways so I can get a wide angle, and then I think glow you gonna stay in the back. Glow, you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, your camera was on, but you just cut it off. You gonna stay in the back?
We got the $1 Million Man.
No, he want to come up here so he can
come
get.
up, man. Cut your camera on. Come
he can
on
get
up.
some of this work.
He better have that white beat on. Better come up here with a white beat on.
He about to get
I'm
some
on
of
your
this
ass.
work. Green that little young nigga up here.
I'm on your ass.
Turn your phone sideways, Glow.
Nigga better have some clothes on.
You better.
I'm on your ass.
Nigga, I ain't finna call in naked, bro. Like, what type of freak shit?
Oh, he's talking about
Wait, who was
What's
about
up,
to go?
young boy?
Wait, hot sauce. I think
Big
hot
toe
sauce
in
about to
there,
go.
boy.
Yeah, hot sauce is about to go.
Go ahead, hot sauce.
Let me jump in after hot sauce.
All right.
So here's the situation. The fundamental difference between whoever you want to compare to ADOS, FBA, is that we were bred, right? Majority of us comes from 60 to 70% of us come from breeding farms. After 1782, when England said they're no longer going to fund the slave trade, that's when women came, and then they just literally start breeding and distributing black people nationwide, starting in Virginia where the railroads are. That is the fundamental difference. So
Well,
when you were let me finish. I did not cut you off. So when you were bred like animals, like stock, you have no family lineage and you have no idea where you come from because you were literally created. You were created to be a fucking slave. That is the fundamental difference.
Well, I'm gonna tell you the majority of the black people in America was not in the South. Slavery in the South and slavery in the North was totally different. It was not the same. And if you try to argue that it's the same, you're being disingenuous, right?
No, I'm not. Listen, brother. Regardless of where you were bred.
No, that's the whole point.
Word bread.
Yeah,
Bread.
the whole point of what I'm saying is what we do when we talk about slavery.
You're just gonna ignore that, right? You're gonna ignore that.
Hold on. We isolate the South and how the South did things. That's what we do. We don't talk about the rest of America. We talk about the Georgias. We talk about the Floridas, the Louisianas, and the Mississippis. That's where all that crazy stuff was going on.
Let me repeat.
Again.
Regardless of where you were, after 1782, you were bred and distributed around the country. This is undisputable fact. You were bred. That is why we can only go back to so far. We were bred.
Shout out to DR.
No,
I
believe the reason we only can go back to a certain time because the Native Americans, they did not track. They wasn't tracking people like we have tracked people. We have no track of how many Native Americans was here, and we definitely can't track which one of us came from the Native American side versus the slavery side.
Man, do it fucking matter.
Well,
Like, y'all niggas repeat the same goddamn thing over and over and over again. Like, goddamn.
If you are FBA,
the reason
you
why
were bred. You come from some breeding farm,
my
either
last name
Virginia
is
or
an
South
English
Carolina,
last name.
regardless. If you're FBA or ADOS, and a lot of people want to gloss over that, but that is slavery. You were bred. You come from some fucking breeding farm. We come from some fucking breeding farm.
Go ahead, Tommy. And I got a question too after that.
So,
I got a question.
What you just said was bullshit, Edie, man. I have an English last name. You know why? Because my last name comes from the owner. That's why it fucking stops. And that's how most of us who got these weird ass English last names but look like us walking around here, that's why the lineage stops there. Because it gets mixed up there because that shit got erased right there on the spot.
Let me ask a question. Is there value in knowing our history of slavery? Is there value in it? That's a simple question.
Yes, as long as it's true.
Go ahead, Glo.
As long as it's true. As long as it's the right shit, not the fucking school book shit that they try to put out here.
Go ahead, Glow.
What you mean, bro? There's so much information out there, dog. It's crazy.
Hold on.
How do we know that
shit
shit
true?
much information out there, dog?
Let me let Glow go.
You have to do your research.
Let me let Glow go, and then y'all can chime in after Glow. Glow, welcome to the show, Glow. Go ahead, bro.
What's up, y'all? Yes, it's important. Yes, the representation of that should be accurate, so we can have an accurate depiction on where we're going. I do think that we have to differentiate how we were treated in one part of the country as opposed to another during the same time period. I think that's important to cause attention to. I also think that we do need to look at the concept of slavery as a whole. And I do agree with the fact that every group of people were enslaved at some point. I can't weigh African American slavery over any other period of slavery. If we're talking about recent history, then in its effect now, yeah, I mean, like 400 years ago wasn't a long time ago, but like when you're talking about the evolution of man and how eventually our intelligence got sophisticated, so somebody quote unquote had the bright idea to be like, hey, if I could take care of my administrative affairs without having to worry about any type of physical or demeaning labor, then I'll pretty much purchase a person, right, to do that. I think that's just I think every group of man had that idea.
So you're saying that black people in these modern days and time should possess that information, that the way the majority demographic in this country came up, the way they were able to build this power structure is from free labor.
Yes. See, I think the problem with what you're saying is America is designed on slavery culture. We still have slavery culture in America, right? What we do now is we just outsource it.
Slavery culture is crazy. I can't breeze past that point. No. I was just having this conversation with my homeboy, man. Like, we are not on the plantation anymore, bro. Like, I don't believe none of that.
You missed it.
Like,
You missed what I said.
I did miss it because I know where you're. I mean, like, I could already see where you're coming from, because like how you responded in using phrases such as slavery culture and then all this. I've heard all of these talking points in the modern day. I know that you're. I think that you're going to come to the same conclusion, though.
Hold on, Edie Man. I'm gonna let Edie Man. Edie Man. 1 second, Edie Man. Hold on, Edie Man. I'm finna let you respond. Hold on. Shout out to the RBN in the building with the $5 super cap. He says salute to the homie Freezy and big bro JT. No cap. Go ahead, Edie Man.
No, I want Glow to tell me my conclusion. Tell me my conclusion, Glow.
So essentially, we should pretty much still believe that we're in some type of form of subtle slavery. Slavery never went away. Is that is that like the gist of your message?
You're 100% wrong. You're 100% wrong. That's why you should listen before you talk. All right. So what I was saying before I was
he was gonna get that work.
What I was saying before I was interrupted is that America is designed.
I mean, you interjected at the same time, but
hold on. Let's one mic at a time. Go ahead, Edie Man.
Let him finish, man. Let him finish.
So slavery. I mean, America only can benefit if they have a group of people that's not working for a wage. Let me give you an example. Right now, we use other countries like China, like Taiwan. We use other countries that use people who work for free, and we send those products into America. Right? Those people are still considered a slave
Exportation.
class.
I know what exportation is. Yes.
See, you just talking at this point. Go ahead, Glow. You got
No,
all
I'm
to
not.
say.
I know
Go
what.
ahead,
I know what the exportation. I know what the
Yeah, Glow.
exportation of labor is. I know that corporate. I know that corporate America is like, because of our administration now, we're shipping a whole bunch of jobs overseas. But not only just shipping jobs overseas, we're creating jobs over here for illegal migrants and stuff like that. Like, I know this. Like, you don't have to explain the
You
concept
ain't
of
the only one that he's talking to,
industrialization to
though,
me.
Glow. You got to remember, he got a
I
Freezy
mean,
got an
but
audience out here
he's
too,
making his
so you got
point
to let
toward
the man speak.
his point towards me. So I'm gonna address his points. I'm gonna address his points as he's made them towards me, because
By cutting him off.
apparently something that I said. So when he interjects with a popular talking point, that makes it okay, right? Like that's so when he has like a lot of the same sentiments as an average person.
Land the plane.
But you cut him off, bro.
Hold on,
I mean,
Glow. Let him finish his thought,
bro.
because he might end up somewhere. You go ahead, eat it,
No,
man.
but I mean, just
It's
focus on
clearly
the point,
I
Glow.
ended
Please
somewhere
focus on the
different.
point.
So
Focus on the point, because both of y'all are wrong. Both of y'all, America is a fucking
Hassan,
slave
hold
economy.
on, man. Go ahead,
Oh,
eat
fuck,
it.
both of y'all wrong. Shit.
Eat it, man. Go ahead, man.
Nigga, hot sauce stupid.
Windmilling like a motherfucker over here.
So tell us how we were on hot sauce.
Oh, so,
Come on, man. Y'all
Okay, you got okay. So first of all,
God damn,
people
hot sauce brought us
exporting
machete
jobs.
tonight. Shit.
I'm talking about both of them.
So first and foremost, when you're shipping jobs overseas, you're paying the
Right
people
back.
they're not working for
All right.
free. Secondly,
I know that.
Stop. I do. Okay. Anyway, they're not working for free. Secondly, to Glow's point, America does use slave labor because they use labor from in prison. Kamala Harris just had niggas
Oh, this
fighting
is true.
fires for free. Secondly,
Yeah, Texas does
McDonald's,
that. You're right.
Starbucks, AT&T, all these motherfuckers using prison labor for free. That's
This
the
is true.
incentives of having privatized prisons.
Yes, that's also true. Yes,
Okay,
that's true. I
come
agree with
on.
you.
Niggas both need to have a seat.
No. Hold on. So, but I'm saying that America didn't. My ending point is that America is not like, it was founded on slave labor, but you could have created a nation without slave labor. I do believe that, but unfortunately, slave labor started as the foundation, but I don't think that I don't think that slave labor in the sense of it being in general society is a thing. I do agree to the point that they use prison
let's get
labor
hot
for free
sauce.
labor. I do
Hello,
believe
you
that.
letting hot sauce wrong. Just because he over there in China, he think he can do that.
That boy,
Even the
immigrant.
people in prison, they get paid 25 cents, 50 cents an hour. So if they're getting paid a small wage, would you consider them not slaves?
It's a form of indentured servitude. It's a form of
Let me
indentured
have a
servitude.
conversation with hot sauce.
Yeah,
If they get paid 25
that's
cents,
indentured servitude.
So first and foremost, China since I don't know 2006 is a highline factory, meaning they no longer export simple textiles, things like that. You'll find that in Thailand and you'll find that in Mexico. Thailand and Mexico do not use prison labor.
No. You missing what I'm saying. You
I'm
said
not
that
missing what you're saying.
Americans have slave laborers, and you referred to the prison system. If the prisoners are getting paid 25 cents or 50 cents an hour, since they are getting paid based on your earlier knowledge, that means that they're not slaves, correct?
No,
Would you not?
No, whoa! I said that America does. I was making 2 points. One, when you said they were exporting free labor from abroad, I said they were not. The people abroad were making money. Then when Glow talked about America doesn't work on a prison labor system, I said it does because they're getting free labor from.
I didn't say that.
So hold on, no, but let's listen to what you said. If the prisoners, because I know somebody's in prison,
I
and when
didn't
they
say
work,
prison labor didn't
hold on
exist.
1 second, Glow. When they work, they get like 25 cents to 50 cents. So if they pay them 50 cents an hour or $1 an hour, would we consider that a slave labor, or would it be a low working with labor?
So first,
It's
a
still a
lot of
form of indentured servitude.
a lot of private prisons don't pay you anything. You can work to reduce your time, so they're literally getting nothing. So and I said that is slave labor. I don't know where the point of contention is. I said that was slave labor. I
No,
brought
that's
it
what I'm
up as
saying.
slave labor.
So a lot of prisons they pay a
No.
very low rate.
Stop. My point to you was that when we were
God
exporting
damn.
jobs overseas, I just simply said they were getting paid. That was my point to you. So
I
all
get
this
that.
other stuff is erroneous.
I
It's
know I get what
erroneous.
you said, but hold on. Let me tell you my point. Right, my point is we
It's
can
erroneous.
charge American prisoners 50 cents an hour, and we will call that slave labor. But I can go out to Taipan and charge them 50 cents an hour, and we say that that's not slave labor. Both of them
Because
are
the co-
slave class.
The
because
cost of living is
the
different. So
average
like
No,
hold
the
on,
the
listen.
prisoners' cost of living is different because they don't pay for their cost of living. What are you talking about, Glow?
Listen, let's look at a company called Foxconn, right? Foxconn provide food, housing, and wages. Overseas, you do not have to work so many jobs to have a living wage. In Thailand, a factory worker can afford food, clothing, and shelter for him and his family working at that factory. Cost of living is extremely much more cheaper abroad than
thank
here,
you.
than US.
Oh,
So it's
so
Thank you.
not.
based on what you said, based on the cost of living, dictates whether you a slave class or not.
Hold on. Let's talk about the labor that prison. So like let's assume that the
And
prison like
also,
the prison
some
industrial
depending on the
complex
private prison.
creates.
Wait, hold on. Depending on the private prison that you're in, you don't get paid at all. You just work to reduce your sentence,
Yeah,
so you
so
get
like
zero.
that means
Jesus.
the value of your labor is effectively is a good trade-off for the cost of time to create a product, because they have such cheap living standards that even if they did get paid 50 cents, the cost of labor costs more than what they're getting paid. It's the Pareto principle. So they're using
True.
cheap labor in order to produce the most amount of capital in these prison systems. Any society, I'll just speak to America, but I mean, if you're working to reduce time, like you can look back to the times of the Bible, because that happened. That was a thing as well, where people worked off their time, like in Greek times, in the Greeks times, it was like that. These you could prove you could prove this with history. Like this is like usually using a prison population for cheap labor. Just because they're working a position in prison doesn't mean that job outside of that prison world doesn't make exponentially much more than like the person in prison doing the job. That's how they cheapen the labor. They cheapen the labor by
Anyway,
exporting
guys,
most of
y'all
the.
take care. Salute. I
if you
gotta
if
run.
you could do it
I got shit to
industrial,
go.
if you could do it, so not only are you taking care
Glow.
of mass
Hold on,
industrial
glow.
mass
Hold on.
production.
Freezy panel, y'all. Salute. I gotta run. Yeah, it's I gotta
So
go. Good talking with y'all.
It's 9
And I'll
o'clock in
holler at
China.
you on my time.
appreciate y'all.
8
I just
a.m.
got a question
8
for the
a.m.
panel. Hold on, listen. If I
All
was
right,
to pay,
y'all, peace.
I appreciate you coming, hot sauce.
All right,
Listen,
shalom, Freezy.
All right, bro. Shalom.
so hold on. Listen how they done kind of twisted our minds. And this is a question for the panel.
We didn't
If I
twist anything. We stated mere
bro,
facts.
let me finish
Everything
talking,
everything
bro.
that I could say is a fact. But
You gotta
don't try to make it
cut me
seem like
off.
we twisted, we
No,
manipulated people's
bro.
minds,
I'm
bro.
trying
Like
to
that's
be
a
patient,
disingenuous way.
moderator. I can tell you that you keep cutting me off in the middle of my sentence. Bro, let me finish. We let you go on
All
these
right, bro.
long damn tangents and let you finish, bro. I'm trying to not snap on your ass tonight.
No, we ain't snapping.
No Cap-tivity.
Like at what point do we start saying lame ass niggas stop cutting me the fuck off? Like you done cut me off.
I mean, but I'm not about. You said you. I mean,
on, Edie, man.
I
Come
just
on,
wanted
come
to
on.
be represented in the argument fairly. That's
This
all.
shit doesn't make no sense that we had a whole conversation the other day and everybody was able to talk, and now Glow feel like he got to cut me off every time I start damn talking.
Go ahead and get your shit off. Go ahead.
This is what we're gonna do. Edie, man, go ahead, finish your thought, and then anybody want to respond, we're gonna go after that. Go ahead.
I just got one question. Why is it that we can pay the Americans in prison 50 cents and we won't justify that, but we'll justify we go to Taipan and pay them 50%, and we just say that the cost of living is not. Both of those people are equal, and both of them are living for a slave wage. How is that crazy?
Well, let me be the first to answer this, right? So Hassau's brought out he brought up the school to prison pipeline earlier, right? Do you believe that system exists, Edie, man?
Absolutely.
Okay, so if you believe that system exists, that means the pathway to prisoners getting paid 50 cents and the pathway to an Asian getting paid 50 cents is totally different. Right?
No, it's not, because their pipeway is the same way. They groom people to go work into these factories.
Well,
it's
no,
not
that's
just,
not. I would.
That's what I'm saying. It's just two different companies, but they have a pipeway to get into these factories the same way we have a pipeway to our prison system.
Well, we talking about sweatshops versus prison, right? So
it's the same thing.
Well, a lot of these sweatshops, they're volunteering actually taking this wage.
No, they're not.
Listen to what I'm saying.
They have no choice, Freezy. They have no choice because that's the only way that they can make money.
No, listen to what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. I understand what you're saying. These big conglomerate companies are providing employment on a very low scale. I get it. But you can liken that to an international minimum wage, right? You can liken that to that. What I'm telling you is that in prison, I ain't got to pay you a motherfucking thing.
And I don't got to work. I got a choice in prison whether I want to work or not. I don't have to work in prison. I choose to work. I want to take off some time. I want to get that 50 cents. See, we make it seem like in prison, they just got to work. And they have no choice. They choose that.
No, you are the first thing you're missing though is that they don't have to go to prison.
That's the point. That's why I asked Edie, man. That's why that's a great point, Slimmy. That's why I was asking Edie, man, does he believe in the school to prison pipeline? Right? Okay, you don't have to go to prison. Yeah. You understand what I'm saying? But if you end up in prison, you're telling me that the strings they have on prisoners is the same strings they have on a less fortunate Asian in the third world country?
I would say in some sweatshops it's worse in the sweatshop than it is in prison.
That might be the case, but I ask you, is the strings the same?
I believe it's close. I'm not saying that it's the exact same, but I'm telling you, these two classes are close. They're identical. Like, hey, I get you.
So Freezy, just like they make gym shoes in China, they make gym shoes in prison. Just like they make scrubs in China, they make scrubs in prison. Just like when they doing in prison, you do understand that they also have dudes that's doing what do they call that shit? Where they talk on the phone and sell other people's products. Mm-hmm. They're dealing with this is what they're doing. It is a privatized company, and that's what they end up doing. It's slavery.
Okay, but the point I'm trying to make is Edie man was saying he doesn't classify that as slave work.
No, I classify it as slave work. I think both of these are a slave class. I done said it like 4 times. I believe the prison is a slave class, and I feel like the The 50 cent an hour guy who working in China is a slave class. That's the only way America can actually make it. When people say that America could have still been made without slavery, that is a lie. I'm gonna tell you this right. For us to be the country we needed, we had to have a slave class. We would have to completely redo something that haven't been done before on this earth.
Either man, I will concede to it's very similar to slave work on both ends. The only exception I'm going to give, maybe you guys won't accept this, is that it's just like immigrants sneak over here to America, or they make a better way. They might get on the water, or they might come on land. Prisoners don't have that option. They just got to stay where they at. Feel what I'm saying? An Asian immigrant, Latino immigrant, yeah, that might be one of their best options where they are. But guess what? Just like Slimmy was saying, we going back to the free will conversation. You ain't got to work in that sweatshop. You can go somewhere else.
They can. You talking about somebody that, man, if you go and you actually see where they're at, it's just like diamond minders. The motherfuckers that's slave wages. When you're talking about these huge corporations, they're talking about two wings on the same bird. They have accounts with these things internationally and nationally. It's to say they're on their sheet. China is on their sheet, India is on their sheet, and all these different prisons are on their sheets. This is how they get their money. And when I said earlier, slavery is important to the world. It's a necessity. If it wasn't, then you wouldn't have it being done. It is a necessity.
So y'all likening these people working at the sweatshops as the same confinery to prison. That's what y'all saying.
Absolutely.
Nah, you get to go home at night. Like, you get to go home at night. I don't think it's like prison. Like,
you ain't been there, bro. What are you talking about? We talking about families of little bitty 9-year-olds, 12-year-olds, 14-year-olds. That's all that they have to survive, homie.
JT, your ass ain't been there neither.
No,
Oh, Slimmy, Tommy, JT, E-Man, and Freezy. Hey, I appreciate it, man. Catch y'all next time.
All right, Mark, man. Appreciate you. But no,
I've been in Asia, homie.
Oh, for real? Okay. Yeah, because you a soldier.
Absolutely.
So, right.
No,
yeah,
actually, once Eaterman and JT kind of explained it more, I concede to a lot of their points. Only thing I'm gonna say, I'm gonna agree with Slimmy on the constraints. You understand what I'm saying? Like, but I do understand the conditions and the environment that these sweatshops have people under. I get that, right? I do get that.
I just want to.
But I will say this: I've seen documentaries, and I read articles where these same people, some of these people do have choices. Like some of these people, they work in the slave shops during off season when crops aren't, when the seasons are not in. It's like they would choose to go over here when this ain't popping over here. That's a little different from prison. That's all I'm saying.
But Freezy, if you ever get a chance to go to these places, they build houses and communities right outside these factories for these people to stay at. So they'd be close enough to work. So I get that you might in your mind be like, it's such a big difference. I'm just saying that they're more similar than different. That's all I'm saying.
And the choice, Freezy, is you either work or you don't. You either starve or you won't. That's the choice. There ain't too much of a fucking choice, is it?
No, it's not. That's why I'm saying I'm conceding to a lot of y'all points. I don't know. I'm conceding. I'm gonna just concede the majority of what y'all saying. I feel what you're saying. But
I don't even disagree with them. I just think that prison is just such a, to me it just seemed like such a way worse monster. You know what I'm saying? Maybe for me, because I just have no desire to ever be there. You know what I'm saying? I'm not really thinking about it as these people, like, they homes get built right next to the place. I'm not thinking about that. I'm just thinking about my aspect of prison. I don't want to be there ever.
Well, Slim, I'm gonna tell you something. You don't want to be in one of these sweatshops either, ever.
Yeah, you don't want to. Hell no.
You don't want to.
Hell no. The fuck? I don't want to be there either.
Nah, for real.
I'm not
I
saying I want to be there. I'm just talking about on American soil. I don't want to be in no fucking prison, bro. That's all I'm saying. Like, hell
But
no,
see,
I don't want to go.
you benefit from it though. You definitely benefit from it. If you look around in your house, there's a whole bunch of shit that prisoners have made that you are benefiting from.
Any of that?
I think what Slimmy is saying. I think what Slimmy is saying. Environmentally, the ages are still considered free.
All right,
environmentally, right?
So when you say free, hold on, just freezy. You think that they can hop on a plane and go someplace? You think they can leave?
No, but they can go. They can leave their sweatshop and go to them little huts you say they build for them and go and hold on, E.
Freezy on some bullshit.
Listen what I'm saying. Listen.
God damn.
Hold on, Slim. I'm finna go somewhere because they think they got me cornered. They can go to their little house, and if they're married, they can have sex.
So
hold on, wait, Eater man, don't skip over that.
I would acknowledge this. I would acknowledge that some of them can have sex. I acknowledge that.
Some of them,
not all. I'll tell you, everybody in that sweatshop ain't getting no booty. Listen, but one thing, hold on. One thing I'm gonna say, Freezy, just like you said that they can go to their huts, you could go back to your cell.
Yeah.
And have sex with who?
With your buddy.
No.
Nigga, put your hand down, Drip. Put it down. Put that motherfucker down, dog.
But I did. Listen, I did give you a difference though. That's a big difference.
I got you. But like, what I'm telling you is, them prisoners can have sex with the nurses. They can have sex. They can have sex with those guards. They can have sex with a whole bunch of women.
You talking about they can? They can't. No, they can't either, man. They can get in trouble. That's what they can do.
So hold on. So you think a man and a wife who don't work 15 hours in the warehouse go be thinking about sex after they get home from the warehouse?
Boy, you never know.
Yeah. That's what my scrimp. I need that scrimp.
He trying to get his rocks off.
I need to power up, man. What are you talking about?
Hey, they have the ability to feed themselves a meal too. They not distributed a meal.
You got to power up. Oh man.
Say it again, Slimmy. Say it again.
They can make their meals. You know, they're not constrained to not being able to having food distributed to them. They could cook.
What
for
are you
themselves.
talking? Do you know how they cook it?
Yeah, them niggas got skills, dog.
I'm still trying to figure out how to eat fried chicken. They be out there eating fried chicken. They eat a whole steak.
Them niggas be baking cakes and shit.
Okay, listen.
Goddamn light.
Listen,
Suge Knight got a fucking podcast, my nigga, on some real shit.
Right.
Come on, nigga. What?
Are you serious?
Hell yeah.
He got a podcast for real.
He do, bro. He do. He sure do.
Okay,
I want to let you know when you see them prisoners eating those honey buns. Show me when they leave that sweatshop, they eating honey buns and they eating chips and all this stuff. They ain't got no money for that stuff.
Eating rice, nigga. It's all rice.
Okay, listen. And the rest of the y'all. This the last question of the night. This ties in with y'all closing remarks. Before we do that, super chat. Shout out to Next Level with the $2 super cap. He said, "Is a 304 a slave?"
No Cap-tivity.
He trying to get y'all to think deep.
I was so out of control.
I think he got. Hold on, one more. We got one more. Super chat. Shout out to Next Level again with the $2 super cap. He said, "Are interns Slave.
No Cap-tivity.
Nah, they prostitutes.
Shout out
They
to
choose
next
to be
level.
hoes though.
Okay,
Next level
listen.
popping this shit.
This the last question of the night, and this is actually the topic of the show. Should bad parents ultimately be blamed for your fucked up life? Should bad parents be blamed ultimately for your fucked up life as an adult? Not saying that y'all lives fucked up. I'm just speaking hypothetically.
Nah.
I'm gonna start with Drip, and then I'll go from there. Go ahead, Drip. Should bad parents be ultimately blamed for your fucked up life?
Nah, I don't think so. I honestly think it's up to that person's, to make the moves that they want to make. I mean, if you let it tear you down, then that's on you. Then you're a weak individual. You know what I'm saying? But if you handle your business and go the way that you want to go, and and do things to get you to that way, then shit.
Okay, so let me go to Trucker Yale. Trucker Yale. Should bad parents ultimately be blamed for an individual's fucked up life?
No. Nah, bro. I just think it's a lot of lazy ass people that don't want to put in the work.
Y'all know y'all painting yourself into a little hole. I'm gonna fuck y'all up after this, right? Y'all know that, right? Okay.
Hey, you was just talking about huts, nigga. Go stand in the corner, nigga.
I'm just
but on some real, I think it's just a lot of people that just don't want to deal with fucking getting it, and just a lot of lazy people that expect shit to be given to them. You know what I'm saying? If you want, you got to put in the work to get it, man. It's just
that's real.
Do or die, really. I'm gonna keep it a
That's
buck.
real.
It's do or die.
I love these shows, man. I love these panels. This is why I love my job, dog. Okay, let me go to Glow. Glow, should bad parents ultimately be blamed for an individual's fucked up life?
2 minutes.
Not ultimately. I think that you can pull yourself up by your bootstraps, and lace up and do what you need to do. Some people, sometimes I do think, sometimes I think there are a lot of instances where a toxic situation can put you in such a state of psychosis that it's gonna take a miracle to break that negative cyclical thinking.
You talking about fear?
No.
Don't get him started.
Oh, never mind. Go ahead.
Okay.
My bad.
Let me go to Slimmy. Slimmy, should bad parents ultimately be blamed for an individual's fucked up life?
I think we have to take into account that bad parenting can lead you to having very traumatic experiences at younger ages. It can also lead you to having very bad habits. It can lead you to a lot of things. But ultimately, we have free will, JT.
Yeah.
No, but we have free will. And we also have a word called perseverance. We can persevere through all the negativity. As Black folks, we have persevered through a lot, honestly. We persevered through slavery. We just got to stop falling for the traps of feminism and get our shit together. But that's neither here nor there. But
it's stop fucking with weak ass niggas. How about that? Stop fucking with the ones that want to do right. That's just what it is.
Well, hold on. Bad parenting can't go on a downbeaten path. But you do have, it's your responsibility at the end of the day to live your life to the probability outcomes that you want. Ultimately, you have the choices and you have the power to change your life no matter what direction your parents sent you down. You can do what you want to do. You can be who you want to be. You really can. And I think people need to get put out their mind, like the mental blocks that we have and the excuses that we want to make. for everything that happens around us, and we just need to get that out our hands, because that shit is life is not going to be easy, and it's not going to be fair at all at any point in time. So what you have to do is you got to circumvent all the negative bullshit, and you got to, and like Glow said, you got to pull your bootstraps up, and you got to be the better person at the end of the day, ultimately for yourself. Determine your outcome. Don't let anybody dictate it for you.
Oh.
Either man, should bad parents ultimately be blamed for an individual's fucked up life?
I would say the answer to that question, because I was thinking about it for a while, is I think the answer to that question is yes for people under the age of 25, and no for people over the age of 25. Because I was listening to this young man who said that he was convinced that wrong was right because that's the only thing his parents taught him. I know we live in this idea that everybody have the wisdom and they know what's right and what's wrong, but he said his father was a killer his whole life. He didn't see nothing wrong with it until he got convicted of murder. He thought that's just the way things were. So can we say that he could have been his own man? But if you've been trained to kill people from the age of 5, can you really say that he knew any different? So my answer to that is yes, your parents can be the reason that you got to F up life. But at some age, I do agree with the other fellas. You got to take responsibility for your own actions. And I think after 25, you got to start evaluating that.
Wow.
This one here for the thug.
Wow, you surprised me tonight, Either man. JT, should bad parents ultimately be blamed for an individual's fucked up life?
First of all, I want to say, Either man, go to hell for saying the exact same thing I was getting ready to say. I do agree with what he just said. Yes, they should. And the thing is that after you're 25 years old, you're going to have to start getting your life together. But absolutely, when it comes down to it, parents are the ones that are supposed to have you set at least to get a chance, a fighting chance. And when we're talking about bad parents, they're not doing that. They don't give a fuck about you. So at the end of the day, yes, it's their fucking fault. Now, after you done got to be into adulthood for a little bit, you're going to have to start working that shit on your own. It's your responsibility to do that, right? Because they just going to be twiddling their goddamn thumbs. I've heard someone sit back and try to tell their mother about how she was a bad parent to them. But you know what the problem was? Mama had memory loss. What they call it? Alzheimer's.
Schizophrenia.
Dementia, Alzheimer's. But you know, it is what it is. You still here. Yeah. So yeah.
Go ahead, JT.
No, I'm there. I landed right there. Yeah.
Okay, so everybody on the panel, ultimately, it's fair to say that bad parents aren't ultimately the blame for an individual's fucked up life. Now, JT and Either man stipulated that below the age of 25, yes, we can blame them for having a huge impression on their lives being fucked up. But ultimately, I think everybody is agreeing that bad parents shouldn't be blamed for an individual fucked up life. So does that mean going forward, y'all know I'm finna fuck y'all up, right?
I already know what you about to say.
Y'all
I already know what you about to say. I know where you was going with it. Let's go with it.
So that means going forward, we should stop talking about these single mother ran households and shit.
No Cap-tivity.
Is that what that mean, y'all? Is that talk to me?
Nah, I'm down for that. So when I'm talking, I don't think when you said bad parenting, I wasn't thinking like single mother, right? Because I think you can get over that. I'm just saying I know a young man who daddy put a pistol in his hand at 10 and told him to go shoot somebody, and now he's serving 25 to life. So his adulthood, he's gonna be in jail. That's his daddy fault.
Having one parent as a single mother, do you consider that ultimately bad parenting?
No.
You don't?
I don't think it's a qualifier just because I had one parent, because some people have one good parent and I see them create a lot of success. So I wouldn't know.
Okay, but the reason why I asked that is because the blame on a lot of these crazy ass little niggas that's coming up in society is blamed on single mother ran households, these emotional guys.
It
You
can't
guys
be
have heard the
blamed.
conversations.
But Freezy, it can't be blamed if she's the parent that's taking care of him. Who else he gonna blame it on?
Listen. I'm just echoing what we hear in these spaces. That's all I'm saying. I'm just
Let's so everything is based off of balance of probabilities. Remember
don't get
what
in
we
that
was
truck
talking
again,
about.
because you done been a part of these conversations. Go ahead.
No. What I was gonna say is, bro, it's the problem is that nigga nobody want to take accountability or responsibility for the shit that they go through. It's even to a point now niggas is literally trying to blame generations before for the fuck ups of 2024. Let's just keep
Yeah,
it on with 1000.
that's all fucked up. But with Freezy, on Freezy's point, I understand what he was saying, because what he's also saying is that when you having these panels and when they're talking about how society is right now, most people that are in prison or that's out here that's doing what they call them Pookies and Ray Rays.
Yeah, the Pookie, Ray Ray.
Whatever. Yeah, and they will blame it on a single parent household, and specifically it would be mothers, right?
Correct.
You don't have to have people blaming it. That's why they have Slimmy stats. This is what we have to also understand, that we don't have to blame anybody. We just say this is what it is, right? That's what it's about. It's not about blaming nobody. It's about what it is, bro. And it is better to have a nuclear family than it is to have a one-parent family. That's facts.
Right.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
I agree with that. Yeah.
I was just trying to paint y'all into a corner because
of course you was, Hut Man. Of course you was.
I saw you coming, Freezy.
I think
the nigga's not even slick tonight. Nah, nigga, nah.
Right, I saw that damn bottle, that Molotov cocktail he had behind his back. I saw it.
But one thing we do have to say is that everybody is entering adulthood with some type of trauma.
Yep.
Like I this idea that I can come from a perfect situation and I'm not going to have a certain level of trauma, it's not realistic. So I think the conversation is, how do we teach adults how to properly deal with trauma and to overcome trauma? Because you're not going to avoid trauma. It's just not going to happen.
All right.
Face your fears, man.
I agree.
Yeah. That's gonna be. You gonna have to learn to face your fears, and you gonna have to learn to deal with shit.
So I'm gonna be having more live discussions on this type of shit, right? Because right now we don't have enough time, but really what y'all leading into is therapy, counseling, a good support group, all that kind of stuff that black men don't like to talk about because y'all too macho. You know what I'm saying?
I can't, because I've had therapy.
I had therapy too. Anybody in the military, they better have some therapy. Listen, the question I'm gonna ask you is: so are you gonna teach your grandkids about slavery? Because you ain't answered the question.
That's where I thought he was going.
You tried to get away tonight. Are you gonna be teaching your grandkids about slavery?
I'm glad you asked me that question, Eater Man. I think that slavery is very vital information. If somebody said it earlier, slavery is very vital information if it's taught correctly. Now, what I don't, you said that, Slimmy?
No, that was JT.
I said that.
JT said that. Okay.
Yeah.
What I don't agree with is a lot of these propaganda movies like 12 Years a Slave and
Lord have mercy.
And I don't agree with that bullshit because
Color Purple.
Yeah,
maybe I'm from Georgia, the deep south. Tell me, Freezy, how we should teach y'all, because I might change my view on it. Tell me how to teach it correctly. What I need to go tell my kids.
Well, so for one, there's a lot of nuggets you can get out of black people can get out of slavery, like a lot of the inventions that were and patents that were stolen from us. Right. Let's start there.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Like the heat in your house.
Right. Also, a lot of black people don't know that the Congress was filled with black Republicans at one point in time, and they used to be slaves. You understand what I'm saying? That's very pertinent information, especially if you into politics.
No, so hold on, but why can't I just tell my kid that the Congress was full of black men that have accomplished great things? Why not?
Because they need see.
That's that sugarcoat shit that we talking about right
please
there,
let
bro.
me, Freezy, let me answer this, please.
Oh,
go ahead,
Go ahead.
So with when we're talking about slavery, we have to talk about who was most for slavery. And when you're having an accurate recollection of events, you have to specify that the Democrats were the ones who were championing slavery, right?
Glow, stop. You just fucked the answer up. Just I got you.
I told you.
How? Like,
God damn.
Let me answer it, Glow. Because it was very simple. It's very simple. It's very simple. It's very important that they know that, either, man, because when we talking about feats and thresholds that we should prepare ourselves to go through to the road to success, it's very important that they know that these Republican, these congressmen, these black congressmen, what they actually fought through to get there. They were slaves. So guess what? If you bring them back to slavery and then let the youth know, listen, if they could do it, you can do it too. That's very important.
But Freezy, why can I say...
I don't understand why black people are so ashamed of where they come from, right? There's pride in that. Listen what I'm saying.
Either man. You telling me you listen, man. You telling me you good with lying or giving half truths to your children?
I know what I'm saying is every time Freezy talk about slavery, when he talk about...
I don't talk about slavery all the time. Go ahead with that shit.
I'm talking about tonight. Listen,
okay, go ahead.
He said, I want to tell you what the slaves did. I'm going to tell them what their daddy did. Did you know your daddy was a black man in America who went to college, who started a business, who going to be a multi-millionaire before you leave? How about you take me as an example instead of somebody you don't know, the damn slaves?
I get that, but what you just did was an example of what we talking about being taught correctly. You said, yo, why can't I do this, that, and that? Why can't I tell them that, it was proud black men and they was proud and they did all these accomplishments, but you cut out the main part of, well, son, even though they did all these accomplishments, they were slaves. But they still did all this.
If y'all really listen to what y'all said, that profits nothing.
But it's the truth. That's the point.
It does.
It's the whole truth. It's the whole truth. That's the point of being taught correctly.
Let me say this. If that was the case, then why don't we attach it to something that we can actually have attached to us? For instance, how many people know who their great-great-great-grandfather is? How many people know him? Right. It's very few, right? That's my point. It's very few that know who their great-great-great-grandfather is.
That's a great point.
It's very few of them that knows who their great-great-great-great-grandmother is. It's very few. So if we want to make it where it has some type of currency, you got to attach your family to it, your lineage. Because let me tell you what counters all that shit we talk about with slavery. You got a bunch of motherfuckers that's running around here saying that, guess what? There's very few people that were actual slaves from Africa. We were free people. So we got people arguing that. We're the real Native Americans. You got people saying that. The reason why we keep arguing about it is because we're not attaching our family to it. Very few people can sit back and say, my great-great-great-grandfather, such and such, was a blacksmith. He also did this. And we also got land. And because of this land, this is where it was. Nobody's attaching their family and their lineage to it. So all we know is this slavery. That's it.
Right.
And because we're black, we're indigenous to slaves. Oh, go ahead, Ian, man.
The only question I want to ask you is, all these lessons that I'm teaching my kids, I can do it without slavery. So when I ask people what's the value of teaching it, most people say it was the truth. Let's tell the truth. If it's like, tell me the value in teaching slavery.
Hold on, Edie, man. Let me ask you a question. Hold on, Chucky. Yeah, let me ask you a question. Either man, do you represent some type of deity or religion?
Yes.
What is it? Is it Christianity?
Christianity.
Okay, so that's another reason why slavery is very pertinent information. Because if you care to know, slavery was the beginning of what was the religion that was given to us and how it was broken down. And a lot of that information was faulty information. Now you can choose to believe that, you know, if you want to. But what I'm saying is that this is what I'm saying. I'm not saying we should focus on people getting lynched. I'm not saying we should focus on the atrocities of slavery. No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is there are nuggets of information within slavery, just like JT just pointed out, just like Glow was just saying, just like I was saying. The first thing I mentioned was the many inventions that black people actually came up with just to make life easier on plantations and stuff, right? It was a lot of practical inventions that we use today that young black kids, if they knew this stuff, it would add to their esteem, right?
Bro, they don't.
But all I'm telling you, Either man, is that I'm not saying we should focus on the atrocities of slavery, but there's historical information and accomplishments that came out of slavery. Do you agree with that, Either man?
I agree with that statement, but the question I'm asking is, when you talk about slavery today, I get you saying doing it another way in the future. Which black person on this panel go say that it increased their self-esteem when they learned about slavery?
When I learned that especially the reason why I first said I mentioned the inventions part, that really did increase, like, it gave me pride in my race. It did. Like, then I was because growing up in the hood, they make you feel like niggas ain't invent shit. You know what I'm saying? Like we just some niggas over here, and you know, and we ain't really
we lost.
Yeah. But when you know the stoplight was invented by a black man, when you know that, I'm talking about, listen what I'm saying. When you know practical shit like the wheelbarrow and a lot of construction, the way we build shit today, is because of slavery.
All right, so let me just challenge what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
I believe that you have to talk about the positive things of slavery is because people was taught the negative things of slavery first. Like, the reason that I think that your confidence was increased is first you had already seen the negative that we was nothing, so you had to build upon that negative bridge to say we were inventors and different things like that because you was already teared down from base. What I'm saying, if I start my kids off at base, I can talk about all the things that black people have accomplished. I don't think I have to talk about slavery. I don't think that's a necessary thing to do for them to learn.
Go ahead, Chucky, But you listen, I get what you're saying, dog. But you can't just start from the top. And like, there was a bottom. Everybody started from the bottom and came up. All right. At one point in time, we were slaves. Then we started venting shit like the heat that you have in your home right now, which was by a black woman. The fucking alarms that you have in your home was by a black woman. The fucking caller ID, black woman. It's so many inventions right now.
Hold on, Trucker Yell.
That we have.
And just to add to Trucker Yell's point, if you don't go back to slavery, you're going to miss all that shit.
No, you're not.
That's the point.
Free. Well, listen, this is what I'm saying. Let me tell you what I'm going to tell. I'm going to tell my kids, you know what? At one point in time, your daddy was broke. Your daddy didn't have anything. And you know what he did? He got out the mud, he grinded, he built the business, and I can be the example. They don't have to have a slave.
I agree with that. I kind of agree with that, Freezy. I think we got to start with our immediate, and then we can work our way back. But I think we should be.
And that's the point. And that's the point, JT. We're not saying not to do that. Because, I do that with my son all the time. But when my son is in the truck with me or I'm at home, we listen to Marcus Garvey and fucking Jay Baldwin and all that. yo, we take time out to yo, this is what they invented. This is what they talking about. This is the third. How you think you got heat in your home? How you think the
That's a
fucking my
fact.
trailer right now?
That
The
shit's
trailer right now.
important.
The ice machine that you have right now in your crib. All of that. Yo, that was invented by black people. The
And guess
combustion
what, Trucker
system.
Yell?
All of that shit.
That might motivate. That information you just gave might motivate a young cat to say, you know what? I'm gonna go into heating and HVAC and all that shit just because, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that Edelman and JT is wrong. Yes, Edelman, JT, all of us should be the first line of motivation and encouragement when it comes to the youth, especially our kids. I get that. But guess what? We should also be the ones with that same information that actually to tell our child. Cause listen, let's just be honest. We're not the only great men on the earth. There are other great men that persevered and actually did great things, right? Even in slavery. All I'm saying is, I think all of us can agree that the sensationalism of slavery, we could leave that shit out. I'm tired of hearing about niggas getting hanged and stripped and feathered and shit and buck broken. I'm tired of that shit.
Yes.
Right?
You.
We don't need to keep hearing about that.
Thank you.
But I do understand that there is very valuable information and people that we should learn about during slavery that's very constructional and informational. That's all I'm saying.
So this is what I'm saying.
If you're talking about leaving that out, I totally disagree.
But this is what I'm saying, Freezy.
Yeah.
If we're going to do that, first and foremost, we do have to start with us, right? Then our father, then our grandfather, then our great-grandfather, and so on and so forth. Then you go to the other part. Now, if you want to start learning, you have to start learning from what we call our people, correct?
Mm-hmm.
How many people would read something like this?
The secret relationship between blacks and small hats.
How many people actually took out the time where you have people that are actually giving you real doctrine that you look like, that's saying, hold on, this is not something that we're trying to gain some type of, whatever. You have people that actually were on the opposite side. Their ancestors went on the opposite sides of this whole thing, the Atlantic trade and all these different things, all the way up until we got to segregation and stuff, right? And you had rabbis and you had people from the Nation of Islam that both wrote the book.
Mm-hmm.
They both wrote the book. So there's no, where you, like what Drip was saying earlier, a lot of that shit is goddamn cap, right? Because a lot of these motherfuckers are just putting their own narrative out there. That's why I said we have to research. But we research first when it comes down to our lineage. If we want to get our kids to have pride, they got to go to the person that they see right in front of them that looks just like them. Just like what Edelman was just saying. I'm going to say something about myself. And then I'll go back to all the other ones. Then I'll talk about dad and great granddad and all them. And then I go from there. And then guess what? When you get to start talking about that shit, because you got to do your research too, right? So guess who they're going to be attached to? That whole thing we call slavery. That whole thing we call segregation. All of the shit, if we want to find out and we want our kids to actually understand what all of this stuff is all about, attach our family to it. They're there. We act like these motherfuckers don't exist. How many motherfuckers don't know who their daddy is? They run around this motherfucker trying to do all that other shit, and they don't even know who the fuck their grandfather is, their grandmother is. How they gonna take pride in something that's so far gone? We talking about that shit is, they ain't got that in it, just like we ain't got it in our head. We had to research this shit. That's what I'm saying. So, you attach it to your family, and then it'll make it a lot more easier for your kids and yourself.
So what JT? I need the book of that. I need that name of that book, sir. And then number two, that was one of the things my dad used to do with me that I do with my son. Son, you know what I'm saying? Well, we did this, it kind of started with him and the family and stuff like that. And then the other history and things like that, right? And then it came to a point where I actually asked, like, yo, what was my my great granddad was? Well, how was he? What was he like? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Little, stuff like that,
Well, I think trucking.
Yeah, I agree with that.
The reason I think the way that I think is I was sitting down with my grandfather before my grandfather passed, and I was like, I said, tell me about your grandfather and his father. Tell me as much as you know. And then when he started talking, his story was totally different from the stories that we hear in the books. You know, when he started telling me, like, 90% of the slaves didn't get beat, it was only 10%. 10% was the ones who tried to run away, who had harsh treatments, different things like that. And then he started telling me in Georgia, slave owners realized the better they treat their workers, the better off they got. They convinced the slaves that they were sharecroppers and not slaves, and they worked twice as harder because they thought that they actually owned part of the land, even though it wasn't true, even though it's some manipulation. So when people start asking those questions about slavery, I get we can teach about it, but I don't think it's enough information out there for us to to know the truth. Now we can have folk tales, we can read stuff about it, but I don't think that we have enough people that have the real knowledge to teach it today. That's why I think we should actually discard it.
But either man, either man, that's what I'm saying. You gotta do the homework with this shit, Joe.
But
You
y'all
gotta
ain't
really,
just hear what. Listen,
take some time out.
Y'all ain't just hear what Eder Man just said though. Eder Man,
Yeah, I heard what he said. He
Eder Man, you know you just fucked up, right? You know you just. I'm
telling my kids, Shaka Zulu was a Power Ranger.
Eder Man said. Actually, this is what Eder Man said. Actually,
bullshit.
The slave owner tricked the slave and made them think that they own some land, and they was actually able to Eder Man, you do know that's still bad, right? That's still bad, though. Eder Man.
Listen, it's not about. I think what corporate American is doing to their employees today, a lot of that is wrong. I'm not saying that they wasn't manipulative. I'm not saying those things. I'm just saying all y'all guys keep saying we can do the research, we can Google it. The problem is if your kid was to open up a MacBook or their iPad and start looking up slavery, they're not going to get motivated for researching slavery. Like
they're not. Hold on, Eder Man.
I'd rather my kid research Rich Dad Poor Dad, the richest man of Babylon. Like research stuff that's gonna get them ahead of life.
I mean that's cool and all, but it starts from somewhere, dog.
Right.
It starts from somewhere.
It's gonna start from
believe it or not. Believe it or not,
Eder
Man. Believe it or not, you can get some type of motivation and encouragement knowing the perseverance from whence you came. You understand what I'm saying? Listen what I'm saying. All I'm telling you, Eder Man, is that I'm not denouncing what you're saying. I'm telling you that there's a lot of good information concerning black folk in slavery, not just the bad shit. There were people that actually accomplished great feats and heights during slavery, black people. That's all I'm saying.
I got you. So out of 10, let me tell you my mindset. Out of 10, if you look at 10, 2 people might get something good out of slavery. 8 people might get something bad out of slavery by teaching it. I'm telling you, since I invest in the stock market, if a stock had a 20% chance, I'm not going to take that chance and bet on it. I'm going to bet on where my clients are better.
All right.
It's a modern day nigga.
Listen. I mean, y'all do whatever y'all want to do, man. At the end of the day, man, and y'all want to lie to y'all kids, and y'all want to.
You can do both at the same time, bro.
But JT, that's what's wrong with black people. They can't walk and chew bubblegum at the same damn time. You feel what I'm saying?
Shaka Zulu was a Power Ranger.
Like that's what make other races. They understand. Like, okay, so all I'm saying is that. When I was in public school, I learned the good, the bad, the romanticism of white history. All of us did.
Mm-hmm.
All I'm saying is that yes, you're right, Eder Man. We've been taught a lot of atrocities every time we hear about black history, especially during the 18, 17, 1600s, all the way to the 1400s. Yes, it's just a lot of war is me stories. I get it. But guess what, Eder Man? When you dig deep, you learn you learn the shit that wasn't taught to you. You start opening your eyes. and you start understanding there was great people that we never knew about back then. Black historians. You understand what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. I'm saying
Don't forget about Rome.
I'm not. Hold on. Shout out to Edie Man. I mean, shout out to Angry Man. I think. Super chat. Here come Angry Man with that bullshit. Shout out to my dog Angry Man, man. Shout out to Angry Man.
The truth, man.
Angry Man. Nah, that's my dog. Angry Man with the $20 super cap. Angry Man said, Edie Man is right. Soon as y'all let go of that history, the sooner you'll start winning. But most never will. So most will never win. So this is the thing. This is what I mean, right? This is what I mean. This is what lets me know, and shout out to Angry Man, that's my dog. This is what let me know there's so much shame attached to our history, right? But every other race, they've been able to cherry pick the pride and accomplishments even out of the bad, right? Like all I'm saying is that know your history. Am I saying something wrong when I say that? Know your history.
It's just like, do you believe, Freezy, that people go to jail and learn a lot of good life lessons?
Say it again.
Do you believe that people go to jail and prison and learn a lot of good life lessons?
I do.
I do too.
Yeah.
You do? Freezy? Do you think that people go to jail and learn a lot of good things in jail?
I don't think you should be in jail.
No. I
see what you're trying to do, man.
Answer the damn question, Freezy.
You can't run that bullshit on.
My nigga straight, he hit you with that I plead the fifth, nigga.
Get your ass up here, Angry
That
Man.
nigga said I plead the fifth,
Y'all don't want
nigga.
Angry Man to get on the panel.
That's my dog. That's my dog.
No, that's my dog, man.
My dog, the truth. That boy, Angry Man, the truth.
Listen,
it'd be an honor to have. It'd be an honor to have Uncle up here, bro. I really rock with Angry.
Nah, he gonna give you that work, dog. You don't want that right now. It's too late. It's too late in the night for you.
I rock with
I'm
Angry.
gonna tell y'all this right here. Freezy,
I'm gonna answer the question.
Hello, but Freezy is such an intelligent person, and you see how he did not want to answer that straight up because if
I can answer the question.
So, do you think
ask me the question? Ask me the question one more again.
But you clicked up on that question, though, Freezy. You did creep up.
Do you believe that a lot of people go to jail and learn a lot of good things?
Yes.
All right. So when you advocate for slavery and teaching slavery, it's almost the same as somebody advocating and saying go to jail because you can learn a whole bunch of stuff there. No, everything they learn in jail, I can learn in the free world.
You know you just fucked up.
My whole point of what I'm saying is my kids can learn every
This man crazy, bro.
and I don't have to use no slavery.
Man, you know you just fucked up, right?
You just
fucked up, right?
You got to get the sound. You got to get that sound bite from that movie, Boys in the Hood. Like every time somebody do some shit like that, that shit be going.
Boys in the Hood. That was a menace to society, bro.
Some people say the best thing that ever happened to them.
Society, my bad. Yeah.
There's some people that say the best thing ever happened to them was being incarcerated because if they wouldn't have been incarcerated, they probably would be in hell. They probably would be dead, right? But do what I'm saying. All I'm saying is this, Edie Man. I get your point, but what I'm saying is that once again, you're trying your best to highlight the negativity about slavery. I get it, Edie Man. Right? You want to remove yourself as far away from slavery as you can. Right? I get it. Hold on, let me bring my dog.
Let me say this before he come up.
No, hold on. My dog finna replace Umar Johnson. That's the only guy. He the only guy I know that can replace Umar Johnson. Let me bring.
Nah, that's fine.
Let me bring my boy.
Oh my God, this gonna be.
Let me bring my boy up here.
Hey, there you go.
Let me bring my boy up here.
The champ is here. The champ is here. The champ is here.
See,
no, you fucked up. You fucked up. But go ahead, Edie Man.
The champ is here.
How you messed up? See, Freezy only want to talk about the negative in prison. He don't want to talk about the positive in prison. He only want to talk about the negative. Listen, if you just change what you saying, Freezy, There's no reason that you should be doing it. Let it go. I promise you. If you want to see black families' income go up by 20 to 40%, stop talking about slavery. If you stop talking about slavery, you'll start seeing black people win at so large of a rate that you wouldn't even be able to.
How you know that? How you know that, Eater man? You just made up some shit just then.
Because I did it. That's what I'm telling you. We stopped talking about slavery in our family.
I want to hear what AM got. I know AM he got some heat for him. I want to hear what AM got to say. And we gonna have a good back and forth. Go ahead, AM.
Well, what Eater man?
You wrong, AM. Right. You wrong. I'm just bullshit. I'm just
playing. Man, what Eater man is saying is 100% correct. It's 100% correct. And part of the reason black people remain in the state that they remain in is because niggas don't want to let go of. They don't want to let go of slavery. It's time to let go of that shit. It's time to let it go. It's a loss that happened centuries ago, and it's time to let it go.
So AM, you don't agree that what I said, my initial statement about all of the many inventions, that's pertinent information for young black youth coming up in public schools? Let's pretend that critical race theory included all of these valuable inventions that white people might have gotten credit for, but black people actually started. You don't think that's pertinent information?
Yeah, that's a key thing right there. Who did you say got credit for it?
White people got credit for it.
Okay, so if white people got credit for a lot of the inventions back in the day, that means it was a lie, right? That a lot of them invented it, right?
What, a lot of white people invented it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lie. Okay. Yeah, it's a lie.
Okay, so guess what? That means that all of the kids growing up believe that lie, right?
Yes. By default.
So you have a group of people that in actuality are not attributed to inventing a lot of things, but yet and still they chose to lie about it in the history books. Why do you think they lied about it?
For morale. I think they lied about it for morale for their own race. That's
definitely.
what I think.
I definitely agree with that.
Huh?
Did it work? Did it work?
No. I would say no.
Walk up to it, Freezy. Quit.
I
walk
think
up
so.
to the goddamn
No. Hold on, because I know how. No, because I know AM. I know AM. AM like to put you in the trick bag. I know AM.
Hold on. Let me ask a little question. You said it didn't work, right? So the most recent people that have invented things that really had an impact on the world, were they black or white?
I would say black, since we were the first people.
That's why Glow in the answer for me.
Yeah.
You done lost your mind.
It worked. I was gonna say it worked.
Are you saying
you lost your mind? You don't have. Look, check this out. When you look at black inventors, you gotta look to the past.
Yep.
Because you don't have a lot of black inventors. No Cap-tivity. Right? But here's the problem with that.
Eater man,
right?
Get your mouth off the floor, Eater man. Get your mouth off the floor. Go ahead.
No, here's the point. Here's the point, right? You would have to look to the past because you don't have a lot of black inventors today. But you have to understand the psychology behind why they would say that they invented this and they invented that. It's in order to inspire their people to be great, to inspire their people. So what they do is they focus on the wins. And they'll go so far as erasing their losses from the history books. And you know why? Because they don't want to teach their kids how to be losers. They want to teach them how to be winners. Now, we may know right now that the concept of white supremacy is not really factual. It's a lie. But guess what? A lie told 1,000 times ends up being what?
The truth.
The truth. So guess what? While black folks are so focused on the truth about slavery and wallowing in it, and wanting to know every single detail about how you were treated in a debaucherous way, how you were uh, uh, conquered and dominated and every other foul thing you could think of. You know what it's done to our people?
Nothing.
It's turned us into a group of perpetual losers.
What? No, AM, you agree with me then? That's what I was saying earlier. I was saying that we should stop focusing on all those negative atrocities that happened to us during slavery. All I was saying was that I'm gonna let you go, Glo. All I was saying was that there are some nuggets. And okay, I remember on your show, AM, you was having a debate with this guy. I forgot. It was right after you had the back and forth with the girl Angela Knight on the boy channel. I don't even want to say his name on the dude channel or whatever. But subsequently on your channel, a guy from that show came to your show and it was like a mini debate. Do you remember that, AM?
Yeah.
Okay. A lot of your discussion dated back to the 1800s, right? 1800s and 1700s and stuff. The reason why you was able to, because I think you impressed everybody, and I think you won that discussion. The reason why you was able to do that because you know about slavery.
Yeah, I mean, look, and this is not to toot my own horn. I probably know more about actual Black history than everybody up here.
That's the point I'm trying to make.
But it hasn't served me. The only place it serves me is in a debate like that. But so far as like real time, real world experience, like the things that have served me the most in my life right now to get me to where I'm at right now is current knowledge. Like books like Thou Shall Prosper by Rabbi Daniel Lapin. Books like Rich Dad Poor Dad by Robert Kiyosaki. Books like the millionaire Secrets of the Millionaire Mind by T. Harv Eker. The vast majority of what serves me today is the stuff I've learned recently. The stuff that I was taught growing up, because my uncle was in the Nation of Islam. Like a lot of stuff I taught, like it's this is the problem with that, right? The only reason Black people needed to know their actual history is because before the 60s and the 70s, Black people had an issue with self-esteem and identity, right? So Black people needed to know their history, right? But guess what? We've already gotten past that because we've already had the Black Power movement. We've already had the movement where we're walking around with our fists in the air with the afros, and we literally created our own culture. Now, the reason why our culture that we created that was good back in the day is no longer good is because we didn't know how to go to the next level after that. And the reason why we didn't know how to go to the next level after that is because we keep trying to go backwards. We keep trying to, we don't want to let go of the fact that we took a L back in the day. We got to look, we can't keep looking backwards. Only a fool trips over something that's behind them. And that's what we doing right now. We're constantly tripping over shit that's behind us. And look, I'm gonna tell you the truth, and it's gonna sound controversial, it's gonna sound crazy, but if I was the supreme leader of Black people and I was able to determine what Black people consumed as far as knowledge and as far as content and all that, I would rewrite the history books and I would lie like hell. I would lie and pretend like slavery never existed.
No captivity.
And guess what would happen? In 2 or 3 generations, you see a totally different group of Black people.
Yeah.
We'd be damn near running the world. Because right now what's happening is everybody's using slavery, Jim Crow, and all of that to be perpetual victims. It's always the excuse for why we're not doing this or we're not doing that or whatever. We're constantly walking around with this boogeyman. You feel what I'm saying? It's not like with our situation, it's not like other groups of people. You know, I'm not gonna say their names on your channel because it'll cause a problem, but you know, the small hat group, the reason why they was able to defeat the situation they had is because they could concentrate all of that on one person. With
Mm-hmm.
us, it's not one person, it's an ideology, it's an idea. An idea is harder to defeat. So, you know, the only way to really get rid of an idea and other people in history, why do you think conquerors back in the day, the moment they took over land, first thing they did was burn the libraries and rewrote the history and reshaped it in their image? Because they know that they, like, look, for every great success in the world, there's a lie behind it.
Mm-hmm.
That's just human nature. Like, it just is what it is. You feel what I'm saying? Like, everybody, when they conquer a land, they burn the libraries, they rewrite everything, they re-indoctrinate everybody, they replace the gods, they do all of that. And
Right.
and
Okay.
our
Stop. Hold
problem.
on. Aeon, stop right there. So you brought in indoctrination.
Mhm.
I was gonna touch on that. I think everybody would agree a big problem with black people today is the black church and the dreams and the shit that they be selling. A lot of that
Mhm.
indoctrination came from slavery. You don't think people need to know that?
Well,
Like
that's how
that
they.
would
That's
actually enlighten us to get our
that's
fucking heads out of the clouds and shit. You don't think so?
that's how they. That's how they taught you how to be a slave. Is
Right.
through the Christian church.
And so what I'm saying is, all I'm saying is that that type of information, yeah, we should know. That's going to enlighten us. That's all I'm saying. You feel what I'm saying?
Nah, because here's the thing. That type of information is kind of like on Men in Black, right? Remember when Tommy Lee Jones was having a conversation with Will Smith, and Will Smith said, "Well, why don't you tell it? Why don't y'all tell everybody about the aliens? People are
Mm-hmm.
smart." He said, "No, a person is smart. People are stupid. People are sheep." You feel me? So that all of that knowledge, what do you think is going on with black people right now? What's going on with black people right now is we've hit the information age, and all of the information back in the day is too much for them to handle. Black
Mm-hmm.
people are in information overload right now. They don't know whether they're coming or going. You feel what I'm saying? So
Right.
for us to like that type of information,
I agree with that.
back in the day, this is the reason why everybody wasn't allowed to learn certain things. Back in the day, only the scholars learned things, and they chose how to teach it to the masses. You
Yeah.
feel what I'm saying? Because people can't handle certain information. And right now, the information that everybody's getting from slavery and all of the lies that was told and all of that, it's literally got people going crazy.
Yeah.
Black folks is going crazy right now. And they don't know how to compartmentalize. Like with me, I got all of that information before the information age. So I got it from books, I got it from elders who taught it, but because I got it in a slow process, I was able to process it and I'm able to compartmentalize. I know how to put that in a box and sit it to the side when it's time for me to focus on economics, when it's time for me to focus on finance,
Yeah.
when it's time for me to focus on what's going on today.
Right,
You
right,
feel what I'm
right,
saying?
right.
Because if I got that swimming around in my head and I mess around and meet a white guy that, has a business opportunity for me, I might not want to deal with him. I might miss out on a business opportunity simply because I'm viewing him like he's one of his forebearers. Because of all of that, I got swimming around in my head like, oh, sooner or later he's gonna screw me over. And that might not even be the case.
Yeah.
No, I understand what you're saying. It does cloud our judgment as far as like thinking that we should, like, black people, we should only deal with black people and we should always look at the white man as the enemy. And that, there's a lot of race baiters and stuff. I get that. I don't represent that. I don't represent. I just like, I do like the inventions. And if we could have like, let's just say if I was homeschooling my kids, I don't think it's no harm in teaching them about the you know, the many inventions that black people did back
No,
then.
that's not the issue. You can
Yeah,
teach
yeah.
them about the inventors and stuff like that, but what purpose does it serve to teach a child that back in the day they would take a slave and tie his legs to a horse and tie
Right.
his arms to
But see, we
another
agree with
horse and
that.
pull them apart?
We
Like,
agree with
what's the
that.
point of telling the
Quartering.
kid?
But
Yeah,
see,
Can I?
we don't really. I don't even have to to discuss that any further because actually we on the same page. That's what I was saying. That's exactly what I was saying. Go ahead, Glow.
And I agree with I agree with that point as well. And when I was talking earlier about like inventions and stuff like that, I wanted to clarify my point. Is that you know, when you think about us being the first people, we were the first people to come up with ideas for to make life easier, life easier when we're living. So, but if we're talking about current day, because I want to be represented properly, if we're talking about current day, we could definitely say that there isn't that many black inventors. But like when we talk about slavery and stuff like that, I think that it's important to keep an account of history and to tell it properly. I do think that we should talk about the good things over the bad things that happen from slavery. But because I do deal with I get tired of hearing that 3/5 of a person acting and all this. You know, do you think that white people really want to work with you? You know, in these corporate positions and stuff like that. Like I had a discussion with my homeboy about that, and I was like, "Yeah, bro. Like, if they didn't want us to have these positions, and if they didn't see us as valuable, then they would have to disregard everything that we've done as a people to help build the nation." So, no, you know, in
but
current
why do
time, I
you?
think things have gotten better.
But why do you even care about that? Why do you care? Why do you
I
care
don't.
if they see you? Why do you care if they see you as valuable? Why do you care if they want to work with you in corporate America? Why do you care
I
about
don't.
any of
I
that?
don't. I don't. I just want the opportunity to be able to work and you know have the same opportunities as the next man.
That's your own
That's what I'm saying.
opportunity.
That's a question. That's the question that I would ask my homeboy.
Nah, you
But I
make
do
your
make
own
my.
opportunity, and
Do
that's
you do
my.
you
You
think
see,
that?
that's my point though. That's my point right there. Like, see, if you got rid of the 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 teaching of slavery, there's a side effect. You also get rid of the concept that white people are better than you.
I agree with that.
And when that concept disappears, then guess what? Instead of worrying about whether or not they're gonna give you an opportunity in corporate America, you start your own corporation.
I think you know there's I'm not fighting against entrepreneurship. I definitely think that entrepreneurship is the way. Like that's the way that you're supposed to go. But there's nothing wrong with you know working for a corporation so you can leverage the capital that you get from an already established skill to create your own LLC. Like we always learn from things like
There's
innovation. We
there's
eh,
there's there's everything wrong with it.
So
There's
so the whole
everything
pro-
wrong with it. The
another
people, the people
another
that the people, the people in this country that have the most power and have the most opportunity, they don't teach their kids to go work for somebody. They
And the
don't.
big and the
You were
biggest
just
thing,
saying that the other day, last night, AM.
yeah,
Yeah. Like,
I think in one thing that's important, if you choose that you want to go the corporate route, don't complain about their system. It's their system.
exactly.
So if you talk about why they didn't make me the CEO and this and that, it's not your system. I've never seen a group of people complain so much about a system and won't go create their own system.
So my thing is that I think that the fact that we have this goes back. I was typing this in the chat, but this is like when we talk about free will and free choice because both of those things can exist at the same time and have like different implications. Um, I think that you should have the choice whether you want to work for a corporation or start your own business. I think that the choice that instead of it being limited in one sense, I think that when you have the choice to choose between both that fits how you think that you should live your life. I think that that's a
Well,
good
check this
thing
out. Check
overall.
this out. Peep this right here, right? So in the book, Thou Shall Prosper, right? Rabbi Daniel Lappin, he said, when you work for somebody, because I get the fact that some of us will have to do that, right? But he said, instead of looking at it like, okay, this is my employer, no, you look at it like this is my client. I'm
That's
doing
why
a
you have
job.
1099s. That's why you have
Yeah,
1099s and contractor forms and stuff.
exactly. So I'm doing a job. I'm doing a job to please my client. But the moment that I feel like I no longer want them as a client, then
Out of here.
I'm gonna terminate that deal and I'm gonna go somewhere else. Right. So it's really about the paradigm shift of how you look at the world. The problem is the way we look at the world is shaped and molded through the concept of the history of slavery and the history of servitude. So you have a
I
lot of
agree
people
with
out
that.
here when they get their job in corporate America, they're happy to get their job. And this is the reason why, because even my wife used to say this. She was like, yo, every time she got a job somewhere, she negotiated how much she was gonna get paid. And if they weren't willing to pay her what she felt that she was worth, she wasn't taking that job. But a lot of people, what they'll do is they'll go do an interview and they'll sit back and wait for them to tell them how much they're gonna pay them, and they just be so happy to get the job that they just accept it. So it's like I said, it's about the way we look at the world. Like we look at the world from the aspect of, oh, they let us do this or they let us do that, or I'm glad to get this, I'm thankful for this, I'm thankful for that. Man, forget that.
Yeah, and the
Forget
worst thing
all
you
of it.
can do, the worst thing you can do as an employee is to agree that you're gonna get paid $15 an hour and tell the whole world that you got paid $15 an hour like the employer did something to you. Nah, that's what you agreed that you was worth. So don't go out here trying to complain about what you getting paid if that's what you accepted. Like you said, you're free, you got choices. Everybody got choices until it's time to complain.
We got free will now,
Yo,
don't we, Edie,
somebody,
man?
somebody, hey, somebody in the chat said all the punching down y'all do, how does that help anyone? How does you whining about somebody punching down help you? That shit don't pay nothing. Last time I checked. Instead of being upset with somebody telling you you need to step your game up, why don't you just step your game up? It's not
There you go.
complicated. See, and that's what I mean by that. That's what I mean by the victim mentality. That's the prime example of it. Black people always think somebody's punching down on them. You know why? Because they feel like they always at the damn bottom.
There you go.
Yeah, I think it is a morale thing, and that's why I agree as far as slavery. A lot of the hold on, let me bring
Look at that. Somebody said I work for YouTube. How I work for YouTube? Do you know what type of paperwork YouTube gives you? YouTube gives you the same paperwork as an independent contractor. I have an LLC, my friend. I work for me.
There you
You
go.
feel me? And then you said I get donations from the people. So if I get donations from the people, I definitely don't work for YouTube.
That boy got a
So
book on
you
Amazon. Stop playing.
Yeah, you just debunked your whole statement with that. Like, you feel what I'm saying? So like you bugging. And here's the other funny thing, right? Let me just say this real quick and you got it, Freezy.
go ahead.
Look, the funniest thing about it is I've been on YouTube for almost 10 years. Talking the smack I've been talking, speaking for brothers. You feel what I'm saying? Brothers done had award shows, they done gave out accolades and all that. You know the first award I got? The first award I got was from YouTube. And the name on it is a white lady. You feel what I'm saying? So put that into perspective. You feel what I'm saying? You got all these folks that want to talk about slavery and black unity and all that. First of all, black unity don't even exist.
I said it was Cap.
Don't even exist.
But you know the crazy part about it is I see somebody say, "Angry man, you work for YouTube and they work for McDonald's." Like this idea that you don't just like say some crap. Like I bet he won't explain who he worked for and who signed his checks. Like let's stop it. Let's stop it.
Well, I want to say I agree.
Hey,
I
Freezy,
think.
before you go, I'm sorry, bro. Before you go,
JT.
man, I'm about to go ahead and get up out of here, my man.
JT.
You finna go? Cause I was finna play a video of AM I wanted everybody to see, man. I've been holding this shit in the chamber for so goddamn long. But hey yo, this is my favorite video, dog. I'm telling you, listen. But I think what we do agree on is I think what a lot of what we talking about is morale. Right? I think AM is speaking to that, and I agree with that, right? I feel like to say don't talk about no aspects of that time. Let's not even call it slavery, right? Because I think that's what we getting thrown off at. We just calling it slavery. Let's just say that time period, right? Just to throw every aspect of that time period away. I think we would be doing ourselves a disservice. Like we just talked about politics. Right, we talked about constituents that served in Congress, and at one point in time, I want to say majority of the cabinet was black people, black men. At one point in time, well, on the Republican side, I want to say that.
Yeah,
and also just the truth about why Abraham Lincoln actually, gave them a mess. A lot of these niggas don't even know that. The truth of why Abraham Lincoln actually signed the Emancipation Proclamation. I know Edie, man. I know you don't give a fuck about that shit, Edie, man. But what I'm saying is that we gotta throw everything away.
I'm just saying, but think about what you said. How do Abraham Lincoln got something to do with my 19-year-old son future?
Okay. Hold on, Edie, man. Wait, I'm finna tell you. At one point in time, your son is going. How old your son is? That don't matter. They doxing. Okay, listen. At one point in time, your son is going to learn about Abraham Lincoln if he hasn't learned already. And it's going to be a teacher that teaches it the way the public school system told them how to teach it. But if you did your due diligence and let them know the truth, I think it will have I ain't gonna say a profound effect on him growing up. But I'm saying just those little nuggets of truth can shape a little black kid's life. You don't agree with that?
No.
I agree. I agree with that, Freezy. I agree with that, Freezy, bro.
Listen, I'm telling you,
Jesus.
Cause he gonna hold on, Edie man. Cause he's gonna learn about Abraham Lincoln regardless. That's all I'm saying.
No, he's not. What if he never learned about it?
They teach it in the public school system.
Hey, Freezy, do you understand that a lot of motherfuckers don't even know how to pronounce Martin Luther King's name? You got motherfuckers calling him Marshall Luther King. You got motherfuckers that's sitting back saying that he was in the period of BC during slavery. That's what they saying now.
I ain't talking about them dumb motherfuckers, man.
Man, I'm telling you, I did a show on it. How crazy it is where they're disconnected, bro. They're not there.
You realize most black people today, a lot of them don't even know who Dizzy Gillespie was.
Right.
I agree with that.
They don't even know who Ernie Barnes was. They don't even know who, some of them don't even know who James Brown was. So what would be the purpose of teaching them slavery, and they don't even know about great black people that's been around in the past 100 years?
Well, I was saying to offset what they filtered us through in the public school system, if we can be proactive with these kids, and then when they show up in class, they are like, when they listen to their teacher, they can say to themselves, man, that's not true.
But Freezy, I think you missed the whole point of what we're saying. We're saying that they should stop talking about slavery in school. When we say stop
hold on, wait, Edie man, you proving my point. They're not.
All right, so take your kids out of public school. I'm just saying the power of a father saying, hey, this is a book I want you to read, son. This is The Richest Man of Babylon. This is how you create wealth in your future. I think that would profit his child so much more than Abraham Lincoln and slaves. Like, we talk about
Man, let
stuff
me
that
tell
doesn't get the value.
let me tell you something. You first of all, the only thing you learn in school that is valuable is how to count, how to read, and how to write. That's the only valuable things you learn in school.
I
Now,
agree.
from there, if they know how to read, count, and write, if they know how to do arithmetic at a decent level, they know how to multiply,
Just put
divide,
your
all of
age,
that,
Leo.
fractions, percentages. Long as they know all of that, right? They know how to write, they know how to read. Guess what? The best thing for them to be learning is finance. The best thing for them to be learning is how to build credit. The best thing they should be learning is how to purchase real estate, how to purchase commercial properties, um, how the stock market works. You know what I'm saying?
So
How to get all of those different things would be way more beneficial in this day and time. You feel me?
let me ask you this, AM, and I want Just Jay to I want her to say what she had to say, but what's the purpose? What's the purpose of history then? Why did they implement history in schools?
To convince you that you ain't shit.
Okay, that's the
To
point I'm trying
convince
to make.
you, to
But
convince you to do. Wait, listen. When
but
you're in
shouldn't we
school,
offset that? That's what I'm saying.
when you're in school, especially the public school system, you're learning two different things.
Mm-hmm.
The black kids are learning something and the white kids are learning something, but it's drastically different.
That's the point. Y'all
Okay.
proving my point. That's what I'm saying.
Now I'm not proving your point because, like, here's the thing. Because the only way I'm proving your point, if I'm proving your point, then you know the solution. The solution is stop sending your kids to public school. That's the
I agree with
solution.
I agree with that.
Because here's the problem, right? It boils down and it goes all the way down to a microscopic level. Just the fact that you learn what the word black means and what the word white means plays a tremendous role on your self-esteem. White means pure, good, righteous. Black means evil, dark. You know what I'm saying? Dirty,
Blurry.
sullied. You feel me? So if you're a group of people that's referred to as black, and there are a group of people that's referred to as white, so already off the rip, you're being taught something that's designed to mess up your self-esteem, right? Then in addition to that, you got, first of all, the public school system was created by Rockefeller. He created the public school system because this country needed factory workers. So the way that public school system is designed, it's the Prussian school system. Prussia used to be Germany, right? And Germany had like this ill ass army back in the day when it was Prussia, right? So they was trying to figure out how they could make better soldiers, and they figured out the best way to make better soldiers is to start from childhood, right? So they created that school system to create better soldiers. So what happened is here in America, when they adopted the school system, and keep in mind, they only did it recently. They did it in the early 1900s, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this school system we have ain't been around that long. But what they did is they took a variation of the Prussian school system, and instead of designing it to build soldiers, they designed it to build factory workers.
Factory workers.
And
Yep.
that's the reason why that's the reason. Now, when you go through that school system, if you fail at it, meaning you don't come out of the school system and go into some sort of work to be a productive citizen,
Right.
if you try to go outside of that, you'll get locked up and you go to prison. The reason why you go to prison is because prison is another version of that school system. So it's to train you, it's to retrain you so that you can go back out and be
Is somebody
productive, right? Because
snoring?
most people, when they get out of prison, what they'll do is they'll finally go get a job and work a regular job and shit, right? Because usually they can't do anything else. But if you think
Somebody
about
snoring?
prison, if you
I don't
think
mean to cut
about
you off,
somebody,
AM. Somebody's
But
snoring, bro.
if you think about prison and you think about school,
Mm-hmm.
all of it's the same. All of it's the same. Every last bit of it.
Oh shit.
You know, when you in a prison, you get on a school bus to go to school. You get on a school bus to go to prison.
Right.
When you get there, you got to stand in line in school. You got to stand in line in prison. Some schools got uniforms. Prisons got uniforms, right? When you go to lunch, the lunchroom that you go in is the same as the prison mess hall. You
Yeah.
feel me? You in school you used to get playtime. In prison you get yard time, right? In school you got a principal. In prison you got a warden. And see, in school the teachers are basically the prison guards. You feel what I'm saying? So it's teaching you to operate a certain way. It's teaching you not to be a free thinker. And if you notice, when it comes to private schools, and I actually went to a private school in Detroit, they don't do none of that. They don't do
Yeah.
none of that.
Hey,
It's
hey,
not. It's
hey,
a
yo,
totally different environment.
you know what you
Don't
just
forget
gave
the
us, right?
bell. Don't forget the bell and the whistle
Yeah,
too.
the
That
bell.
bell.
Yeah.
Hey, yo,
Yep.
you know what you just gave us, right?
What's that?
A history lesson. Shit.
No Cap-tivity.
That what you just gave
On the
us.
public school system for sure.
And we needed to know that. That's what I'm telling you. Okay, Just Jay. Go
Hey,
ahead,
how
Just
y'all
Jay. How you
doing?
doing, Just Jay? Go ahead.
Yeah, but that's
And that's Trucker, yeah. Them fell his ass to sleep in the back. That's what was snoring. Go ahead,
Get off
Just
that
Shout
Jay.
damn
out,
road.
shout out to the people with all the answers and got sleep apnea and shit. But
That Trucker,
anyway,
yeah,
right?
about
So
there.
I just
Ooh,
wanted to
she cold.
clarify my point
She cold.
in the I'm just saying, listen, I'm being nice. No, it's a good day. I wanted to clarify my point, right? When I was saying about the punching down. So the initial topic was about parenting and parenting skills and stuff, right? And so we kind of segued into all these different topics. For me, I'm trying to understand in general, right? Because it's supposed to be about solutions, right? So throughout the conversation, off and on, since I've been in the conversation off and on, it's more towards like people pointing towards what people are versus what they can become. And so in that regard, right, I'm just trying to understand, and it's not about men or women per se, right? Although I feel like people are biased, and it is what it is. We're all biased, right? But how can we move to a place where we can, I don't know, just be more productive as far as doing the work versus just going over talking points, right? Again, statistics. JT
Well,
loves statistics. There's other people that love statistics. That is cool, right? It gives us a baseline. But what do we do besides talking points and statistics? Like how are people getting tools, right? Because we can point out all the single mothers like myself, and shout out to you, Lee. You know I've been talking to you in the chat, but you scared as fuck right now, and I'm gonna let you have it. But at any rate, we can talk about all these people that are unsavory. You know what I'm saying? All these people that are issues, right? But how do we salvage and rectify things? Because these people that we constantly talking about have children, and those children are becoming adults. So are we just about pointing towards what people are, or are we trying to point towards what people can become? And if so, what does that look
well,
like? At any rate, that's
well.
all I wanted to clarify. I'm gonna be in the chat because my battery is dead, but I just wanted to clarify my point. Y'all have a good night. Bye.
She's crazy.
So was that a
Well,
question or a statement?
listen.
Jay.
It must have been a statement because she said it and left. You feel what I'm saying? But like, I can address it.
Go ahead and
First of
respond. Go
all,
ahead and respond. Hey,
first of all, that type of statement. A lot of times, I get what she's saying, but there's a little bit of there's a little bit of manipulation in that statement. And the reason why I say that is because anytime you hear people start talking about, oh, punching down or pointing the finger or placing blame, really that is a shaming tactic to stop you from identifying a problem. So you can't say that in one breath and then say what's the solution, because how you going to solve a problem that you haven't identified? You have to identify the problem. And especially when you're talking about people and the way they think and the way they operate, not only do you have to identify the problem, but those people have to accept that it's a problem. And then from there, you can come with a solution. How you gonna give somebody a solution if they feel like they ain't doing shit wrong?
Anybody else? You, Edie, man, you want to say something?
Yeah, I think it comes down to I really been studying this because I have a 2-year-old and a 1-year-old, and I've been going through all kind of scholars reading about how to raise kids. And the one thing that I have learned is that the people who kids are the successful, they let them go through trial and error, and they typically give them the tools to be successful. Now that doesn't equal always a desired outcome, but if you give your kids the tools that they need to be successful, and you actually do things that uplift them and not tear them down, it gives them the environment to be able to become the person that they're supposed to become. So that's all I'm saying is that I think we feel like we have to talk about slavery. We feel like we got to talk about all this negative stuff and this, that, and third. I think we need to be able to help them deal with the traumas that they're going to get through life and how to be able to be a mastermind to be able to get over those things and to be able to do anything that they put their mind to.
Okay, listen. We reached the end of the show, but I need to show y'all this because Angry Man on this video, he gave us a life lesson that I think everybody, all the viewers, everybody on the show needs to take with them, right? I'm gonna show it to y'all. Hold on, let me show this to y'all right here. Y'all pay attention to AM right now. I've been waiting to show this shit for so goddamn long. Hold on, here we go. Where we at? Okay. Y'all check this out. Is it playing?
A dude can be a dope boy. He's a hustler, right? He's a hustler. And he's like, yo, I gotta go to the trap house. So he got his regular house and then he got his trap house, right? He will hop in the car, hide his product somewhere inside of that car, right? On his way to the trap house, he will have the brightest car you've ever seen in the history of cars, right? His car will be this color, right? He'll have the biggest rims you've ever fucking seen. And on the way to the trap house, he'll be smoking a blunt, hot boxing. The windows is up, just a little crack. He's got the windows situated so that it's up enough to where the smoke will accumulate in the car, but cracked enough so that it will seep out a little bit. And on his way to the trap house, he'll be speeding, smoking the blunt, cloud inside the car, smoke seeping out the car with the motherfucking trunk beating like hell. Tell them people call the reverend. Blah, blah, blah. Cause no weapon formed against me shall prosper, yeah. Blah, blah, blah. And when the police pull him over, what did I do wrong, officer? You was a nigga. That's what you did wrong.
Hey, dog, I listen to that shit damn near every day, dog.
No cap,
dog, that shit had me crying the first time you did that shit, dog. Real time. Dog, where you get that song from, man?
For the more of the story.
That's Mo 3.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
Oh my god, that shit. That sounds just like the average Detroit nigga. That's
come outside.
The moral of the story in the Angry Man Chronicles is don't be a nigga because you'll go to jail.
Nah, for real, yeah. Ain't bullshitting.
And look, I done been in the car with dudes doing that, and I literally be sitting in the passenger seat looking at him like, I can't tell who's dumber, him or me, for being in this mind.
Right. Yeah, that shit was hilarious.
Hey, do they
man.
still got the seat all the way back though? The motherfucker be back like
that, bro.
No seat belt. No seat belt.
Shout out.
And it's like, bro.
Go ahead, AM. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, it never occurs to these dudes to be in the car with a suit on in a minivan you know, with the soccer sticker on the back of it. You know what I'm saying?
for
It'll
real.
never get pulled over.
Donation badge.
Super chat.
Shout out to the Solution Trucking Channel with the $5 super cap. He said AM came in dropping gems, fire.
No Cap-tivity.
Appreciate that the Solution Trucking Channel, man. Listen, man, I appreciate all y'all, man, for contributing. This was an excellent show, very informational. I learned some shit tonight. And we also learned that either man ain't always right. And I'm just bullshitting you, man. You know you my dog. But everybody contributed. Shout out. Hold on, let me see if Trucker Yell still snoring.
And wake his ass up.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
He gone.
Oh, yeah. Hey, record that shit. Record that shit, Freedom.
I like he one of them slaves that been out in the field too long.
Is that a dungeon dragon over there with the hell?
Right.
That nigga in the back of the truck. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Hey, Freezy, you have to put that on the soundbite so every time he come up,
you. I'm telling you. Oh yeah.
Hold on. Let it go for a second. Hold on.
Hey. No captivity.
Phone laying on his face.
Trucker, yeah. This is Jesus.
Come. If you book them, they will
Wake
come.
up, Trucker.
Get that lot lizard off you. You in the back with that lot lizard.
Say the lot lizard put him to sleep.
Hold on, just be quiet for about 10 seconds so I can get a sound bite. And he ain't going as hard as he was here a few seconds ago.
The lot lizard.
He woke up.
That nigga.
Nah, I cut it off. I cut it off.
When he wake up, you tell him take his ass to the sleep study. He need a sleep study for real.
Nah, for real.
He need to.
That boy was howling.
Hey guys, listen, man. I'm gonna close out the show. Matter of fact, I'm gonna close it out while y'all up here. Hold on. Let me do this. Let me do this right quick. Hey, listen, if you guys haven't gotten Angry Man's book, The Angry Man Standard, you can get it on Amazon Prime. The Angry Man Standard. Make sure y'all go get his book, man. Excellent read. Shout out to the Angry Man. And listen,
Appreciate you, bro.
Oh, Mark, every time, you know I got to do that, man. Also, I want to do this too because I'm trying to. Okay, here we go. The truth. I got to do this every time. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna just give a simple one. This time. I'm gonna give a simple one. This one here come to us from John. Everybody should know this one right here. This one come to us from John 80:32. And you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free.
No Cap-tivity.
Short and simple, man. Listen.
Facts.
Shout out to all the mods. Shout out to all the top tier mods. Shout out to all the early No Cap crew. Shout out to the whole No Cap crew. Shout out to all the contributors. Shout out to Next Level, and shout out to the Solution Trucking Channel, Big Pressure, Next Level, RBN, 2 Glock Hot, Elevated Mind Healer, Angela Reddick, Lucky Marie, The Drip Show, for being the sponsor of tonight's show, and Angry Man came in with the big $20 ball, man. I appreciate y'all, and I love y'all, man. We reached the end of the show, and y'all know what I always say, right? Anybody know what I say?
Stop talking about slavery. Oh, I thought
that's not what I say either, man. That's not what I say. Listen, we will be back tomorrow. Angry Man, I need to hit you up about that new format that you're using, man. Dog, it's
the
dog. I noticed when you in your lives with that shit.
So Y'all talking to the man.
We'll talk, angry man. We'll talk, man. I'm talking about the views. I'm talking about the views after that shit. Is it something special or something or what?
Yeah, whenever you go vertical on a live, what YouTube does is they put your live while you're live. They put your live in the shorts feed.
In the shorts, yes, sir.
So you're able to tap into the shorts audience. So if you, depending on how large your channel is, see, I got a lot of viewers from the shorts. So if I do a live vertically, I'm guaranteed to get 100K.
That's facts.
If I do an hour, I'm gonna get 100K. So because it's people jumping in and out. They jumping in and out because they used to watching 1 minute videos. You feel what I'm saying? So
let me ask you this. I don't mean to cut you off. Do you loop your shit?
Do I loop it as far as what?
On your vertical streams, on your shorts. If you loop them,
you talking about your regular shorts.
You talking about the regular shorts, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you loop them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can do that. You can do that too, but but keep in mind, whatever views you get, that's just for the live. Once it's the replay, then you get the regular views you normally get.
Right.
You feel what I'm saying?
And you can invite a guest onto that short format too, right? I mean a vertical format, not the short format.
It's like a regular stream.
Yeah, because you can do the let's go live together, and two of y'all can be up there, whatever. You feel what I'm saying?
That shit work out, dog.
You got the template, bro.
So Angry
you got
Man,
all that shit for you.
You can't be in like StreamYard or nothing like that, right? You got to be on just live by itself, correct?
Oh no,
you can do StreamYard. Yeah, you can do
we thought, like me and Corey thought that you couldn't do that, but the other day I did it from OBS, and I still got the same response.
Freeze it. You have all that information, brother.
Man, listen, man. Make sure y'all go subscribe to Either Man Williams. He does have a new channel. Either Man over there cooking. I'm coming over there to troll him just like he trolled me. And make sure y'all go check out JT from What We Know podcast. Excellent content creator, been in the game for a while. A lot of y'all don't know that. Make sure y'all check out the Drip Show. The Drip Show cooking up some stuff nice, and he's very, talking to him, he's very savvy on the technical side. And also, y'all, I ain't even got to tell y'all to go over to AM. Y'all already be over there any goddamn way. Hey, shit. But make sure y'all go check out the Angry Man, man. Angry Man been cooking up over there, and his viewership is going through the roof. So I'm just happy AM be graced. He graced. I'm happy you graced the channel today, AM. Thank you, man. I appreciate that.
Oh, no doubt.
It's been a minute.
Hey, look, I'm gonna tell you. Hey, try the vertical, bro. You'll be looking.
I got to know how that shit. Is it
like,
complicated? I gotta know how that shit work though. It
ain't complicated. You can do vertical from the phone, or you can do it from. You probably can use Ecamm too. You just gotta format it correctly.
Yeah, they got the what is that 9/16? What's it 9 and 16, 9/16 or some shit like that. It's the TikTok shit, right? Yeah. You do yours from your computer, right?
It's gonna be 1080 by 1920.
Yeah,
it's backwards.
Yeah.
It's backwards for the
That's
vertical.
right. That's right, Drip. That's right. But you do yours from your computer though, right, AM?
I do both.
You can do it from both.
Sometimes I do it from the phone, but
you had two camera angles yesterday on your shit.
Yeah, that was when I was doing it from the computer.
Okay.
But one of your camera angles was what, another camera or a phone? It was what?
Yeah, it's two cameras. I was on OBS, so I can use two different cameras.
Yeah, I'm gonna look into that shit, dog.
OBS got them input.
I'm gonna look into that shit. But listen, man. Listen, we finna get up out of here. Y'all know I love y'all, man. Real talk. Shout out to the brothers. Shout out to Slimmy, and Glow. Always excellent contribution, man. And y'all know what anybody want to say? Who want to say? Y'all want me to say? Who? Y'all know what I say?
It's your show, man. We know what you say, but it just sounds better when you say it, bro.
For real.
Well, y'all know what Freeze always say. To free yourself, you must heal yourself. And until the next time, We out there, B.
I see you, Freezy. I see you, big dog. I see you.
Freezy.